matter, so she unmutes the TV, and they learn about the price differentials between smooth-edged dimes versus the ones with ridges. Night finally begins to blot through the window curtains like a pool of ink seeping through paper. "I hope nothing happens tonight," he says quietly, almost to himself. "I hope he stays far away." "Me too," Jess replies. Then, "He will." Outside, a car door slams as loud as a gunshot. A couple starts arguing. Their voices fade away, but their anger leaves a residue. A few minutes later, somebody's tires give a furious shriek. Elsewhere, sirens wail. A car speeds by far too fast, sounding like a hive of insane wasps blasting heavy metal. She tries turning up the volume a little, but with every noise from outside, she feels the boy flinching some more. This isn't going to work. He's too anxious. Hell, she's too anxious. She looks down to see he's started counting again, but his face is pale, and the purplish bags under his eyes attest to how worn out he must be. She decides to try her little experiment. "Hey, want some chocolate milk?" "Yeah," he says, momentarily enthusiastic. "Okay, then." She gets up and goes to the mini fridge, pulls out one of the small individual serving bottles of chocolate milk they got from Target. Then she gives the boy a quick glance, hoping he's refocused on the TV. He's watching her with those icy eyes. No use lying or trying to hide what she's doing. "We both need to get some good sleep, so I'm going to add something to your milk to help," she says. "Is that okay?" He nods, goes back to the TV. She retrieves the array of small bottles she'd grabbed from the pharmacy. Nitol, Unisom, Sominex, Z-Quil. Maybe it's not the best idea to give a kid his age a sleeping pill, but these are extenuating circumstances if ever there were some. She wants him out, and she wants him not afraid. And she also needs to know this is an option they can use if/whenever things get bad again. Benadryl, she thinks suddenly. I should have grabbed children's Benadryl. That's what you use to knock a kid out safely. Oh well, they have to work with what they've got. Necessity and mothers and all that. She selects the gentlest-looking box. The pills are surprisingly small, but he's young and tiny, so she splits the pill in half, grinds it up, adds it to the small bottle of chocolate milk, then caps the bottle and shakes it up like a martini mixer. One knockout chalky cocktail coming up. Okay. She brings the bottle over to him. Hopefully this doesn't taste too much like chalk. Blech, right? I don't know what chalk tastes like, he says. Ooh, you eat chalk? Hey, she laughs, handing him the bottle. Watch it, smart guy. Somehow, looking even more exhausted when he giggles, he takes the bottle from her with both hands, stares down into it. I've never even seen chalk before, he muses. Daddy said they use it in school a lot, but I've never been to school. One day, she tells him, and the lie makes her burn a little. Jesus, what would this kid be like in a school setting? He drinks the milk down, no complaints about the taste. She wipes what got on his face, and then they settle in on top of the blankets again to keep watching public access. The program changes to something about a man and his hunting dogs. The boy gives an excited, if sleepy, squeal and pats the covers. Puppies! You really like dogs, huh? I love them. They're just so... Then his chin hits his sternum, and his eyes close. A surge of disquiet sizzles through her. Fuck, that was fast. I hope I didn't just kill him. He's breathing slowly and steadily. She tucks him farther into the bed, roiling with guilt and relief and anxiety, then nestles in next to him, phone in hand. She starts Googling children and sleeping pills. Probably should have done this part first, Jess. Okay, not the most advisable thing to do, but he'll probably be okay. There's also no mention of children who have the ability to bring homicidal cartoon characters into the real world, or conjure flying Halloween masks with razor-sharp teeth, so they're all in uncharted territory. Going forward, though, this will be an emergency-only procedure. The boy gives a deep, open-mouthed snore that makes her heart melt a little. He's cute when he's not terrifying. Without even realizing it, she's Googling another subject, blood-borne diseases. A list of all the deadly pathogens she could have given herself. You've just got something inside you. How long has it been? Has she missed her window to effectively get treatment? Some tests had to be administered within 72 hours, right? She does the math and realizes, no. It hasn't even been 24 hours since the incident in Poppy's bathroom. This time last night, she and Margie might not even have started their shift yet. It's enough to make her want to start braying with mad donkey laughter at the absurdity of everything that's happened. Then, just as intensely, she wants to howl in outrage, throw her phone across the room, smash something. She decides against that, opting instead to put her phone face down on the comforter and breathe. Outside, the traffic breathes with her. Steady inhales, steady exhales. I need to stay calm. I need to get to a doctor. I need a plan. Maybe she should take a sleeping pill too? No, Cookie might call. Plus, she shouldn't do anything that makes her unable to run in case anything else happens tonight. Run. Run where? Run to whom? Even if she had options, she can't risk endangering anyone else she cares about. Look what happened to Margie. Oh, Margie, I haven't even had time to think about you. What I did to you. Margie, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. She gets off the bed and starts to pace, trying to quiet her thoughts. Panic, dread, terror, none of these are unfamiliar to her. Pre-audition, pre-show, pre-breakup, post-breakup, even just the free-floating nightmare of anxiety that is being alive in the 21st century. But this? Even moving to LA alone with no money, no connections, doesn't compare to the sheer level of helplessness, of existential freefall she feels at this moment. She's never felt anything this overwhelming before, although that's not entirely true, is it? A memory she rarely accesses comes to her with remarkable clarity. Cookie, sitting little 6-year-old Jess down and explaining that Daddy's moving out of town, that she isn't going to see him as much anymore. Despite all his fuck-ups, despite the accidents and arguments, little Jess had worshipped her dad, had thought he was the absolute funnest human being alive. She tailed him wherever he went, his chubby little shadow. Even then, at that age, she'd known, you won't see him as much anymore, really meant, you won't see him ever again. Because he didn't want to see her. Because she wasn't important to him. Because if he wanted her in his life, he'd find a way to make that happen. He was Daddy. He could do anything. Clearer still are the memories of that conversation's aftermath. Little Jess had gotten dizzy and started throwing up. In fact, she couldn't keep food down for almost a week. A few years later, when Cookie had nagged Tommy to finally come back to visit his daughter, after a few awkward, painful days, he left again. and the vomiting started all over, as if her little body wanted to punish itself with physical misery to keep the pain in her heart from being lonely. She puked after every increasingly rare phone call, until she stopped wanting to hear from him as much as he apparently stopped wanting to make an effort. All these memories. Perhaps that's why, in her pacing, she finds herself in the motel room's bathroom. She closes the bathroom door as quietly as she can, then sits on the toilet lid. All these memories. All that pain. Rage, so bright it's almost visible, flares within her. She welcomes it. Fuck him. Why does he get to be dead already? Why did he get to die before all this happened? On his own fucking terms. That fucking piece of shit. That worthless goddamn monster. Why isn't he here to help protect me too? A rogue wave surges behind her eyes, but she holds it back. She can't cry, not now, not ever, not for him. She just needs to breathe. Stop thinking about her dad. Stop thinking about death. Stop feeling its oppressive unfairness, its finality, its unpredictability. Stop replaying what happened to Margie, to Kelsey, to Carl and Amber, to that cop. Stop imagining what's coming for her. Stop wondering what her nerves will say about claws and teeth and cartoonish acid. Stop obsessing over how, even if she escapes those dangers, her death could already be inside her, in her blood, blood-born. An awful phrase, like she's a mother to the pathogens hurtling through her bloodstream, waiting to mature and blossom and make her proud. Stop understanding that death is death is death is death, waiting around every corner like trees in a densely packed forest, and that no one is coming to protect her. No one will be spared. That the wolf always comes home. In fact, sometimes it's already here. Moaning comes from the other room, and for a moment she's not sure the noise isn't coming from her own throat. She quickly wipes away the few tears that manage to escape and steps out to the bathroom to see what's the matter. The kid is making noises in his sleep. She stands there for a moment, watching him. He quiets and seems to settle back into a curled peace. The urge to shake him awake comes upon her, followed by an even more disturbing idea. If he were dead, I'd be safer. That shocks her, appalls her. Before she can chase the thought down and kill it, a vibration comes from somewhere on the comforter. Her phone is ringing. When she sees who's calling, she can't answer fast enough. "Hey, Mama." "Hey, kiddo. I wanted to give you time to cool off, but I'm losing my mind with worry. Is this an okay time? Are you safe?" No one will be safe, she almost replies. Instead, she listens for a beat, and then laughs. "Is that music? I forgot I was hosting a thing tonight." "Damn, girl, party animal. I've never felt less like being around other people in my life." Wow, that's like hearing Chef Boyardee say he's not in the mood for pasta. "I know. Listen, kiddo, we have to talk. Out of my way, Fran, it's Jess. I'm trying to have a conversation." A swell of outraged voices in the background, then the sound of a door being shut. "Okay, I'm in the bedroom now. Listen, I had a visitor." In fact, Cookie has had several so far. 3 people have shown up for the party already, annoyingly early, and are setting up the bridge table. But of course, that's not who Cookie is referring to. She takes a breath and gets a better grip on the phone and tells Jess what just went down a few minutes ago. She tells her daughter she knows what's really going on, that she loves her, that everything is going to be okay. Then she tells her about her visit from the FBI, about that agent, something Santos. She can't remember his full name, but he gave her his card and told her to call him as soon as she spoke with Jess. Cookie tells Jess how Agent Santos was very emphatic. Jess should continue her way to Scottsdale, come to Cookie's, where he will be waiting to rendezvous with them, take control of the situation, protect them. Cookie assures Jess she won't be in trouble for the kidnapping, the accidental shooting, just as long as she cooperates and sticks to the plan. She tells her all this, then braces herself for a fight, for a litany of reasons why Jess won't come here and do what the man is asking. Jess is silent for a moment, then asks, "The FBI?" "Yeah." "And you trusted him?" Cookie thinks it over one more time. "Yeah, I think I do, baby." "Then, okay." Cookie can't believe it. "What?" "Okay, we'll drive to you in the morning. I don't want to keep running. I don't have a plan." "This is the plan, baby. You're going to be okay." "Are you sure?" Jess asks in a voice that's very high and very fragile. "I'm sure, baby. I'm sure." "How?" And even though she's old enough to know better, even though she's said or heard these exact words 1,000 times before 1,000 disappointments, Cookie replies, "He promised." Jess exhales a wavering sigh, and Cookie's heart shatters with the pain she hears. "Once everything is sorted out with the authorities," Cookie says, "you can stay with me for as long as you need. We can get you rested and get you to a doctor and find you a new place to live, and everything's gonna be okay, baby. It's gonna be okay." "I thought," Jess begins, then sniffs a hearty helping of snot. "I thought no one was allowed to live there who's under 100, though." "On second thought, you little shit, you're on your own." They share a laugh, and all the questions she desperately wants to ask her daughter stab her heart with fine-tipped needles. There will be plenty of time for that once she's safe. For now, Cookie only tells her how much she loves her and wishes her a night of restful sleep. Then, with great effort, Cookie ends the call. She fishes out the business card from her pocket. Michael, that was his name, calls the number and gives him the good news. Santos also sounds relieved. Elated, even. Cookie tells him that if he's still in the neighborhood, he's welcome to come by and join the party. He politely declines, saying he's on his way to his hotel room and is ready to turn in for the night. Early to bed, early to rise, etc., etc. That's never been Cookie's way, and she feels plenty healthy, wealthy, and wise, all things considered. She thanks Santos again, and before they disconnect, she reiterates, "I'm trusting you. Please don't let anything bad happen to my girl." "I promise," he says. "Starting tomorrow, everything's going to be okay." "Well," Cookie says, "guess we've just gotta make it till then." She hangs up. It's louder in the living room now. More people have arrived. More voices chattering in delight. Aliens from a distant fucking galaxy. Her body is humming with relief and anxiety, a contradictory stew. How is she ever going to make it through this night? She just wants Jess to get here, now, before she can change her mind, before that stubborn, self-reliant little girl inside her wakes up and remembers she's her mother and her father's daughter. Starting tomorrow, everything's going to be okay. Cookie decides to go watch the game. Bridge is boring as shit, and maybe that'll help inspire her to get some rest. A little wine will help add weight to her eyelids. Starting tomorrow. There's a knock on her door. Everything is going to be okay. Cookie puts her hostess face back on and answers. 27. Sitting in his car in the parking lot, Santos is still smiling. He feels so damn proud he might literally be patting himself on the back if the headrest wasn't in the way. And why shouldn't he be proud? He nailed that encounter with Cookie. He didn't give away too much. He said just enough to let her know the stakes. He'd entered into an adversarial environment and emerged, pretty quickly, with an agreement. Best of all, he'd gotten some damn good lines in. "Who are you?" "Special Agent Michael Santos with the FBI, ma'am. I'm the one who wants to keep your daughter out of prison for the rest of her life." "I mean, hell yes." By this time tomorrow, he's going to have Jess and the kid in hand. No muss, no fuss. Director Allen will be thrilled, impressed, surprised, grateful, maybe even proud. "Who are you?" "Special Agent Michael Santos with the FBI." He knows he's being silly. He can't help himself. For all the chaos and madness and death and destruction, this really is shaping up to be a dream come true. He's a part of things, a vital part, a principal character. He meant what he told Cookie, too, not about heading back to his hotel room, but about protecting Jess. He fully intends to make sure nothing bad happens to her. He'll enjoy learning about, then flexing, whatever power he has. His lie about the hotel room was just a little white one, something his mother sometimes called a hummingbird fib. He wanted to stick around the condo for a bit in case Cookie suddenly made a break for it to hide her daughter or something. After he left Cookie's apartment, he got into his car, drove around the parking lot, and reparked in a different spot to keep watch. Cookie is not going to do anything rash. He's sure of that now. She's smart. She's cool. She knows how to handle herself. He pops another handful of Good and Plenty's into his mouth and sits there, watching more people filter into Cookie's apartment, absently rubbing the back of his neck. That damned plucking sensation is back. More accurately, it never left. Then a curious thing takes his attention. A much younger man than any other invitee, probably in his 30s, gets out of a parked car. That car must have been parked here for a while. Santos would have noticed if it had pulled in recently. The man has short-cropped hair and carries himself with a stiff preciseness out of place in the linen suit he's wearing. Is he familiar? Santos can't tell yet, but he thinks so. Synapses firing erratic warning shots, but still not entirely sure why, Santos sits up and watches the man knock on Cookie's door. 28. His longest stakeout had been just outside of Kandahar. He'd hidden under a tarp heavy with week-old garbage, baking in the desert sun for something like 14 hours. A miserable, punishing ordeal, but worth it when he got to see the surprised eyes of his target, an informant whose double-crossing had led to the deaths of 3 infantrymen and the amputation of a sergeant's leg. Waiting under that tarp, no food, no water, no bathroom breaks, barely any air, he kept himself focused by thinking of the mission. And the mission sounded an awful lot like that sergeant's screams of agony while he tried to keep his leg connected by a few bloody ligaments. Now, sitting in his air-conditioned car in this Arizona parking lot, he knows this stakeout won't take nearly as long or be nearly as uncomfortable. He's almost tempted to turn off the air conditioning just to make things a little less cushy, feel the heat and the burn that his body remembers so clearly, sometimes even craves. He can't risk sweating through this suit, though. He's got to look good for his plan to work. As relatively comfortable as he might be, he's starting to get nervous. More people keep entering his target's apartment. She's already had that one salesman-looking solicitor who just left. At least he exited the scene pretty quickly. But the woman is clearly hosting some sort of gathering that hasn't reached its capacity yet. More people mean more complication. He's had enough complications lately, enough messes. He's planning on this all going quickly. All he needs is to make an introduction and extract a promise. He's done his due diligence. Using the name and phone number he'd gotten from the dead woman a couple of days ago, he'd been able to get a good sense of Cookie Montgomery and Jess Bailey from their social media profiles and photos. He knows they're closer than most mothers and daughters. He has a good idea of the kind of people they are. Most importantly, he knows Jess is an actress. He has the faintest feeling that maybe he's even seen her in something, but he can't imagine what that could be. She must have that kind of face. He also has a sense that Cookie is the kind of ravenous stage mom who'd do anything to help her kid succeed, if only to bask in the secondhand sunshine of stardom. Some parents, the man knows, look at their offspring as fully separate people. Others, like this Cookie, he bets, look at their children as ambassadors to their own grandeur. He stuffs those judgmental thoughts down. They're not part of the mission at this moment. He needs to get into character. He needs to be charming. He needs to be someone else, someone who can deal with other people. He used to have those skills at the ready. Back when he was first courting Shelley, for instance, he was charming as hell. Now, after so many years in the service, followed by that strange and stressful isolation with his son, other people confuse and frighten him. He made so many mistakes at Jess's apartment the other night. Granted, he'd been naked and discombobulated after suddenly finding himself in his normal body again. Still, that night had made things so much worse. He needs to try a softer touch this time around, much as it scares him. Strangely, though, it's not that night he keeps thinking about in his car. Over and over again, he finds his mind going back to that horrible incident with his son's imaginary friend. The little boy made out of shadow. The one who lived in the wall. Of all the horrific things the man has experienced lately, that moment was one of the worst. The way that shadow boy had fought to live. The way his son had sobbed. There'd been no other way, the man was sure of that. There were lessons that had to be learned, but something in him had broken that day. Shrapnel, still tearing him up inside. Why does he keep thinking about that now? A part of him wonders if maybe his son has been thinking of it too. Maybe there's some sort of conduit between the two of them, father and son. He hopes that isn't true. God help them all if his son has access to some of the things he's seen and thought. Enough. He can't put this off any longer. Nervous as he is, if he doesn't act now, he'll almost surely miss his chance for the rest of the night, and who knows how long after that, too. He could lose a whole day, and he's pretty sure he doesn't have that much time. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. That's what his years in the service taught him. That same sergeant who'd lost his leg outside Kandahar, a flinty bulldog named Robert McNeil, had a less rosy outlook on life. He'd always been fond of saying, "Wish in one hand, shit in the other, and see which one fills up first." But a little hope costs you nothing, as long as you're prepared. That's why, before getting out of his car and knocking on Cookie's front door, the man triple checks that his Beretta is fully loaded and ready to go. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. As soon as the door opens, his eyes see everything. Every ingress and egress to the living room, every corner for hiding or being hidden. The half-dozen old people setting up a table with cards and drinks. One woman in a red and blue tracksuit dancing with the tentative sweeps of someone with hip problems while she sets up more bottles in the kitchen. The wall of photographs of Jess, the young woman he's looking for. He tucks his training behind his eyes and offers the woman at the door, Cookie, his most charming smile. "I'm so sorry to bother you," he says, his voice sounding clear and bright and strangely young in his ears. "You're Cookie, right? Jess's mom? Don't worry, we've never met. Well, I see you've got some of Jess's headshots up there. I recognize a couple of them, actually, because, I should introduce myself, huh? My name's Neil McRoberts. I'm a casting director with Paramount Pictures." He knows his ruse is going to be a success the instant Cookie's eyes widen into perfectly round, hungry spheres. As soon as he tells her who he is, she lights up like he's delivering one of those novelty-sized sweepstakes checks he remembers from his childhood. "May I come in?" he asks, trying to find the right balance between respectful and normal. "Oh, just I hope you don't mind. I've got company. And," she lowers her voice, "they can be kind of nosy." "Gotcha," he says, whispering and touching his own nose. "I'll be fast. Don't want to take up any of your evening." She steps backward, and he steps inside, closing the door behind him. They don't move farther into the room, though. Some of the guests look up in interest. Others are too busy having a good time. "So, did you say Paramount?" she asks. "Yes, ma'am." Big grin, stupid grin, harmless grin. "See, we're working on a new project, a sitcom. I can't really go into details, but Jess auditioned for us a few weeks ago. It took a while before we were able to make our decisions. Then someone else got hired. Then fired. Blah, blah, blah. You know show business. The important thing is, we want Jess. It's a great role, a killer opportunity, but we start filming soon, really soon. A matter of days. And, well, she hasn't been answering her phone. I barely managed to get a hold of her a couple of days ago. The connection wasn't great, and she sounded like she was in a rush, but I think I heard her say she was on her way to see her mom before we got cut off. Does that sound right to you?" "Wow," Cookie says, agog. "I know," he nods. "I seriously never do this, but I'm in town for my sister's wedding, and it probably won't surprise you to hear that Jess talks about you all the time, so I knew you lived around here. I'm actually on my way to the rehearsal dinner right now, if you can believe it, but I figured I'd look you up and swing by to see if, I don't know, if she was here or if you knew a better way to get in touch with her. I'm rambling. This is why we leave talking to the professionals. I guess, long story short, I'd hate for us to have to offer the role to someone else. She's perfect for this part." He doesn't know much about the show business world, so he tries to strike a delicate balance between vague and specific enough. He also listened to a few television-related podcasts on the drive here to try to get a cadence for the way people speak, which is honestly exhausting. If he's gotten any terms or details egregiously wrong, though, Jess's mother doesn't seem to notice. She swallows his story with shocking ease. The way she leans against the wall, he almost thinks she'd be ready to jump his bones if they were alone. "Oh, my God!" she exclaims flirtatiously. "Jess is such a flake sometimes. I could kill her. I can't believe she's so close to missing out on an opportunity like this." "Hey, as far as we're concerned, she's worth the extra effort," he says. "Is she still traveling? I know when I'm traveling, I like to keep my notifications off. Otherwise, it's like you're not even traveling, right? I get it. I hate these damn phones." She's so giggly and solicitous, a softness he recognizes as distinctly civilian. "Trouble is," she continues, "I'm not sure where I'm almost positive I heard her say something about coming out to Scottsdale. He holds eye contact with her, hopes his grin doesn't bear too much teeth. "Yeah?" she says. Is she getting the tiniest bit uncomfortable? He thinks so. "Tell you what," he says. "Why don't I give you my phone number, and if you happen to talk to her, can you have her give me a call and— oh, shoot, I might be out of pocket with wedding stuff. New plan. If it's not a huge ask, could you also let me know if she gets in town, so I know she's alive and okay and I can be sure to have my phone on me for when she calls?" "Wow, okay, sorry to recruit you like this. I mean, hey, you're doing my very flaky daughter a huge favor, although I don't want you to think she's ever flaky on the job. Oh, no, I know. We're all big fans of hers. I loved her work in—" For a moment, he feels like he's able to reference a specific show or movie he knows her from, that it'd be a great detail to bolster his identity, but it slips out of his mind before he can grab a hold of it. He lets it go. This is good. He feels satisfied. He's convinced her. A quick blitz is often best for this sort of work. Now all he needs to do is wait. He gives Cookie his phone number. She accepts it like a starving woman accepting a steak, and she promises she'll let him know the nanosecond Jess is in town. As he's thanking her, the door behind him almost hits him in the butt as more guests to Cookie's party arrive. He quickly steps aside with a congenial laugh, feeling the solidity of his gun against his stomach, glad he's pretending to be someone who wouldn't have killed whoever was behind him on reflex. 29. Cookie, still giggling, holds the door open for the casting director. "You'll let me know as soon as she's in town?" he confirms as he steps over the threshold and back out into the night. "You kidding? You'll have to stop me from giving you updates every 5 minutes. Oh, I'm so excited. We're so excited. Thank you again for the house call. Congrats to your sister." With a huge smile and a girlish wave, she shuts the door. "Who was that?" Greta Walcombe asks, but Cookie is already shoving past her, face set in deep concern. All pretense of the giggling naif is gone. She hurtles for her phone. "Hey," Jess answers, confused. "What's up? Did you forget some—" "Plans off," Cookie says. She's shut herself up inside her bedroom again. "Do not come here. You've got to get somewhere safe and far away, ASAP. It all comes out in a breathless tumble. "What? Slow down. What are you talking about?" Cookie forces herself to breathe. They're okay, for now. "Someone else came here looking for you. I don't know, Jess. Something was very, very off about him. Said he was a casting director, that he had a big offer for you and wanted to talk to you about it in person." "What? That's insane. Who—" "I forget his name. He said he was with Paramount Pictures, which sounded wrong. Said you'd gone to him a few weeks ago. I played along because I figured if he'd already found out where I lived, he knows more than he's letting on. But I didn't like it one bit, Jess. Something about him. Something about his eyes. I got to know a fair amount of casting directors when you were a kid. Never seen one look like this guy. Like he was trying to look at everything at once. Mom, you're scaring me. I don't— Good! I'm saying you should be scared. I'm saying we should both be scared. I've just got a bad feeling, kiddo. I saw through this guy's act, but it wasn't a bad act. You get what I'm saying? If he'd come here first, I don't know, I might have even fallen for it. And it's got me thinking, maybe I was wrong about before, about the other guy who came around looking for you too. The FBI agent. He also gave me weird vibes, like he was playing a role or something. I don't know what you got yourself wrapped up in, kiddo, But I think you were right the first time. Don't come here. They know you're coming, and they'll be waiting for you. I don't know. What do I do then? Where do I go? I can't keep skipping from one motel to the next without any idea if it's safe for me to... There might be one place that's safe. Cookie tries to keep the dismay out of her voice. Really? It's isolated. It's probably not on a lot of records. No one should know it even... Shit! She clamps a hand over her mouth. What, Mom? What? I don't know if I should give you the address over the phone. I don't know if we're being monitored or what. Hold on. Still holding her phone, Cookie hurries out of the bedroom and heads straight for the desk she keeps in a corner of the living room. Guests try to talk to her, and she waves them away. Out of the desk's flat middle drawer, she pulls out an old, battered address book, almost as old as Jess, although she rarely has cause to consult with it anymore. Its binding is loose, and various post-its and folded-up pages stick out of it like paper mushrooms growing out of a tree stump. She flips through the pages. Despite the urgency of the moment, when she finds what she's looking for, she stops and stares, mouth dry. You sure you want to do this? Once she realizes what you've been keeping from her, she might hate you for it. But there are no other options. Let Jess hate her, as long as she's still alive to do so. Written on the page in large block letters, circled, for good measure, are the words, Tommy's Cabin. On either side of the address are some doodles of a tiny house pumping smoke among trees. Below the address is a phone number. She tears the page out of the book so no one else can peek at it. Suddenly, she doesn't trust any of her guests, even the free-range ones. Okay, Cookie says into the phone. Tell you what, I'm going to call someone. I'm going to tell him to expect a call from you, and he's going to give you all the info you need. I'm also going to tell him if he breathes a word of this to anybody but you, I'm going to gut him like a rainbow trout. He'll appreciate that. I don't know if this is enough, but I gotta hope so, baby girl. I can't think of anything else. Jesus, Mom, this is all happening so fast. I know. Let me just call Uncle Pepsi and let him know what's up. Wait, who? Uncle what? There's a hint of laughter in Jess's voice, as if she truly can't believe what she just thought she heard, but Cookie doesn't waste any time. She hangs up, heads back into her bedroom, and dials her ex-husband's cousin's number. 30. While she waits for her mom to call her back, Jess continues pacing around the room, full of nervous dread. She looks for a pen and paper in case she needs to write anything down. She finds a pen in the bottom of her purse and half of an old notepad in the motel room's desk drawer. A small roach is also hiding in the drawer, and it scuttles away into the secrets of the upper shelf. She doesn't stop to grimace, just thanks God for the notepad and for the fact that the bug was only bug-sized. She starts doodling, shapes, swirls, closer than she'll ever know to the doodles in Cookie's address book. Soon, she gives up and starts straightening things out on the room's table. This includes organizing the supplies she haphazardly brought in, putting all the board games and card decks into the same pile, and tidying up the mess from where she'd opened the pill bottle and crushed half of the sleeping pill. There's powder to wipe away, bits of plastic and cotton to throw out, an empty box, and the info sheet that came with it. She's just picking up that info sheet, thinking maybe she'll read some of its fine print, when Cookie finally calls back. Jess hastily discards the sheet into the trash and answers. Okay, Cookie says, you're all set. Now, I'm texting you Pepsi's number so you can call him when you're good and on the road. He'll give you a place to meet up with him, and then he can show you where to go from there. Just try to make sure you're not being followed. You really think all this is necessary? All this spy shit? You don't? No, I guess I do. She's been so concerned about so many other threats, she hasn't thought enough about the kind with search warrants and listening devices. Can you at least tell me where I'm heading? What direction I go in? Cookie sighs, a deeper sigh than Jess would have expected, given how important this info is. God, okay. Who do we never talk about? Who do we never... Mom, what is that? But, of course, there's only one actual answer to that question. Their shared persona non grata. Oh, but... Exactly, Cookie says. Remember where that person grew up? Yeah, of course I do. Wasn't he still living out around the... Hush! It's a big state, Jessa. Anyway, don't worry about all that now. Just head in that direction, and we'll talk more about it when you get there. I know you'll have questions, but it's not a quick trip, and you've got to get there as fast as you can. Promise me. Okay. Just lets it go for now. I promise. And you take that kid and protect him. I don't know what the hell is going on, but I've got a feeling this all has something to do with him. Am I right? Yes, I think so. Then it sounds like I'm going to have a lot of questions for you, too. For now, you just get where you're going, and I'll do all I can to keep these bastards off your ass. That FBI guy, if he even is an FBI guy, said he'd be back tomorrow. When he gets here, I'm gonna try to get some answers out of him. Look the fuck out, Jessica fucking Fletcher. Jess's phone lights up with Cookie's incoming text message showing the contact. Got it. Can I ask one more question? She can hear Cookie swallowing a lump of dismay. Shoot. Is this guy's name really Uncle Pepsi? Cookie lets out a wavery, exhausted laugh. Yeah, it's a long, stupid story. I'm sure he'll tell you all about it. I don't want to go into it now. But really? Uncle Pepsi? The two of them begin to giggle, an identical, somewhat manic sound. Yes, Jessa. It's a really, really dumb name. Cookie clears her throat. Giggles sneak through. Oh, my God. Let it go, Jessa. This is serious. Oh, I know. That's why we need Uncle Pepsi to help us. Shut up! The giggles catch on like a brush fire. The harder they try to stop them, the harder they come. Best they can do is keep them as quiet and contained as possible, and if anyone happened to stumble upon either woman, they might think she was trying not to weep. Meanwhile, on the bed, the boy moans softly and rolls over. His eyes begin whirling frantically under his eyelids. No, Daddy, he mumbles. Don't. Jess doesn't notice. She's too busy laughing with her mother. And from her motel room garbage can, the info sheet that came with her sleeping pills lies facing up, presenting text that Jess will never get around to reading. A warning. Contains diphenhydramine. Side effects may include dizziness, headache, confusion, anxiety, and occasional intense, abnormally vivid dreams or nightmares. 31. Up against the wall. Santos pushes the guy against the broad side of the apartment complex, out of sight from any more arriving guests. The instant the guy stepped into Cookie's apartment and Cookie's door closed, Santos realized who he might be. Panic almost made him burst in, his bureau-issued Glock 17 drawn to try to drag the guy out. But he decided to wait a little while longer so as to not risk a scene that could harm any of the guests. Santos crept up close to the front door and told himself the moment he heard a commotion, he'd jump in, gun blazing. But thankfully, the visit had remained quiet and quick. Once the man stepped back outside, was Cookie giggling? Happy to see him? Santos got a good enough look at him to confirm he was indeed the man from the photos Alan had shown him. Peter Calvert, the boy's father. Very much alive. Very much still in the picture. Somehow he'd found Cookie. Somehow he'd made the same calculations Santos had. Not good. Not good for him, because I've got him. Calvert is distressingly solid, all muscle. Santos feels like he's trying to shove a marble statue around. Not to mention there's a voice in the back of Santos's head screaming at him to stop, to remember this guy is trained. Might even be preternaturally strong, danger on top of danger. Santos pushes all that away. Now is the time for bravery and for speed. If he keeps moving quickly, he might keep Calvert disoriented, and that might keep himself alive. He finds the Beretta in the man's waistband right away. "What's this?" he asks, not waiting for an answer, putting the gun in his own pocket, barely taking a moment to appreciate how heavy it sits. "Sergeant Calvert, right? We've been looking for you. Hands behind your back." Santos snaps handcuffs around one of Calvert's wrists and tries to bend the arm toward the midline to grab the other wrist. Calvert is starting to regain his faculties, though. Wait, he's saying. "Hands behind your back." Santos repeats, pulling hard on Calvert's arm, hoping his voice isn't shaking, trying not to lose grip on his own weapon in the juggle. Then, unexpectedly, Calvert stops resisting. Instead, he lurches and bends forward as if he just got socked in the guts. "Woof!" Calvert exclaims. The look on his face is almost comical, but the sweat slicking his skin isn't funny in the slightest. His eyes bulge, and he goes impossibly ashen. "Oh, God!" he groans. "Oh, no!" Santos is still holding on to Calvert's wrist, the one with the handcuff dangling. "Stop being dramatic," Santos barks. "Straighten up." No, not now." "Yes, now, stand up, soldier." Calvert reflexively straightens up a little, but he squeezes his eyes shut. "Don't do this," he's hissing, and Santos gets the distinct impression that Calvert isn't talking to him anymore. Who could he be talking to? "No, please! Why is he doing this now?" It's like a cold wind blows over Santos. His skin ripples with gooseflesh. Calvert manages to get a few more words out. "No, I don't want to." Then Peter Calvert begins to change. I'm not seeing this, Santos thinks, but his eyes tell him otherwise. Calvert's head snaps back, and what at first looks like a fist explodes out of his mouth, scattering teeth outward in a spray that rattles onto the pavement. The fist isn't solid flesh, though. It's strangely fetal, slick with esophageal fluid, skin rippling and warping until it forms a more definable shape. A hairless wolf snout. Hair and fangs began to bristle up through the pale flesh. Meanwhile, the human skin around Calvert's lips strains and splits. Calvert's eyes are wide and wild in agony. They roll back to reveal their whites as, simultaneously, two pairs of eyelids rip open across his cheekbones, revealing glowing red sclera, literally steaming with heat. Calvert's nose, his human nose, opens down the middle. then starts to peel away toward the back of his head, a bloody flower in bloom. The snout continues to force its way out of the man's mouth, merging with the ruins of his upper palate and those furious red eyes. The top of the man's agonized face never fully disappears as the wolf's head comes together. The sound of Calvert's bones breaking and reshaping echo in the air like fireworks set off nearby. His clothes tear away as his body expands. His exposed, sweat-slicked skin bubbles and stretches. Semi-liquid, wet clay handled by clumsy hands. Bunching up, creating mountains of flesh and valleys of red, outraged muscle. From the bloody sores sprout thick patches of fur. All this happens in a few seconds, quickly enough that Santos doesn't even let go of the arms he's holding. He's frozen with terror and fascination. Tharn, he thinks distantly, remembering that fantasy adventure book about rabbits he loved as a kid. As the fur spreads, Calvert's wet, clay-like quality never quite goes away. It's like looking at a monster through oily water. The pelt never settles. It moves restlessly across the creature's tormented body, occasionally forming into or pooling away to reveal impressions of eyeballs, or spider legs, or a human face screaming. Santos has a split second to wonder why. Distantly, he hears more guests entering Cookie's apartment, yards, light years away. He wants to open his mouth to warn them to run as far as they can, but suddenly, one of Calvert's semi-human shifting hands wraps around Santos's wrist. Calvert swings Santos forward. The adobe wall rushes to meet him, and then Santos knows no more. 32. A scuffle, shouting, gasps, a heavy thud. Not that the beginnings of the bridge game aren't captivating, but several of Cookie's guests notice the faint sounds of commotion outside, and 2 decide to investigate. Leading the way is good old Bob Bradford. Cookie has been ignoring him all evening, so he thinks being a take-charge kind of guy will make her finally pay him some mind. Also, before retirement, he always felt like a cowardly schlub, working his desk as an insurance adjuster, pouring money into his healthy savings account while the rest of his life withered from dehydration. He loves his social life at Sky Blue. It's nice being one of the few remaining men his age, and the attention he gets from the women here makes him feel alive. When he turns the corner around the side of the apartment complex, he runs straight into a slavering monstrosity that's at least 9 feet tall. It unseams him from groin to gullet, and he dies, feeling the guts he always wished he had slide out onto the ground. Cheney Jensen is right behind Bob. He hates bridge and was looking for any excuse to leave. He was also planning on asking Bob how serious it was between him and Cookie, because maybe she might be looking to switch suitors, and Cheney would be happy to volunteer. Cheney is momentarily confused why Bob suddenly gags and collapses. As the massive creature reveals itself, some half-formed wolf thing, Cheney screams and turns on his heels, bladder and bowels letting go simultaneously into the linen pants he'd purchased for tonight's occasion. Cheney doesn't notice how the wolf thing continues to morph and mutate. Thick black lines form around the edges of itself. Its eyes bug out waggishly, cartoonishly at the sight of its prey. Spidery legs jut from its torso, and it lopes forward. One of those legs spears Cheney through the heart, and he dies instantly, the doorway to Cookie's apartment almost within reach. The creature notices the doorway as well. It's a warm night. and Bob and Cheney made kind of a show of leaving the apartment, so they thought nothing of leaving the door open. Mona Dahl notices what is happening outside first. She's been sitting on Cookie's couch telling Adele Swanson all about what her son has been up to lately. Mona rises as Cheney falls. At first, she thinks Cheney's tripped, a common enough peril at their age and no laughing matter, especially since it looks like he planted face first. What emerges from the night behind Cheney is nothing close to common. Mona screams, and a stroke rockets through her brain. She falls back on the couch, dead, before her screams finish passing through her vocal cords. Adele looks out at what Mona saw, and her screams join her friends. Others begin noticing and screaming too. Cookie, still on the phone with her daughter, comes back out of the bedroom to see what the matter is. She can't see what everyone is reacting to, but Jess hears the commotion through the phone and doesn't hesitate. She tells her mom to run. Run! Cookie, still not sure what's happening, immediately responds to the panic in her daughter's voice and complies. The front door is blocked, so she hurries back to her bedroom and tries to find a place to hide. She doesn't see the creature as it steps into the living room. They've all heard about the bear attack in Southern California. Many of the night's side conversations have been about how, isn't it strange those things only seem to happen in cities run by Democrats? And what even is the point of the government if it can't protect people from local wildlife? And you think that's bad. My precious snickerdoodle was eaten by a coyote 9 years ago. It's like nowhere is safe. What they see cross the threshold is huge and furry, ambling on 2 legs in that slightly awkward way usually quadrupedal animals have. Not a single person thinks bear. The thing's form twists and shifts with a restlessness both repulsive and hypnotic. The guests scatter, looking for somewhere to run, not having the space, instincts, or physical prowess to succeed. They bump into one another, into the monster, into claws and teeth. Reginald LaHue, who was playing North in the bridge game, gets his feet tangled up in his chair as he tries to flee. His head hits the floor with a melon-splitting crack that would be audible to anyone not preoccupied with screaming or running, which, in this situation, is no one. In his immobile but still conscious state, life oozing out of him, Reg is the only one who gets a good long look at the entity tearing through the rest of the partygoers. He has a similar thought as Santos's, that it's like watching a nightmare through water. The entity ripples, undulates. It's a wolf. No, it has no snout, only a round head full of white triangular teeth. No, it's an amalgam of spiders crawling over themselves in the shape of a human. At one point, it's a woman who almost looks like she could be a diner waitress or something, except her head lolls off and a huge yellow bird pokes its way out through the neck stump. At another point, it's a giant, naked infant, and it pisses something that looks like cartoon rainbows, only the colorful arcs burn whatever they touch like acid, including the body of Tamara Meister and the chair she was sitting in. It's all of these things and none of these things. Now it's a liquid mass of fur, feathers, and weeping eyeballs, and the only constant Reg tracks in his increasingly hazy state is that whatever this entity is, it's in anguish. Every face is sobbing, wailing. When it's in its infant form, it even manages the word no over and over again. No, 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 no. Finally, as a heavy silence falls over the living room, the entity seems to settle on one form, which is, appropriately, formless. A storm cloud, dark and malignant, a fibrous tumor hanging in the air. The cloud is made of mouths mouths opening to reveal mouths, mouths within mouths, mouths puckering every shadowy surface like sores on necrotic flesh, mouths moaning in anguished harmony. Reginald watches as the mouth cloud floats toward the bedroom hallway, hungrily searching for more prey. Everyone here is dead, Reg understands. That includes him, too. With that thought, more blood pools into his field of vision, and the redness takes him away relatively peacefully, a few minutes thereafter. Cookie has no luck finding a place to hide. She can't fit under her bed. It's not up high enough. Sky blue rules. We can't have our patrons struggling to get in and out of bed. And her apartment uses all the storage space it can for her outfits and shoes and what have you, so what space there is under the bed is crammed with boxes. All Cookie can do is crouch behind the bed, putting it between her and the door, which of course has no locks because sky blue rules. What if there's a medical emergency? Meanwhile, Jess is in her ear practically sobbing, begging for updates. Cookie can only relay the screams she's been hearing in the other room. Those screams have gotten sparser and sparser. Now, it's appallingly quiet. "Jess, what's happening?" Cookie asks in a whisper. "Do you know?" "It's the kid's dad," Jess stammers. "Has to be. He can change shapes, Mom. He can turn into things. I don't know how he found you. You have to get out of there." "Baby, that's impossible." Whether she means her escape or the father's abilities, neither knows. "I know it's crazy. The boy, he can do things too. We just have to get you out of there, okay? Then I'll tell you everything." "I can't hide anywhere. I don't know where to go." "What about the window?" "I don't." Cookie rises to inspect the bedroom window. It's locked, but it should swing outward. She's never tried it. She usually keeps the apartment pretty cold, and if she ever wants fresh air, she can sit in a chair outside her front door. The window looks pretty stubborn, but maybe, if she can muster enough strength, she can push it open far enough and pull herself out. The ground slopes away to a gravelly culvert under the window, so the drop might hurt like a son of a bitch, but she's willing to take that risk. As she undoes the window lock, she notices she still has the torn page from her address book in her hand. Before she can stuff it into a pocket, she hears a strange noise behind her and freezes. A low, miserable keening, followed by the sound of the bedroom door being pushed open. Jess presses her ear against the phone. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. "Mom?" she whispers. But oh, how she doesn't want to ask. This can't be happening. Cookie doesn't respond. Instead, she inhales a sharp, involuntary gasp. "Oh my God! Oh my God, what is that?" Cookie's voice gets high, almost hysterical. It's the youngest she's ever heard her mother, and it's so dreadfully wrong. "What, Mom, what's happening?" Not whispering now. At first, Jess thinks she hears singing in the background, a musical harmonic moaning, many voices, many tones united in chordal lamentation. It's okay, baby," Cookie manages, in that miserable falsetto, her voice strained and shaking with terror. How she's finding the strength to comfort her child while facing whatever she's facing is impossible to know. "It's okay. It's gonna be okay." "Mom, get out of there." The noises get louder. "You go get safe, okay?" Cookie manages to say into the phone. "Please." "Mom!" Louder, buzzing through the earpiece. "Go get safe, and please don't hate me. I love you so much, Jessa. You were all I needed in this world, and it was all worth it. Just to get to know you." But the strange moanings have gotten too loud as whatever Cookie is seeing approaches, and Cookie's words are cut off with a gurgling cry. "Mom!" Jess screams. "Mommy, no! Mommy!" She screams and screams. She screams so loudly she wakes the dreaming boy, who sits up blinking groggily, the words, "No, Daddy," thick on his lips, confused and disoriented from his nightmares. Jess doesn't see or hear him, nor does she notice how, on the other end of the phone, all the horrible noises cease, evaporate, the way bad dreams do upon waking. There is no waking from this bad dream, not anymore. All she can do is scream and sob for her mother. 33. With a jaw-rattling thud, Peter Calvert drops 3 feet to the ground, going from 9 feet to just under 6 in the blink of an eye. He's naked, confused. Reverting like this is never not disorienting, but this time the changes were so erratic, so wild, and the cessation so abrupt that the only thing he can think is, dreaming. He was dreaming about me. Nonsense dreams, but all about me. On the heels of that thought, even his dreams are dangerous now. My God, what are we going to do? He pushes himself onto his hands and knees, then stands, takes notice of his surroundings. Blood everywhere. Limbs, viscera. A heavy, appalling silence, broken only by blood plinking from the walls and ceiling into the pooling puddles on the floor. He slips and slides on the floor as he makes his way to the living room. His stomach sloshes, overfull, but he refuses to let himself vomit. My God, his mind repeats. My God, my God, my God. He wants to curl up and weep. He's never felt so helpless, so horrified. He has witnessed, participated in so many horrors, but this shifting, formless, ruleless chaos, with all its implications of how the boy's abilities are developing, this was, well, beyond nightmarish. He puts a stop to those thoughts by remembering the mission. The mission always takes care of thinking, and he's never not grateful for it. Is there anything here that he can use? He catches sight of a desk. On top of the desk is an open address book. A few small shreds stick to the binding. Was a page torn out? The woman had been on the phone, speaking with Jess, giving her a new place to hide, maybe? He doubles back to the blood-soaked bedroom, scans the mess, and there, among shredded flesh that might have once been a hand, he finds a crumpled page that looks of the same make as the address book. The page reads, Cabin. He smooths the page out, folds it neatly, and brings it with him. Makes his way through the carnage and outside, heads toward his car and stops. Doubles back to the body of the man who tried to arrest him. Authorities are on his heels now. This is all going as disastrously as he ever could have feared, this mess, this chaos. To Calvert's surprise, the man appears to still be breathing. When he'd been slammed into the wall, it was while Calvert was mid-transformation, nowhere near as strong as he'd become a few seconds later. A fluke of timing had saved the guy's life. Calvert considers killing him now, covering his airways and removing the variable, but he can't bring himself to do it. Not with this horrible sloshing in his guts. This has all been too much, and it's not like whoever sent this man wouldn't just send someone new. Calvert looks around in the dirt and finds the remnants of his clothes, his keys. Then, equally as important, his gun. He picks it up and holds it tightly in silent prayer. My God, my God, my God. The mission is everything. But for the first time, he thinks, if he starts to change like that again, he should put a bullet in his head before he becomes another fucking abomination. Would that even work? He understands why these transformations don't kill him, why he always returns to normal afterward. Consciously or unconsciously, to the boy, his father is eternal. For all Calvert knows, then, his corpse could become just as dangerous as his living body. But at least maybe he wouldn't have to be aware of what was happening anymore, right? He doesn't know. All he can do is focus on the mission. Hope for the best. Prepare for the worst. One way or another, he's going to find his boy and end this. Part 3. Wolf at the Door. Afraid. Of whom am I afraid? Not death. For who is he? The porter of my father's lodge. Emily Dickinson. Fear no more. William Shakespeare. 34. Santos is 6 years old. His parents have taken him horseback riding near Washoe Lake. He sits on a tiny, though not to him, Shetland pony named Biscuit, and he wears the sort of cowboy costume only a 6-year-old could wear without embarrassment. During the course of their trotting, his cowboy hat blows off his head and he begins to sob. His father is forced to dismount his own horse and run back along their trail to find it. And Santos sits on the pony, alone and sniffling. For a brief but jarring instant, he can't remember where he is and his neck itches. Now he's 13. He's standing in front of the Grok Committee, the after-school sci-fi fantasy book club, of which he is a passionate member, giving a presentation on a Pierce Anthony novel he'd just finished. He loves this club, and the closest things he has to friends are all members, only he's too shy to approach any of them to hang out beyond club meetings. He'll get better at this, but it's a challenge and it takes effort. Except, as he talks about his book and whether or not he'll recommend it, he suddenly realizes none of the students have faces. The fronts of their heads have all collapsed inward as if sucked by a straw, and Santos's neck begins to itch. He's 8 years old, looking out across the ocean. He's out in New Jersey to visit relatives. His parents are arguing farther up on the beach, and he's walked down to the water to get away from the noise of it. His neck itches, and suddenly the ocean goes silent. He can't remember what waves sound like. He's 17. His social skills have improved. He's even found himself a girlfriend. Jennifer Baskin, who likes to be called Ginny, despite that usually being a nickname for Virginia. She's invited him over on a night when her parents are out of town because she's planned on this night being the night. Candles are lit. Music plays softly, a mix of mostly early 90s R&B, and they lie on her bed, kissing. She's laid a towel underneath her in preparation because she says her best friend Bethany warned her the first time can get kind of bloody. Santos finds this all terrifically exciting, but also borderline panic-inducing. The low light, the preparations. Perhaps that's why, when he tries to move his hands up to caress Ginny's face while they kiss, he forgets how arms and hands work. For a split second, he has total body amnesia. His limbs don't obey him, or no, his limbs would obey him if only he could remember what moving limbs felt like. For this instant, his nerves only know that itch. He's A dozen more ages, all blurring together. There are only two commonalities to each snapshot: that maddening itch and a strange understanding that something is searching for him, through him, like a bird of prey circling the skies. Only it's not a bird. It's something more abstract, impossible to describe. It only makes sense to him in his unconsciousness. Someone, something, is rooting through his existence, looking for what? Something specific, an exact moment, brushing past all these other memories and disturbing the waters as it searches. A nonsense phrase runs recursively in his mind. It hasn't happened yet, but once it happens, it will always be happening and will never not have happened. It hasn't happened yet, but once it happens, it will always be happening and will never not have happened. It hasn't happened yet, but once it happens, it will always be happening and will never not have happened. He tries to hold on to this phrase as he floats up to consciousness. Actual consciousness. He's 39 years old. He's a special agent with the FBI, sprawled out on the dirty ground against an adobe wall after being rendered unconscious by a vicious assault. His arm throbs. His nose feels smashed against his face. He was just attacked by a monster. He struggles to a sitting position. All is silent except for the approaching wail of sirens and his whistling, blood-clogged breathing. He's here now, in the real and actual now. He gives himself another moment to gather his strength and to try to make sense of the epiphany that has followed him into waking life. That this strange, itching, plucking sensation has been with him for as long as he's been alive, but also it hasn't, because it hasn't happened yet. But once it happens... Dream logic. Nonsense. He lets the thought go. The smells of death and evisceration drift into his nostrils, and he lets that realness clear his mind. It's time to get back to work. No survivors, besides himself. Santos slowly wanders through the crime scene. He's been pressured to go to a hospital. He insists he will in a little bit, but it's not urgent. A concussion, at most, maybe a broken nose and some busted ribs. A sprained glenohumeral joint where his arm was used as a cantilever. He's lucky, all told. Another bit of luck. Since there are no other survivors, no complicated story needs to be devised. Director Allen tells him in a low voice over the phone that they'll likely just blame the carnage on a lone shooter with an AR-15. Maybe a disgruntled grandson who got cut out of the will. It's almost funny, Santos muses. Actual mass shootings tend to conjure forth conspiracy nuts who scream that it's all a staged event, another false flag meant to gain attention for gun control. The truth is, nowadays mass shootings are so common, they're more useful to bury attention than gain it. You could basically call any massacre a mass shooting, and within a day or two, most Americans will have digested it and shit it out without so much as a faint aftertaste. It's like money laundering, but for slaughter. Director Allen seems understanding about what happened, but Santos hears a pinched quality in his voice, obvious frustration, disappointment. It hurts worse than any physical damage Santos's nerves can report. Santos wanders into the bloody apartment, through the bloody living room, past the gore-streaked wall of Jess's headshots, into Cookie's bedroom. What's left of the poor woman isn't enough to fill 2 buckets. His heart hurts for her. She didn't deserve this. None of the victims deserved this. Worst of all, with her has gone Santos's only lead, his best chance at ending this nightmare and preventing more scenes like this from bloodying the landscape. Where is Jess going next? Where is she taking the boy? What will she do? He has no earthly idea. He doesn't even know where to begin, and he can't stop replaying the horrifying way Calvert began to twist and contort, the sounds of his bones, the agonizing look on his face, his pleas to stop what was about to happen. It sounded so genuine. Don't do this. No, please, I don't want to. He needs to focus. Future victims are counting on him. It hasn't happened yet. But once it happens, he shakes that nonsense away. His neck is raw from where he's been absently rubbing it lately. The skin is starting to actually glisten with abrasion. But he's so sore from head to toe that he barely feels it as he absently sets to it again. "You're a detective, Mickey," he growls under his breath, not caring that a couple officers on the scene stop what they're doing to look at him. Detect! Another nonsense phrase pops up, but this one he accepts. It came from Director Allen, after all, so it has to mean something. Talks clicking. 35. Jess sits on the bed until the sun comes up, staring blankly into nowhere. At some point, the boy, sensing her distress, nestles into her lap, hugging her. She wants to flinch away from him at first, throw him across the room, but his warmth and solidity bring her some comfort, so she holds him until dawn. Then, as if a switch is thrown by the rising light, she inhales, straightens up. The tears she wasn't even aware she'd been crying tighten her cheeks as she offers the boy the saddest, fakest smile she's ever formed. "Better hit the road," she says, her voice weak and broken, an eerie simulacrum to how her mother sounded in her final moments. "Got a long drive ahead of us." 37 hours, to be exact. Mostly a straight shot across the country via Interstate 40. Jess cries softly and steadily for the first hour. Then her tears stop for a little while. A couple of hours later, they come back so overpowering she almost has to pull over. It's like driving through a monsoon, except none of the other drivers are caught in the same squall. The boy is silent. He never asks for music or entertainment. He either watches her, concerned, or he stares out the window. In fact, everything is silent, even her thoughts. Inner Jess has vanished. Only the respiration of traffic exists in her ears. It's unnatural, surreal, like a dream. Only she realizes this is reality. It's her past that was the fantasy. Her life that was, full of sounds and feelings and sensations, full of people she cared about, people who cared about her, full of promise, of joy. That was the dream. She's awake now, in the cold, quiet, numb present. This is all existence will mean from here on out, until the day it's finally, mercifully over. Around hour 5 or 6, they stop for food. She's not aware of what they get. It has no flavor, no texture. She forgets where they are and what she's ordered as they sit in the parking lot and eat. Eventually, after 14 hours on the road, she decides it's time to sleep. No hotels or motels this time. She pulls them to the side of the road near a way station, nestling the car among all the sedentary big rigs. Whenever she'd passed these kinds of stops in her life before, the trucks always made her think of dinosaurs sleeping in herds. Maybe the kid will have the same idea, and all the vehicles will come alive, stomp them to death, rampage across the countryside, ravage the world. As it turns out, the boy also appears too exhausted to use his powers, or maybe he senses he needs to control them now more than ever. She doesn't know. She doesn't ask. She has her first clear thought in hours. I don't know if I even want to survive this anymore. Dawn breaks on day 2 of their journey, and as soon as it's too bright for them to get any more sleep, they wordlessly visit the nearest rest area's bathroom and also scarf down some rubbery breakfast foods. Before she puts them back on the highway, she picks up her phone and starts dialing a number. Just gotta, she begins, then stops. Call Cookie was what she was going to say. Give her an update. She already forgot. She cradles her face in her hands and sobs. Tiny hands stroke her back. The boy, trying to comfort her. I'm okay, she tells him. I'm okay. As she gets them back on the road, her mother's voice echoes in her mind. Go get safe, and please don't hate me. After about an hour of replaying and investigating that inscrutable directive again and again, don't hate me, don't hate me. Why would she say that? Jess decides she can't handle the quiet anymore. She asks the boy, How's it going over there? She has to clear her throat to get her voice working. You okay? The boy shrugs. Yeah, me too. Horrible, dangerous silence again. Jess shakes her head. We gotta do something, or I'm gonna lose my mind. You ever played I Spy? The boy lights up at the idea of play. She explains the rules. They give it a go for half an hour or so, and the mood in the car lifts a little. Eventually, though, all they can spy are cars and billboards, cars and billboards, cars and billboards. Behold, the great American experiment. All that precious destiny manifested. Just as they're both beginning to lose interest, it's Jess's turn. I spy something round and stinky. The boy can't guess. He really gives it some serious thinking, but comes up short. Jess pronounces severely, Your butt. He looks at her with huge, shocked eyes. You heard me, she repeats. Your butt stinks. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Then why can I smell it? He thinks about it. That's your butt. Your butt stinks. Nope, it's yours. I know you've been tooting over there for hours, and it's violent. Your butt! He's grinning widely, delighted at this rapier match of wits. Your butt is the violent. Your butt. Nope, yours. Yours! The argument peters out into satisfied giggles. Then it's silent again. A different kind of silence this time, a silence that knows what it's lost. She sighs, tears threatening to spill out of her eyes once more. Oh, kiddo. She bounces her fist off the steering wheel a couple of times. What a mess we've gotten ourselves into, huh? What a big, stinky, messy butt. Are you mad at me? He asks. The giggling child is gone in an instant. He looks ready for the punishment he clearly thinks he deserves. No, she says, then realizes she means it. I'm not mad at you. Another long pause. To be totally honest, you scare the crap out of me, but I'm not mad at you. He nods, as if he expected as much. The mood begins to darken again. The buildup of tears makes the air heavier. She opens her window a crack, lets the wind disperse the tension. I'm sad about your mommy. Thank you. Me too. A slithering, ice-cold thought, like a leech, sliding into her ear. He could bring her back. all it would take is a thought, a little prompting, and it makes her break out in a nauseous sweat. She's seen enough horror movies to know those sorts of ideas never end well. But in the moment, it seems so simple, so tantalizing. He could do it. She could make him do it. All she would have to do is convince him that, Jesus fuck, let's play another game. She wipes distractedly at her eyes. Let's play one word at a time. Of course, he has no idea what that is. We tell a story together, one word at a time. I'll say something, then you say something, then I say something, and we put a sentence together, and then another, and soon we have a story. Get it? He says he does, but ultimately the boy knows fuck all about story structure. They wind up with, once you ate but. Pause for laughter. And it was but. So you said, gin rummy. Pause for laughter. Okay. Jess stops the game. When you tell a story, try this. The phrase, once upon a time. What does that mean? It means this happened once. Like, once upon a time, this happened. Then you tell a story about a person or a character and something that happened to it. Okay?
Upon a time?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I never thought about what a weird phrase that is. But it's older than I am, kiddo, so let it slide.
Once upon a time,
he muses. Then, even though it's a flagrant breaking of the one-word rule, he continues.
There was a puppy.
Great, she exclaims. And? They wind up getting pretty far. The puppy is happy. The puppy gets food. The puppy sees a red balloon. The puppy goes to sleep on a bed of pink and blue and orange pillows. Not much of a character arc, she supposes, but it's a cute little vignette, and, most importantly, the boy seems proud of their accomplishment.
I like that game,
he says after they get to the end, another phrase he was unfamiliar with and which Jess had to provide. Always been a favorite of mine. Almost every improv troupe I've been in, we've used it as a pre-show warm-up. Our stories weren't usually so wholesome, but...
What's an improv troupe?
Improv. Improvisational comedy, she says. In an appalled, offended voice, Ugh, not knowing TV is understandable, but not knowing improv comedy? America's favorite pastime? Were you born in a barn? Are you a goat? He giggles.
I don't want to be a goat.
Then, with genuine consideration,
I want to be a puppy. What does improvisational comedy mean?
It's, oh God, how do I explain? It's where a group of very strange people get together and we all make stuff up together on the spot.
The spot?
In the moment. No planning. And there's usually an audience, and they give us some suggestions, and then we do a bunch of scenes and stories that we're making up as we go. It's a lot of fun. Sometimes it's awful. Actually, a lot of times it's awful. But that's also part of why it's fun. I've been doing it for years. Years and years. Too long.
And you do it with TV people?
She can't read his tone. Somewhere between dismayed and skeptical. He still might not entirely trust her when it comes to describing what she does professionally. No, she says. I mean, I've done it with people who've gone on to become TV people, but they weren't TV people at the time, and they definitely don't talk to me now that they are. I told you, I'm not famous, kiddo. Really. The industry has been very clear it doesn't want me. Just like every troupe I've been involved in, they always fall apart or move on without me. Why? I wish I knew. Bad luck. Or I'm too thirsty. Thirsty? Like I want it too much. Makes people uncomfortable. I need to just start my own team, but I don't even know who to ask anymore. Everyone's either too famous or already set. It's all just, the business sucks and I hate it.
So why do you do it?
She laughs at the simplicity of the question. Because I love it? I don't know. Is love enough of a reason to keep doing stupid things? He doesn't answer. How could he? She answers for him. Maybe instead of love, it gives me what I need. Maybe those are the same thing. I do it because it's fun, and I need it, and I'm not ready to give up on it. Because it kind of saved my life.
It did?
She nods. Oh, yeah. See, I have a very hard time making my thoughts shut up. But the nice thing about improv is you can't be like that when you're on stage. You have to focus, be in the moment, listen to your partner, think about them. And they have to do the same for you. There's a rule they drill into your head during classes. It's like the most important thing. Never abandon your partner. She gives a small, embarrassed laugh. I actually cried the first time I heard that rule. Full on wept. Isn't that pathetic? It was everything I'd ever wanted to hear or feel. Whenever I'm on stage, even for just a few minutes, I'm not going to be abandoned. Ugh, what a basket case. See, that's why I can't quit showbiz. Daddy shoes. He perks up at that.
Daddy shoes?
I'm being stupid. Never mind. The point is, it gives me something I can't get anywhere else. It helps me feel... She looks over at him, sees he's listening intently. Tell him. He'll understand. You want to know the real reason I need it? He nods. Because improv is scary. Really, really scary. When I first started doing it, I was terrified. I would get this awful feeling. What if I can't think of anything? What if my words don't come out right? What if I'm not funny like everyone else? I'd feel it in my stomach, and I'd think, there's no way I can go on stage and do anything. But then I'd go on stage and do something. And the more I did it, the less scary it became. It helps remind me I can be brave.
I hate being scared,
he says. He doesn't seem skeptical anymore. He seems grateful that an adult is talking to him like this, maybe for the first time in his life. I know it, kiddo. I don't like it either, and you know what? I'm still scared most of the time. I'm just like you.
You are?
Oh, yeah, I'm always scared of stuff. You get to be a certain age, and they stop calling it scared and start calling it anxiety. But it's all the same. Sometimes I even get so scared I accidentally make the thing I'm scared of come true. So many examples she could share. All the ways fear has shaped her life. Fear of rejection. Fear of failure. Fear of not being lovable. Fear of not being enough. The shitty situations she's accepted because that's less scary than doing something about it. Call it what you want. It's all just the skeletal shadow of tree branches on the wall. Fear is fear is fear when it's slithering in the dark. I'm just like you. Poor kid can't know what she really means, and she feels a little embarrassed, psychologically unburdening herself to a child. But in saying all this out loud, a new understanding of their situation begins to form, possibly even a plan. It's clear she can't just convince the boy he doesn't have powers. He's too resistant to that approach, too confused by it. Trying to shake it or starve it out of him clearly hasn't worked either. So maybe the key, then, is to just lean into it. Make him feel less alone, less special. Literally less afraid of the fear itself. Maybe she can get him to think his abilities are just a normal quirk he'll grow out of. No, not think. Believe. Is that possible? It'll take time and care, but if she's right, it'll also only take one simple moment of belief for him to fix himself. And it wouldn't come a moment too soon, because underneath all these thoughts is just more fear, including make him bring Cookie back. Fears too awful to contemplate. She's been silent too long. She clears her throat. So, yeah, I know exactly what it's like, kiddo. But the thing about getting a little older is you start to find tricks to shrink your fears. That's what improv did for me. Now I get scared, but I'm still in control. And we're going to figure out your ways to do that too. Like you're counting, but even better. Because I'm just like you and you're just like me, and we're brave, right? We're stubborn. We're bigger than fear, right? She turns to look at him, and he's staring right back at her, his expression one of relief, of amazement, of something else. I didn't know, he says in a tiny, heart-wringing voice. I thought I was just bad. Nah, she replies. There's only one thing bad about you, kid. Your butt. She figures this will get an easy giggle out of him, but he just keeps his eyes on her and stares. Not unkindly, appraisingly, like a scientist enthralled by a heretofore unimaginable simple solution to a complicated problem. For a moment, it fills her heart with a beautiful, almost physical warmth. Then it begins to unnerve her, and she doesn't entirely know why. The warmth turns to dread. How about we listen to a little music, she says, shaking the strange chill that just ran through her. Let's see what, a quick glance at the map on her phone, Oklahoma radio has to offer. The unease doesn't go away, but at least when they stop to get food again, she can actually taste it this time. Her appetite is stronger. She feels more present. Enough so that when she puts an order in for a kid's meal, she makes sure to request that it's just the food, please. Don't include whatever comes with it. Giving him a toy to play with in this enclosed space seems unwise. He doesn't seem to notice or mind. When she hands him his food, he smiles, bright as can be. She smiles back at him. Eat up, buckaroo. I gotta remember to call Uncle Pepsi next time we stop, give him an update and figure out a place for us to meet. She takes a hearty bite into her own burger. He has a funny name, right? Uncle Pepsi. She starts to chuckle. Nah, she intends to say. She's got lots of family members with brand names. Aunt Jemima, Grandpa Google, second cousin Mucinex. But she surprises herself by starting to sob all over again. All she can think about is how she laughed with Cookie about this very same name. How setting this refuge up was Cookie's final act of protection. How, for all her fears of abandonment, Jess was never as alone as she'd feared. For a moment there, she'd thought grief was done with her, at least for today. No such luck. The tears were just waiting, right behind her eyes, to begin their assault anew. Nobody hides like tears, she realizes. We could learn a thing or two from them. 36. One more night in the car. This way, they can arrive at the cabin in daylight. During their brief phone call, Uncle Pepsi warned them it's hard to navigate through the woods when it's dark, so this seems like the smartest course of action. Jess has to be honest with herself, too. There's a part of her that's loath to end this road trip any earlier than necessary. Especially in light of the chaos they've been through. This leg of their journey has gone surprisingly smoothly. It's hard to think of a desperate car ride across a continent as relaxing or pleasant, but it's been kind of close to that, hasn't it? Even Margie's car, which has 203,000 miles on it and probably dates back to 3 recessions ago, has performed without complaints. Jess and the boy play more improv games. They sit in comfortable silence. They sing and dance along to the radio. They stop at gas stations, cringe at disgusting bathrooms, marvel at the way the landscape changes on the margins of the highway. At one point, they even find a tiny playground attached to one of their rest stops. The playground is empty, so she lets the kid run around for a little while, squealing in delight while he burns off energy. When he sleeps, curled in a compact coil against the car door, nestled under a blanket Margie's kept in the trunk, Jess considers how the past 2 days on the road have been free of incidents. His incidents. He doesn't even appear to have bad dreams in the car. He's not throwing anxiety monsters and visions and terrors at them left and right. Maybe her response to Cookie's death chastened him. Maybe he scared himself straight. Or maybe, Jess suspects this is the real reason, he's enjoying this road trip too. He's comfortable on the run. He finds solace in movement. I'm just like you. Oof, poor kid. That means you're just like me, too. Then, a dark thought. Whispered. Almost inarticulate. What am I going to do with him? No answers there. Meanwhile, the address on the GPS for their meetup with Uncle Pepsi gets closer and closer. The late morning sun winks off the chrome facade of Rose and Sal's Diner, and pulling into the parking lot, Jess thinks, another diner, full circle. Is that why it feels like things are ending? Except circles don't have endings, she thinks. That's kind of their thing. She lets the thought go and tells the kid she's going to look for Uncle Pepsi, then gets out and stands by the car. The groan she gives as she stretches in the parking lot is like the door to some ancient crypt swinging open after millennia. Her lower back is furious. When she spoke with Pepsi, it had been very brief, only long enough to set up their meeting location. "Cookie told me we've got to be quick on the phone," he said. "Guess things are kind of serious right now, huh? But how is the old gal doing?" Jess thought she did a good job hiding the sobs that wanted to reply. Here he comes now, out of the front door of the diner, waving and greeting. An older man, on the husky side, with a light dusting of downy white hair. His face is ineffably kind. Jess likes him right away. He walks with something of a pained waddle, and she feels bad for making him come out to find her. Nothing in his expression indicates he resents it, even for a second. "Wow," he says, a little out of breath. "Little Jessa Ray, look at you. Do you do hugs, or a handshake, or—" "Hugs are fine," she says, "but I've been in a car for 3 days, so hold your breath." "I grew up with 4 brothers. There's no stench I can't handle." They hug. Even though this man might as well be a stranger, the human contact makes her eyes well up. She has to force herself to let him go. After they separate, he gives a little wave to the boy who's watching him from the car. The boy waves back, tentatively. "So," Uncle Pepsi starts. Thank you for taking us up to the cabin and getting us set up. I know this has all been sudden."
"Not a problem," he says. "You guys want to come inside, grab a bite before we hit the road?"
She looks at the diner looming over his shoulder. "No," she says. "Last time I was in a diner, I got really sick."
Rose and Sal's isn't one of those joints. I eat here all the time. Best food in town."
It does look clean and welcoming. Her mouth waters at the thought of fresh coffee, of eggs, of pancakes and butter and syrup. "We're pretty tired. I think we want to get set up and relax, if you don't mind. Maybe a rain check?"
"You're the boss, hoss. Let me just pay for the coffee I was sipping on, and we'll hit the road."
She follows his vaguely blue truck to the cabin. The way is, indeed, winding, full of unmarked turns and repetitive scenery. Maples and birches pressing in around them. Other cabins, spread out and well-distanced from one another. A few cabins display Halloween decorations, but thankfully none of those decorations misbehave, though she thinks she spots some plastic eyes turning to mark them as they pass. Uncle Pepsi mentioned before they hit the road that he'd written all this down for her, too, but she does her best to memorize the route for when she has to make it out on her own. After all, who knows how long they'll be staying here? Could be weeks, months. They'll need supplies. What if we get snowed in up here? Cue the Kubrick soundtrack. Finally, a tangled ribbon of asphalt leads up a short hill to a circular, almost bulbous driveway. "This must be it," she tells the boy, who's been plastered against his window looking at all the trees. It looks more like a house than a cabin, a decent-sized one-story house with a screened-in patio and, across the wide, round driveway, a large external garage. Something about this place is faintly tugging on her brain. A memory, perhaps. As she, Pepsi, and the boy stand in the driveway, she asks, "Earlier you said, 'Look at you,' like we've met before. Have I—"
"Been here before?"
He gives her another kind-hearted grin.
"Oh, yeah. You came up here a few times when you were a tyke. Me and the other cousins loved having you around."
Cousins. Right. He's actually her dad's cousin, not an uncle. So many details she's either forgotten or been too distracted to chase down in her mind. She blushes. "I totally don't remember. I'm so sorry."
"Hey, no apologies. Last time you were here, you couldn't have been much older than this young gentleman here. I never caught your name, little man."
The boy, who automatically clutched Jess's hand after they stepped out of their car, looks up at him and says plainly,
"You can call me Kiddo."
Uncle Pepsi gives a full-belly laugh.
"Well, okay then. Cool name, Kiddo."
"Jess says your name's funny."
He looks playfully shocked.
"Don't blame me. She's the one who gave it to me."
Jess feels herself blush even harder. "I did?"
"She did?"
the boy echoes.
"Oh, yeah."
Uncle Pepsi looks at her, chuckling.
"You were 3 or 4, maybe? Me and the boys had been watching tapes of old Saturday Night Live episodes on the VCR with you, and for whatever reason, out of the blue, you pointed right at me and shouted, 'No Coke, Pepsi.' And boy, did that crack us up. Cracked you up, too. So you did it every chance you got. 'No Coke, Pepsi.' Everybody started calling me Uncle Pepsi after that, and, well, the name stuck."
Jess is laughing now, too. "Oh, my God!" He shrugs.
"There are worse things a kid can name you. And gosh, was it funny at the time. You were such a funny kid, always trying to make everybody laugh. pulling weird faces, trying out silly voices. Born entertainer. We all said. You do that nowadays, too, right? I feel like I've seen you in a bunch of things, but shoot, you've got to forgive me. I can't remember what they are. Never had a good memory for that kind of stuff.
Meh, she says. Her laughter has dried up. She tries not to show the strange melancholy that has crept into her heart. None of it's worth remembering.
Welp, Uncle Pepsi claps his hands. Shall I show you round the palace, Madame and Monsieur?
The screen door welcomes them with a loud screech and a louder slam as they pass through the patio into the cabin. Once inside, the boy's usual misgivings are immediately forgotten as he sees the massive array of fishing posters and memorabilia all over the walls. He runs around laughing at them, never minding the fact that he can't read a single word. Jess walks a tight circle in the kitchen dining room area. I'm impressed. Surprisingly not disgusting for a man cave.
We do have some standards, thank you very much.
Pepsi tells her that he and the cousins have mainly used this place as a home base for fishing trips ever since they inherited it from a granduncle some 50 years ago. That granduncle had been a fishing fanatic. Much of the wall decor was originally his. There's even a tradition he'd started that whoever catches the fewest fish in a season has to bring a baseball cap to hang on the ceiling of shame. The ceiling in this room, Jess notes, is featureless. Do you guys still do some fishing?
Not as much as we used to, he says sadly. We're all just getting older. Plus, once Tommy started living here full-time, we didn't like to intrude.
That stops her cold. Wait, what? He was living here? Pepsi blinks.
Well, sure. You didn't know?
The look on her face answers him.
Gosh, Jess, I'm sorry. I figured you... Yeah, he'd been doing his thing, drifting around, living wherever, and then about 4 or 5 years ago, he moved in here full-time.
Suddenly, his presence is everywhere. She wants to bolt, feels rooted to the spot. The entire atmosphere has changed, the way it can after a sudden drop in barometric pressure or an effective ghost story. I just knew he'd been living in Pennsylvania. I didn't know it was here. Wait, he didn't die in
the cabin? No. He was out in his truck, out by the lake, actually. A neighbor found him. Came over to yell at him for being parked there so long. Found him in his seat with a bottle between his legs.
Oh, good. That's... Her heart is pounding. She puts a hand on her chest. That's something. Pepsi rubs his temples.
Geez, Jess, I'm really sorry for the surprise.
He drops his voice a little.
Hey, I just want to say...
He's about to say, I'm sorry for your loss, and I might scream.
I just want to say none of us blame you for not having a funeral or anything. I can't defend what he did, and I won't. We all thought your dad was, well, not an easy person to know. He kept it that way. But the way he ran out on you and your mom...
He shakes his head.
His dad was no piece of cake either, of course, and his dad's dad... The war, there's a whole long line of screw-ups and sad stories there. Doesn't matter. I'm just sorry he wasn't worthy of knowing you.
Jess nods, as if this isn't all an enormous amount of information to take in. That's very kind of you. Thank you. After a beat. So, what else do I need to know about this place? He shows her how to turn on the water heater, what to do in case there's a freeze warning, how to clear spiders from the shower. The boy's eyes go wide at the mention of spiders, but Jess is relieved that Pepsi is quick to allay his fears.
We mostly just get daddy longlegs, and they're harmless. In fact, they help us keep the skeeters down.
The boy doesn't know what that means, but he seems struck by the concept that some spiders can actually be good guys. Cell coverage is spotty at best. No Wi-Fi.
Never saw the need for it. This is a place that's meant to be a little unplugged from the world, you know?
There's a collection of VHS tapes and DVDs, mostly Westerns and the Three Stooges, and an old TV that begrudgingly had to be set up with a digital antenna and get something like 12 channels when the weather's good. There's also a boombox that must date to the mid to late 1700s, and a stack of Jimmy Buffett and Neil Diamond CDs in scuffed jewel cases.
Don't blame me if you don't like the selection. They're mostly old tomcats.
Tomcat. She does her best to hide a grimace. Pepsi's cheeks go red again.
His old nickname from his prowling days.
Gross. The screened front porch has two comfy-looking lounge chairs on one side and a white plastic table with white plastic chairs on the other, so you can have supper in the fresh air without being eaten alive by the skeeters. Every room, every chair. Inner Jess is back and reeling. She can't help but think, he was here. He sat here. Not even 2 weeks ago. He was right here.
And last up, let me show you the garage.
The screen door creaks and slaps loudly behind them as they cross the circular driveway. Jess and Uncle Pepsi lead the way. The boy follows behind, far more interested in inspecting the rocks and sideboards and staring out into the tightly packed trees that surround the property. The external garage is large enough to fit a truck and a boat, Pepsi explains. Currently, there's neither because
Cousin Wally took the boat in for repairs half a decade ago, and your dad's truck is, well, with the police now.
The light switch is on the opposite side of the garage, a poorly planned layout, Pepsi admits. But from the light of the open side door, she's able to see pretty well. There are tools and sharp things in the murky, muted light. She tells the boy to hang back. Pepsi walks farther into the garage.
Over here is the grill, and down there are the extra propane tanks. Here's the light switch.
The garage is bathed with warm yellow light.
I'd say you've got at least a month or two of grilling weather. Winter seems to be coming later and later these days.
He continues talking, but Jess stops listening. The ceiling is covered with bats. Not just covered, carpeted. An impenetrable layer of sleeping bats, shoulder to shoulder. Before Jess can fully flinch in terror, though, the right synapses connect, and she understands she's not looking at bats. She's looking at hats. An enormous collection of baseball caps, 100 at least, all decorating the ceiling of the garage in neat rows. The ceiling of shame, must be. She's never seen so many hats outside of a sporting goods store, and the strange sight, coupled with the dim lighting, made her imagination go wild for a second there. Hot on the heels of that realization, though, she understands she can't let the boy see this. She can only imagine what would happen if those hats suddenly came alive and started flapping around the room. In fact, she notices with horror several of the hats begin to stir, sleeping creatures ready to wake. "Hey, kiddo," she says hurriedly. "Let's scoot out of here, huh? You must be ready for a snack." Pepsi stops what he was saying, confused, then shrugs and turns off the lights and follows them out of the garage.
Welp, I'll let you both get settled then, Pepsi says as they gather in the driveway once more. Just one more thing. Your mom.
Don't hate me. Jess's heart cramps. Pepsi continues.
She told me we should swap cars. I'm happy to oblige. That okay with you?
He points to his truck.
This one's a reliable old gal, and I don't mind letting you hold on to her until whatever you're going through blows over.
Jess is flabbergasted, even as she sees the wisdom in Cookie's plan. Pepsi assures her he'll keep her, that is, Margie's, car in a garage, out of sight, and that he has plenty of other vehicles, so losing this truck for a while is no real inconvenience. She takes out everything she might need from Margie's car, and as they trade keys, Pepsi says,
Whatever's going on, it's bad, huh?
Again, those fucking tears threatening to jump out from their hiding place. Yeah, she clears her throat. Yeah, it's... He holds up a hand.
Hey, it's okay. You don't have to tell me. I'm just happy to be of use. You're a good kid.
He winks at the boy.
You're both good kids.
Jess is a grown-up,
the boy corrects.
Everyone's a kid to somebody,
Pepsi replies, and the boy mulls that over. Pepsi turns back to Jess.
I'm sorry again about the surprise with your dad.
Jess smiles, and it feels genuine. You have nothing to apologize for. As far as I'm concerned, you're the best thing to come out of that man's train wreck of a life.
I wish there'd been more time for me to get the place ready for you. I cleaned it, changed all the sheets, stocked the fridge, but I'm just thinking about where you might be coming from emotionally and all. If there'd been more time, I would have, gotten rid of more traces of him. Not that there were that many. He traveled light.
Do you know... I didn't see any, but did you ever see any pictures of me in there? Did he ever... Pepsi looks down at his feet.
I don't think he liked to be reminded of the past. The people he let down. He was
a chicken shit.
As good a word as any. And like I said, I didn't get to do a real thorough look-see, so maybe be careful poking around, if you're feeling sensitive. Losing a parent is complicated.
Thank you. 1,000,000 times over, thank you. She surprises him with a hug. He hugs her back.
And hey, you should give Rose and Sal's a try sometime, he says. Don't let one bad diner experience rob you of life's pleasures, okay?
Okay. The thought of diners, though, makes her think of one last thing, something she can't believe she almost forgot about in the wake of what happened to Cookie. She stops him before he can get into his new car. Can I ask you a weird question?
Course.
Do you know if there are any emergency health clinics or anything nearby? Something a little less complicated than a hospital. He stares at her for a beat. She can see all the questions he wants to ask, swimming beneath his eyes like fish in a pond.
Matter of fact,
he says at last,
there's a dock in a box not too far from the diner. Good place. No questions asked.
He gives her the details and, with that, bids them another goodbye. Jess and the boy see him off with waves. Jess sending out silent prayers that he's not next in the line of people who have helped them out and then paid for it with their blood. Of course, they're not alone. They haven't been since they arrived. Hidden among the trees, one pair of eyes watches everything. The approaching cars, the tour of the property, the goodbye. The old man leaving in the car Jess came in. Those same eyes watch as Jess and the boy go into the cabin. Behind those eyes, a mind whirs. Jess and the boy are all alone now. That's good. That's exactly how he needs them. And yet, he finds himself unable to act just yet. Is it fear? Guilt? Second thoughts? He tells himself, no, it's strategy. He won't risk anything going wrong again. He has to wait until the timing is exactly right and their guard is down. They're all alone, and will be for the foreseeable future. There's plenty of time. 37. All this talk of diners, so Jess decides to make them eggs, bacon, instant pancakes. Pepsi stocked the place well, as per Cookie's orders, he'd said. She and the boy should be able to stay up here for at least 2 weeks before they need to make any sort of grocery run. Maybe by that time she'll have some sort of concrete plan for what to do next. All the food looks new, nothing half-used. Maybe Pepsi threw all the used stuff out. Or maybe Tomcat lived one day at a time. The cabin kitchen has a decent gas range, and the pots and pans are all relatively well kept. How often did he use them? Inner Jess wonders. What did he eat? Did he like to cook? She can't believe she's here. She can't believe any of this. She's opening cabinets at random, getting a lay of their supplies. Some older-looking dry goods, a box of Splenda, random seasonings, instant coffee, coffee filters, dishes, dish soap. Did he buy and maintain all this stuff when he started living here? Did the cousins buy them and he just used them the way he used everyone else in his life? Fucking miserable piece of shit. I hope he was lonely and sad. I hope he died heartbroken and hungry and... She opens a lower cabinet and gives a low, disgusted laugh. Okay, she says, there he is. Every liquor imaginable, dozens upon dozens of bottles, some almost empty, some almost full. Tequila, whiskey, port, vodka, gin, rum, even red wine. For whatever reason, she picks through the bottles, trying to get a sense of his tastes. It's impossible to know which bottles were prioritized or favored. Truly, a man with a welcoming palate. The only thing each bottle has in common, none of them are dusty. Priorities. So fucking pathetic. Make sure you never have to experience a feeling, Tomcat. Then something catches her eye. A crumpled mass of papers behind all the bottles, stuffed haphazardly into the corner of the cabinet. Not just papers, but a book, too? She pulls them out, bottles rattling, pulse already beginning to thunder, and when she realizes what she's looking at, she gives a startled yelp.
Is it a leggy spider?
The boy runs in from the other room. He sounds worried, but he's also clearly curious to see what such a spider might look like. No, she says quickly to allay his concerns, and to prevent a parade of imagined spiders suddenly rushing up her arm. No spiders. No, I just got surprised. That's all. He tries to see what she's holding.
What is it?
Nothing exciting. She shows a bunch of loose papers and a red, leather-bound journal with most of its pages ripped out and no writing inside. Except, she hands over the one thing he might find interesting, a small photo, dented and creased. His eyebrows go up.
Is that?
Sure is. Little Jess, probably 3 or 4 years old, wearing red overalls and a yellow sweater, perched on the shoulders of a grown man with an undeniably similar face, both of them grinning the same joyous grin, surrounded by trees. Of course, she's seen old photos of the two of them together before, but this particular one is unfamiliar to her.
Wow,
the boy says. He happily studies the picture, then gives it back. He has no way of knowing how significant the loose pages she's holding are as well. They're clearly a different kind of paper from the journals, and they're full of writing. Jess doesn't recognize the sloppy script, but her name is at the top of several sheets. Drafts of a letter addressed to her. She didn't see a date, didn't get any sense of when the drafts were written, or why, or what stopped them from being completed. Doesn't matter. She tears out one of the remaining blank pages of the journal, then stuffs everything else back where it came from with the alacrity of someone putting out a fire. The bottles all clank and clatter at her rudeness. The boy watches, concerned. Jess stands, smoothing her hair and her clothes. The breakfast ingredients wait for her, unattended and arrayed on the counter.
Let's eat something, huh? And hey,
she brandishes the blank page. While I cook, why don't you draw me something to put on the fridge? While she cooks, the boy uses a box of crayons from Target to draw. She gave him an assignment. I want to see something that makes you happy. If she's able to decipher his circles and swirls, he's drawing a puppy, and he's smiling. Jess is not smiling. Despite the fact that she often finds cooking relaxing, her face is pulled down in a scowl. It's taking all her efforts not to stop what she's doing and go back to that cabinet and read those damned pages. Their very existence is making her angrier and angrier. That piece of shit. That fucking asshole. When the food is ready, she starts gathering plates to bring to the table. Something under the table catches her eye, something easy to miss, barely visible even now. A pair of well-worn shoes, obviously belonging to a grown man. Let's eat on the porch instead, she tells the boy. They sit at the white plastic table and scarf down their breakfast. Dappled light falls through the screen, caressing their faces. Birds and breeze trade harmonies. A gorgeous autumn day. The air is brisk. They'll need better cold weather clothes soon. There are probably hats and scarves and oversized jackets they could take from inside the cabin. She'd rather go cold until they get their own. And it's warm enough for now, while the sun is out. She asks the boy, "Do you like this place so far?" He nods, mouthful of pancake.
It's neat.
Yeah, very neat. She can feel her dad's letter drafts inside their cabinet, scratching at the wood like some god-awful Poe story. She can also feel her back and her butt, which aged a few decades faster than the rest of her after all that time behind the wheel. How's about we get a little walk in when we're done eating?
Okay.
He starts eating even faster. The screen door creak-slaps like a starter's pistol as they step out into the driveway, its echoes still audible as they head for the main road. They walk. The only sounds in the world are the birds, the wind, their shoes on gravel, their shoes on dry, fallen leaves. Getting away from the cabin helps improve her mood a little. The beauty of their surroundings, the peace, the feelings of safety and isolation, the boy's expression of wonder. This place is exactly what they needed, a blessing, however complicated. Other cabins are nestled sparsely among the trees, each building uniquely different. Some are huge, some have SUVs parked in their drives, some are abandoned and gutted. They don't see any other humans. As far as living creatures go, it's mostly chipmunks and squirrels. At one point, they see a deer, but then, seemingly at the same time, they both realize it's not actually a deer, it's just somebody's yard statue of a deer, and it hardens in mid-motion as if it also just remembered what it was. Just chuckles at the thought of its owner seeing his decoration in a new position next time he looks at it. She's not eager to get back to the cabin, so she's content to make the walk last as long as she can. On that thought, after 20 minutes or so, she says, "Hey." The boy looks up at her. "So, you remember me telling you how, way back before we first met, I got a little ouchy at work and need to go to a doctor real quick to make sure I'm okay? Should probably make sure my back isn't infected too." She adds that to her mental Rolodex of anxieties. The boy nods. They haven't seen or heard a single car since their walk began, but she gently pulls him over to the side of the road and then kneels down to be at his level. "You can absolutely say no to this. I want you to feel as safe as possible here, but I also really need to see a doctor as soon as possible. How would you feel if I went to the doctor's tomorrow morning and left you here for just a little while? There's a phone in the cabin, and I could show you how to use it so you could call me the minute you think you need me. It'll basically be like I'm just in another room, but if you think that'd be scary, being here by yourself, we can figure something else out. No problem." He thinks about it, listens to the peaceful silence around them, then reaches up to gently touch her cheek. "I want you to be safe and feel safe and get your ouchie helped," he says. It moves her beyond measure. She takes his hand and holds it in her own. "But are you sure you'd be okay? I'll be as quick as I can and then come right back." He nods again. "I know you will." Then his eyes go wide with a memory. "But no cartoons, though." "Definitely no cartoons." She laughs and brings his tiny hand to her lips and kisses it, grateful for his bravery, his kindness. It's a gesture so tender, so unexpectedly sincere that it takes both of them by surprise a little. Not in a bad way, but she needs a moment to recover herself. "I think the sooner I do it, the less likely any people will be out there looking for us, too. We've got a head start. Do you know what a head start is?" He shakes his head. "Well, it's like when you're running a race with someone, but they get a little extra time because they start running before you, like this." She starts running away from him, and he squeals in delight. "No fair!" He pumps his little legs to catch up with her, and she slows down to let him. They find the lake a few minutes later, each still huffing and out of breath from their impromptu race. The exercise has them both a little giddy. They giggle as they take in the view. A gorgeous, placid arena of crystalline water, bordered by distant trees. This place must be a paradise in the summer. "I guess this is where the boys do all their fishing," she says, then mentally corrects herself. Did their fishing. Then another thought. This is where he died, in his truck, looking at this lake, maybe even from this very spot. So beautiful. More than he fucking deserved. Her giddiness doesn't falter, but it does take on a harder, meaner edge. She's a little surprised at how much anger has been kicked up since they arrived. Like her father's waste of a life and selfish death have finally been made real, seeing this place. She doesn't fight it. In fact, a part of her is grateful to have something to think about other than Cookie. The pain and horror of her death, the finality of, "Don't hate me." Her mother's voice, like a whisper off the water. This time, though, Jess begins to understand why her mother might have said that. Tears spring to her eyes, and she shoves the thought away. She doesn't want to consider that. Anything but that. The boy asks her a question she doesn't catch. "What?" she asks, a little louder and more frantic than she intends. "Does anyone live in there?" he repeats. For a moment, she thinks he means one of the neighboring houses, the nearest of which is at least 2 football fields away along the lakeshore. A nice-looking house, and there's a car in the driveway, maybe belonging to whoever found her dad's body, but no other signs of life. Probably, she starts to say, then she realizes the boy is looking at the lake. That's what he's asking about. Oh, sure, lots of stuff lives in there. Fish, frogs, maybe Nessie.
Who's Nessie?
What are you doing, Jess? She's a lake dinosaur.
A lake dinosaur?
Sure. Everybody knows Nessie. She's big and she's nice, and she's got this long neck and a tiny head, and as she speaks, the surface of the lake ripples outward, and a long, graceful neck emerges, holding aloft a smiling, oval-shaped head. The creature blinks big, lengthy eyelashes and looks at them, smiling. Jess doesn't know where or how the boy learned about this iconic dinosaur design, but score one for the collective unconscious, she supposes. It's like looking at that old black-and-white cartoon of that dinosaur, Gertie, not Nessie, she thinks, only this isn't like when the boy brought malevolent cartoon characters into their reality. This dinosaur, despite its expressive and friendly face, looks very, very real. Water glistens off its scaly skin. What's most remarkable of all, though, is the distinct lack of any threatening energy whatsoever. The dinosaur has a kind face. Looks, in fact, suspiciously like Uncle Pepsi, were he an anthropomorphically female sauropod. I was kidding, Jess tells the boy, but she's laughing, and he's laughing too, delighted giggles from behind his hand covering his mouth. The sea monster gives an almost offended hoot. Fine, be that way, it seems to say, before it sinks back into the water. The water ripples, then regains its glassy serenity. Jess and the boy exchange an eerily identical look, frightened, but also tinged with manic glee. 2 kids who just did something really stupid, waiting to see if they'll get in trouble for it. It's the most control she's ever seen him exhibit over his abilities. Don't. No more. You can't. No. But they're both laughing too much for her to finish the reprimand. 38. She can't stop herself. After they get back to the cabin, the boy goes down for a nap on one of the several beds. During some fishing trips, Pepsi had explained, there could be as many as 7 grown men sleeping here, hence all the options. Jess finds herself back in the kitchen, pulling out her father's letters from his ad hoc liquor cabinet. She clicks on a lamp in the living room, settles into one of the ratty old Barca-loungers, stares at the photo of the 2 of them for a good few minutes, then places it delicately on the end table next to her. First thing she notices as she flips through the pages this time, on the back of one sheet is her address. Somehow he'd found out where she lived and jotted it down, probably the inspiration for these attempted aborted letters. Each draft begins the same. Hey, Jess. I bet you're surprised to hear from me. No shit. Real incisive, Tomcat. Can't wait to read what wisdom you have to impart. From there, it's multiple attempts to have a one-sided conversation with his abandoned daughter. Sometimes he starts out self-deprecatingly. Sometimes it's more awkwardly formal. In one version, he teases a discussion about his own father. That draft doesn't make it beyond a few measly sentences, which he scrawls over with desperate pen strokes. She gets the idea that he probably made all these attempts at once, probably one drunken night, and then stuffed the pages away to look at them fresh later, only to get even drunker and forget about them. Or maybe he didn't forget, but was too scared to go back. That strikes her as more likely. In one margin, crossed out but still obviously considered, not everyone meant to be parent. At the bottom of the pile is the longest draft. In it, her dad appears to have given up the pretense of writing a letter and just started writing freeform. Sometimes the text addresses her, sometimes it's to himself about her. His sentence fragments flow with a strange sort of poetry, and the dialogue he has with himself almost reminds her of, well, her own internal debates. Inner dad. What do I say? How do I say it? What the hell am I doing? She's probably wondering why I left her, right? Hands high, let 'em fly, Tommy. Well, what was I supposed to do? I'm a piece of shit. I know that. Cook definitely knows that. She wasn't even surprised. When I got in that fender bender, the way she looked at me, pure hate. I can't say I blame her. When you get in a wreck with your 3-year-old in the back seat because you'd had one or two too many, well, it's pretty clarifying, I bet. No one was hurt, no one was killed, but being killed was right there on the table. And it was all my fault. She made that crystal. It was the pool that was the straw breaker, as it should have been. Worst mistake of my entire rotten life. I hope you don't remember that, Jess. I remember it. Never stop thinking about it. You were 5. You were getting pretty good in the pool. I can still see you there with your floaters on. So I let myself have a few extra beers while we were hanging out. It was hot. Bright sun. Didn't know I'd scratch out. Mean to fall asleep. Didn't know you'd decide to take your floaters off. Thank Christ your mom found you in time and knew CPR, huh? For a while there, scratch out, there, you were as blue as the sky. We were both screaming. And if I thought she looked at me hard after that car crash, she never looked at me the same after the pool. Told me I couldn't be trusted with you alone, and I said you're 100% right, Cook. So I had to leave. Beck took off, scratch out, left, because Jessa. Jess looks up, almost as if he were audibly calling her. 2 near-death experiences. She remembers the car accident, without any real baggage, just a thing that happened. The pool incident, however, is news to her. Cookie was never shy about sharing Jess's dad's drunken fuck-ups. The 2 of them had shared many a bitch fest cataloging his transgressions, but Jess can't recall anything like that ever coming up. Was it so awful Cookie couldn't stand to talk about it, even so many years later? And had Jess herself just folded it up and tucked it away in her subconscious? She does hate deep water. All these years in L.A., she never goes into the ocean. Could this be why? How amazing that we can compartmentalize trauma from that age. In a strange way, it almost gives her hope for the boy and all he's been through. Her eyes flick to the photograph. Then she goes back to reading. Being a dad is a sucker's gig, Jess. I don't like thinking of it like that, but I mean, what the hell are you supposed to do? You donate some genetic material to make this living thing that you love. There's no question about the love. But I mean, your body can't carry the kid. Your body can't feed the kid. All your body can do is stand in front of the kid when danger comes. You're given this stupid instinct to protect. But how do you protect? How do you not fail? In this fucked up world where there are car crashes and swimming pools and, hell, those were my bad, but what about cancer? What about leukemia or some asshole with a gun? Or what about heartbreak and disappointment
and unfairness and sucker's gig, doomed to fail. Guess you do what you can. But here's the real question then. What do you do if it's you? When the danger is you? Jess, if you were in the middle of the road and a car was coming at you, I'd push you out of the way. Except I'm also driving that car. I am that car. Me being in your life, I don't know how to explain it, kid. Not smart enough. Whenever things get bad, strike out. Bad things happen. It's like walls in my head suddenly, bam, see ya. It's like I'm suddenly two people, at least two. You ever felt that way? There's the me who's running, and then the me who's inside watching it all and wondering what the fuck are you doing, man? Guess I'm too sensitive, ha. I feel things hard, believe it or not. If you're still like you were as a kid, you do too. And I hope you've figured out how to deal with that better than your old man, because... Jess rips and crumples the pages into the tightest ball she can. The photo, too. She can't bear seeing this version of herself smiling in his presence. Keeping her breath steady, not letting herself feel anything, definitely not letting tears come. In the kitchen, there's a little wood-burning stove in one corner. She and the boy started a fire after they got back. The boy had wanted to see how it worked, and the air was getting chilly enough to give it a try. It doesn't warm the whole house, but it gives the kitchen a comforting glow. Without so much as a conscious thought, Jess throws the ball of paper into the belly of the stove. The flames, which had been dying down, reawaken and embrace the kindling. For one sudden moment, she has an urge to pull everything out, rescue this tiny bit of evidence that her father had been thinking of her. The urge is so strong she almost reaches into the flames with her bare hands. Then she remembers his journal. All those torn-out pages. He'd made himself unknowable to her. His choice. Let his excuses and justifications burn. Let little Jess exist only in pictures and memories of those who cared enough to stick around. There are other photos of the two of them out there. She'll find them and burn them too. How do you protect? A fragment he never got around to completing, or maybe just a concept he never wrapped his mind around. How do you protect? I just wanted a dad, asshole, she tells the burning sheets. She spits into the stove and the flames crackle. The closest thing to a conversation she ever got to have with him. Don't hate me. No doubt now why Cookie said that. Not after Jess saw her own address on his letter drafts. She doesn't feel hate, though. Not yet, at least. For now, a strange sort of peace settles around her heart. The least peaceful peace she's ever known. This must be what air feels like in the middle of a hurricane. Acceptance of what's to come. Both of her parents are gone now, even the one who was never around, the one she supposes, a dim, yearning part of herself, always hoped was still out there, just on the verge of reemerging into her life. She's truly on her own now, no one to stand between her and death anymore. She looks in on the boy, napping. He's curled into a fetal position, one thumb in his mouth. Her heart fills with a protective love. But it's a strange picture. After a beat, she realizes what's missing. He needs a stuffed animal or something, like any other 5-year-old. There'd been options at Target, but no time to grab one. She makes the mental note to get him something the next time she's able, then stops. Kids imbue their stuffed animals with life, with personality. They take them everywhere. They get into mischief with them.
Can she risk something like that? She remembers his boy in the wall, that imaginary friend his father had to kill, and her protector's love disperses into troubled winds. She works on quietly prepping a few things for dinner while the boy naps. Even though the letter drafts are gone, she still feels the presence of that liquor cabinet. A drink has never sounded better. Some blissful oblivion. Wouldn't that be fucking nice? At one point, movement catches her eye. All the fish on the walls start moving ever so slightly. He must be dreaming again. She watches until they stop, mouth as dry as graveyard dirt. They go for another walk after dinner, after the sun has set. The stars are too vibrant to not chase after. They walk in silence for a little while, until they reach a clearing in the trees. She looks up, and her breath catches. The stars are impossibly vivid out here, even the wispy sprays of galaxies. "Look at that," she says, though the boy has already followed her gaze. "Are those all stars?" "Yup. I've never seen them so clearly like this. Wow." The awe almost makes her physically dizzy. They look so close, like fireflies. "Fireflies?" the boy repeats, tasting the world. He's still got a bit of a ways to go before he can fully pronounce his R's, so it comes out five-wise. "Yeah, five-wise, five-wise." He runs a few steps forward, as if that'll give him a better view of eternity. They each stand in their own spot for another moment, and then the stars suddenly detach and begin to swirl about in their firmament, darting around, dancing, like fireflies. Fireflies. It's one of the most beautiful things Jess has ever seen. Distant, glowing bodies flitting with grace and wonder, even a sort of glee. As if the universe chose that moment to come alive for them and tell them there was nothing to worry about. As if it knew their names. But it isn't the universe doing this. Jess feels ice slide into her guts. The display is over almost immediately, lasting for a 5 count at most, and then the boy says, "I'm sleepy." Perhaps the effort cost him in ways he can't articulate. Perhaps, she wonders as they walk back, it also cost untold planets and civilizations. Perhaps trillions of alien life forms just experienced an instant, merciless apocalypse. Who knows what kind of drastic, horrifying consequences that little display might have caused? It could have massacred galaxies. Or it could have done nothing. She doesn't know. She can't know. By the time they get back to the cabin, her legs are shaking. She watches herself put the kid to bed, sing him to sleep, never once revealing how, like those stars, her guts are swirling. The boy falls asleep, and she kisses his forehead, takes comfort in the tiny smile on his face. His hands curl against his chest, where a stuffed animal should be. Jess tiptoes out of the room. Fear has come upon her again, waiting for the dark and the quiet, as it so often did when she was young. Not just fear, the fear. So overwhelming it deserves its proper status. What is she doing? What is this stupid plan of hers? She can't even give him a teddy bear. How will they survive a winter together? How would she survive? As cute as that lake monster had been, consider the stars. She's not equipped for this. She can barely take care of herself. She's letting him get away with too much. Another realization. She should have tried to get to the clinic today. It might be too late now. Too many spinning plates, all starting to drop and shatter. Not everyone is meant to be a parent, she thinks. Tries, fails, to draw a mental line through the words. There's only one person who's been able to talk her down when things get overwhelming, but of course she's... Don't hate me. Not an option anymore. All the same, Jess finds herself sitting on her bed, phone in hand, and when the familiar, but not too familiar because it was pretty rare to not get a pickup, voicemail answers, it takes her a couple of seconds to be able to find her words. So, Jess says, you knew, huh? For how long? She pauses, as if any answer might come. Must have been years, right? You knew where he was living for fucking years and never told me? You lied. Over and over. I could have reached out to him. I could have written him or called him or told him to fuck off and die or had a conversation. You knew, and you didn't tell me. Why? Fucking why? Saying it all out loud, she realizes just how awful it is. Anger burns, bright and fast. Tears pool in her eyes. Did you think you were protecting me? I mean, what the fuck, Mom? And how often were you in contact with him? You're the one who gave him my address, right? Were you ever going to fucking warn me he might reach out? Let me guess. You knew he'd never follow through with it? You were counting on him to keep your secret, too. Or was it a fucking test, giving him a chance or something? Jesus. Thanks for the fucking mystery. She sits there, rubbing her temples, phone to her ear. Her mother's voice, faint in her mind. If I told you, would you have reached out to him? All her frustration explodes out of her in a furious whisper. I don't fucking know! She breathes for a beat. Probably not. But, God, how will I ever know now? You dick. You fucking coward. You're as bad as he was. But she knows that's not true. After all, Cookie never left. Not even for a second. As quickly as it surged, all her anger burns away. Only ashes remain. That's the dumbest thing I've ever said. I'm sorry. And I could never hate you, you absolute asshole. I miss you so goddamn much, Mama. You were all I needed, too. And now you're gone. And I don't know what to do. About anything. The boy? He could kill us all. The whole world if he wanted to. Even if he didn't want to. I don't know. What if my plan won't work? What am I going to do when it gets colder? And what if I'm sick with something awful? It's all just too much. I don't know how to handle this. She doesn't hear her mother's voice, but she imagines Cookie says back, It's okay, kiddo. Baby steps, right? You can only eat the pizza one slice at a time. Yeah, Jess sighs. Right. She swallows back her tears. I wish I could just hear your voice for real. I wish you could just tell me everything's going to be okay. That voice. Jess can feel it scratching against some thin membrane in her mind, like Cookie's ghost is trapped behind plastic and just needs the right tension to rip its way through. For a moment, it feels so tremblingly possible. But then, Jess thinks of monkeys' paws and pet cemeteries and thanks God that her imagination can't bring her mother back, because she would do it. In a heartbeat, she would. Rather than try, she hangs up the phone and cries herself to sleep. 39. Santos feels like he's losing his mind, and staring at himself in the precinct bathroom mirror, he looks like it too. Face squashed, nose splinted, eyes bruised and blackened, hair uncooperative, arm in a sling. His insides aren't much better. His guts feel like they're in free fall. He came into this bathroom because he wasn't sure if he was going to puke or shit himself after that phone call with Director Allen. Nothing's happened yet, but the contents of his body and mind all feel precariously close to spilling out in one way or another. Unexplained cosmic activity. That's what the news bulletin Allen shared with him had called it. It was almost midnight in Arizona, which means it had been like 3 a.m. where Allen is, but Santos called Allen right away anyway. He had a feeling neither of them were able to sleep. He was correct. The conversation was made entirely of subtext.
Pretty fascinating, huh, Santos?
Allen didn't even sound tired. Fascinating. Santos was pacing in tight circles in the small office the Phoenix PD had given him.
Yeah. But I guess it's nothing to worry about. There's an official explanation. Is that right?
Allen said NASA had released a statement that the sudden celestial display visible in the northern hemisphere for a few seconds was simply an atmospheric anomaly. No stars actually moved. It was just an optical illusion caused by light doing some weird refraction. Probably happens all the time, and we just never notice it. Allen gave no verbal indications that this phenomenon had anything to do with an active case. He and Santos were just 2 co-workers talking about a bit of trivia in the news.
A whole lot of fascinating things happening lately, huh, Santos?
Santos understood this to mean, "You're fucking this up, Santos. You're responsible."
Yes, sir. What's the world coming to these days?
Read, "Do your job."
It's a lot, sir. Some days I wish we just had all the answers, you know?
Bring that fucking kid back now.
Me too, sir.
Allen gave a yawn.
I'm going to bed, Santos. Hope you're not working too hard. You need your rest.
Work fucking harder. Talks fucking clicking. Santos hung up and ran to the bathroom. Now, he leans forward against the bathroom counter, forehead to forehead with his reflection. "Please, don't give up on me," he mutters. To himself? To Allen?
"Please, I've got this. I can do this. I was chosen for a reason."
Of course, there's no way he's the only person on this assignment. He knows that. This is all too important. If anything, he's just the tip of the spear, the bait, being watched, tailed, judged. He can be replaced by someone else, some other ambitious lamb ready for the altar. Being replaced is basically what he's here for, unless he can rise to the occasion. He's going to rise to the occasion. He splashes a little water on his face and then walks back to his private office. The Scottsdale police have been pretty accommodating and set him up with this empty room where he can spread out evidence from the crime scene. He doesn't really have any, though, just a box of personal effects from some of the victims, which currently sits closed on the otherwise featureless desk. He tries to put himself into a Zen state, staring at the wall. His body is a symphony of aches. All his injuries sustained when his face met some of Sky Blue's adobe. One other source of pain, too, the red, irritated spot at the base of his neck, where he's distractedly rubbed the flesh into a shallow crater. Almost looks like a canker sore at this point. He's rubbing it again now. He ignores his outraged nerves, focuses on the questions he must answer. How can he find Jess and the boy? Where could they have gone? Where might they hide? If this boy was responsible for the unexplained cosmic activity, there really are no boundaries to his abilities, are there? How threatened is the entire world? He wishes he still had all the items from that first debrief with Director Allen. Maybe there'd been another clue in there. Maybe a better detective would have noticed something. He suddenly realizes what it is about the phrase "talks clicking" that has so stuck in his imagination. It's because everything feels wrong. The ingredients are jumbled, moving in the wrong direction, but still counting down to some dreadful thing. A doom talk. He exhales through his nostrils in a short, humorless laugh, rubs at his neck. Focus. A buzzing takes his attention. Huh? He looks around, places it. It's coming from the evidence box. He takes the lid off the box, pulls a bagged cell phone out. An iPhone with a bejeweled case. On the back is a large rhinestone C. Bloody prints show a ghostly grip on the phone. He knows not to take it out of its clear evidence baggie, but when he sees who's calling, adrenaline floods through him. His guts, no longer in free fall, now floating in a carbonated sea. Princess Jess. She's calling right now. What should he do? Answer? Try to get her location? Can he get the call traced in time? How can he keep her from hanging up on him? All these thoughts whirling like unexplained cosmic activity. His eyes are drawn back to the blood, dried but still tacky on the plastic in finger-shaped clumps, and then he understands what Jess must be doing, why she's calling her dead mom's phone. Santos also lost a parent, his father, to a swift and brutal lymphoma 22 years ago. Nearly half his life now, but he'll never forget those days in the immediate aftermath. That grief so keen it made it hard to breathe, as if he himself were the one who'd actually died and was only slowly coming to realize it. That sense of unreality, that shrieking alarm in your head telling you there'd been a mistake. This wasn't right. You're in the wrong reality. That desperation for one more minute together, one more second, even just the sound of their voice. I get it, Jess, he mutters to the ringing phone. God damn it, I get it. He puts the phone back in the box and replaces the lid, letting her go to whatever voicemail she needs to hear. He doesn't try to intercept the call. It takes about 3 seconds before he regrets the decision. He yanks the box lid right off again, fishes the phone out, cursing himself. Stupid moron, what were you thinking? But it's too late. The call has passed. He seethes. No! What a rookie move. He has no business being so sentimental. Sentimental doesn't get results. He presses hard on the sore spot on his neck, making his eyes water. The pain is clarifying. A potential plan begins to form. He'll set up a trace. He'll call Jess back on Cookie's phone. He doesn't have to say anything, just let her answer and be stupefied. It might fuck her up to see who's calling her back, but could she really stop herself from answering? He thinks not. That's really cruel, though, Mickey. But it's what needs to be done, he tells himself, already feeling a nauseous kind of guilt take root in his stomach. Unless... He continues rubbing, continues pressing. Hard. Unless... Think. Jess is lonely. She's vulnerable. She's heartbroken at the death of the woman who was both her mother and her best friend. She needs comfort, security. She's reeling in the unreality of loss, looking for something solid and familiar, even a simulacrum. Back when he'd first begun trying to understand Jess, he'd established Cookie was her only real friend. Social media supported that impression, but had he been entirely correct? Patterns tell you everything about a person. Patterns and impulse. He'd learned that in training. Find her patterns.
"Where'd you go run the first time?"
Santos asks out loud, fingers smearing against raw, abraded flesh.
"After that first attack."
Santos knows. To the home of a diner coworker, Marjorie Hurd, found torn to pieces, much like Jess's mother. Marjorie had also been older than Jess. Another mother figure of sorts? Just how good a friend was she? Willing and able to go a little further than someone Jess's age? A ping of instinct. He whips up a request for a warrant and subpoena, sends it to the proper channels for submission. Might take 4 or 5 hours for the records he's looking for. In the meantime, his mind merges into other lanes of thought. Patterns. Impulses. Marjorie. Cookie. Mother figures. Where's Jess's dad in all of this? Dead, Santos knows. But if Jess is currently flailing in the wake of her mother's death, looking for anything related to that feeling of parental protection, he looks up Jess's birth records, finds her father's name, looks up his records. Born and raised in a tiny township in Pennsylvania called Bangor, located in the northeast of the Lehigh Valley. Total shot in the dark, but those are the only shots Santos can take now that his best lead was quite literally shredded apart. He puts in another request for a searchable compendium of recent 911 transcripts from across eastern Pennsylvania. An hour and a half later, he has the compendium. 25 minutes after that, he has a new lead. He'd combed through the transcripts using the following terms: unexplainable, inexplicable, strange, impossible. Too many results, so he decided to try monster. That's how he stumbled across a call from Bert Fallon, 76, a resident of Monroe County. Bert swears he saw the Loch Ness Monster emerge from Muncie Lake. The 911 dispatcher asks him to repeat himself 3 times, and Bert swears it's the damnedest thing. He'd been in the kitchen of his lakeside cabin, looking out the window over the sink, and saw the goddamned Loch Ness Monster come out, plain as day, Nessie herself, and no, I'm not drunk. The dispatcher on the transcript doesn't know what to do with the old man, but Santos does. He immediately begins searching for flights. Doesn't matter if they're red-eyes. Doesn't matter that even the skies don't feel safe right now, that the stars themselves are in danger of falling. All that matters is the taste of licorice flooding his mouth and his bone-deep determination to not be written out of this story so easily. He's going to make director Allen proud. 40. The next morning, a woman named Mindy Bixby steps through the front door of the Pocono Now Urgent Care Clinic. She wears a baseball hat pulled down over her head and dark sunglasses, looking very much like someone trying to be incognito, but that's okay. She's not the first person to walk into the clinic like that. Mindy's a young woman, but even younger than she looks, only a couple of days old. She shares her name with a character from a television pilot that never aired, and her only real possession at the moment is an email address that's as old as she is, born in a health clinic very similar to this one on the other side of the country. The clinic isn't crowded at all this morning, so Mindy's able to walk in and get an appointment without any issue. There are 2 people ahead of her. A strangely inevitable mirroring of the day Mindy was conjured up from a very stressed woman's memory. After around 10 minutes of waiting, her name is called, and she's able to head back with the nurse. Around the same time Mindy steps into the second health clinic of her short life, a harried FBI agent gets into his rental car at the Lehigh Valley International Airport. His name is, and has always been, Michael Santos, although for a dizzying second and a half, he forgot that fact while filling out the rental car paperwork. The woman behind the counter asked him for his name, and he just couldn't remember it. The landscape inside his head became flat and featureless, and again, he felt that rooting around feeling, like a hand blindly sifting through a dark box. He slapped at the back of his neck, and the feeling hasn't happened yet receded a little. It's stress, he decides. He's currently under a lot of stress. Although his primary emotion as he settles into this car is excitement. He's on the phone with one of the Bureau's administrative assistants in Virginia, or is she a junior agent? She sounds young and eager, but she also offers no further information beyond answering any question she's asked. Either way, he's being told great news. His hunch paid off. The warrant and subpoena for Marjorie Heard's E-ZPass records have been approved and transmitted, and the toll plazas confirm, yes indeedy, Ms. Heard's car has been barreling east toward Pennsylvania, despite the fact that its owner was reduced to the congealing contents of a Rubbermaid coffin inside the cold storage of a Los Angeles morgue a few days ago. Talk's clicking, Jess. If only he'd thought of tracing that car sooner. What else has he failed to think of? Patterns. Impulses. While he has the admin/agent on the line, Santos asks for another favor, something he thought of on the plane. These recent lapses of his memory, however brief they might be, have been disturbing. Enough so that he thinks he should see a doctor once all this is settled, find out if there's a reason for these phantom fingers he's been feeling on his neck. He could also probably stand to get the divot he's worn into his neck checked out, too. It's starting to bleed a little. Thinking of doctors, though, made him remember the last time Jess ventured out of hiding after the attack at her apartment and the attack at Marjorie Heard's house. A risky move after all she'd seen. There had to have been a reason. Well, friends and neighbors, where had she gone? To what type of establishment? Santos gives the admin/agent the name of the town where he's headed, where the lake dinosaur was sighted, not sharing that particular bit of information, of course. I need you to send me the names and addresses of all the nearest hospital and medical clinics around there. Can you do that ASAP? The admin/agent assents with reflexive efficiency. She'll get him a list ASAP. Good. That's good. He's on a roll. Don't stop it now. Don't screw this up, Mickey. A few days ago, Jessa Bailey had been trying to see a doctor. Her attempt was cut short, so it stands to reason that maybe she still needs to see one. Maybe she'll risk stepping out of hiding again. Maybe Santos can make up for the time lost, failing to think of Marjorie Heard's car sooner. Or maybe he's way off, farting in the wind and then following the scent. Only one way to find out. His phone pings with the list he requested. He puts the first address into his GPS. 41. You okay? The doctor watches her patient switch between laughing and crying with unnerving ease. The patient nods, 2 huge tears rolling down her face, wearing an inscrutable smile. Sorry, the patient sobs. Yeah, I just can't believe I'm finally here. Meanwhile, the phlebotomist finishes with the just-drawn vials of blood, placing them in the tray with the casual ease of someone who's done this 1,000,000 times. The patient's first outburst of laughter happened the moment the needle was pulled out of her arm. Her first bout of crying occurred half a second later. Both reactions seemed to take her by surprise. The phlebotomist gives the doctor a look, "Good luck with this one," and hurries out of the room, tray in hand. The doctor, whose name is Tanya Bennett, puts her hand on the patient's shoulder. She's seen all sorts of reactions in this room. Crying isn't anything new, but the intensity of this reaction certainly seems unique. "So, we should have results around 24 to 48 hours. "So quick!" The patient guffaws. "Ugh, I'm sorry." She wipes at her face. "Sorry." Tanya wishes she had better news. She lets her patient have another moment to calm herself, then says, "Well, the unfortunate thing is that, based off of what you've told me, I think too much time has gone by for us to administer PEP. That medication is really only effective for the first 72 hours. Yeah, I did the math in the waiting room and realized it's been like 79, 80. Pretty special." No longer manic, now calm and centered. "It's not ideal, but I think you should be optimistic. The odds are very, very good you've got nothing to worry about. And honestly, the PEP pills really work best when taken right away, within an hour or two. You would have had to have seen a doctor immediately." "I was going to. I just got distracted." "Distracted from this?" Tanya wants to ask. She doesn't share that accidentally stabbing herself with an infected sharp is one of her deepest fears. She can't imagine what made this damn fool of a woman wait so long to seek medical attention. Instead, she says, "These are strange times. I feel you. Once you get your initial results, I'd recommend scheduling another series and then continuing to check for the next couple of months. Some pathogens can take time to show up, and you want to be sure. But again, be optimistic." She expects more hysterics from the patient, but a change seems to have come over the woman. The calm sticks. "I just can't worry about it anymore." The patient sighs, nodding. "There are too many things to be afraid of, you know? So I've just got to roll with whatever. You can only eat the pizza one slice at a time." That's a good attitude. The important thing is you're here now. "And hell," the woman gives a strange, private, almost bitter chuckle. "Worst case, I'll just tell him I'm healthy, as long as he believes it." Tanya has no idea what to make of that and doesn't want to ask. Something religious, maybe? She decides her patient might appreciate this, though. "I'll tell you something. I don't tell a lot of people since it doesn't always strike them as doctor-like. The mind-body connection is very real. I believe in the power of manifesting. Try to stay positive, okay? You'd be amazed what positive thoughts can do." She realizes what she just said. I mean, not positive in this case, but the patient is already laughing over her, though. Tanya feels her cheeks burn, shakes her head. "Okay, let's take a look at that cut on your back."
You okay?
The receptionist eyes the man at her desk warily. For starters, he's all banged up, scars and scrapes all over his face. Either a broken or bent nose, one arm cradled in a sling. He looks as if he's been put in a tin can and then vigorously shaken. That's jarring enough, but there's also something off about him. The way he walked into the clinic, headed straight for the front desk, and then, for just a split second, suddenly became glassy-eyed and distant. Frozen, except for the hand that slapped at, then started rubbing the back of his neck, like he'd been bitten by a fly that made him forget where he was or what he was doing. Her question seems to snap him out of whatever trance he was in. "Yeah, yes, sorry."
Hi.
He gives her a smile she thinks is meant to be professional, and then reaches with his free arm into his jacket pocket. The receptionist stiffens ever so slightly. She doesn't think he's going to pull out a gun. Shooters usually use automatic rifles, like that monster who just shot up that nursing home out in Arizona that was on the news the other day. But something about the guy worries her. He seems unnaturally distracted, stressed. He wouldn't be the first to come to this clinic with a lot on their mind, but still, times are crazy. Even animals are starting to snap, it seems. Before she can see what he's about to pull out, though, Dr. Bennett comes out from the examining room's hallway with her most recent patient. That patient gets behind Weird Guy to wait for her turn at the front desk. "Ma'am," the receptionist says over Weird Guy's shoulder, happy to have someone new to talk to, "you're good to go. We'll email you with—" Weird Guy turns to look at the patient, too, and then gives a great barking laugh.
You have got to be kidding me,
he says brightly, as if all his stresses have suddenly been blasted away.
This really is my lucky day.
42. Lying on the matted, cream-colored carpet of the cabin's living room, the boy is surrounded by paper and falling in love. He's drawing. He's never been allowed to draw like this before, and it's the greatest thing. At first, the carpet was too soft and squishy, and he kept breaking through the paper, but Jess showed him the ingenious trick of putting a big flat book underneath, and this makes him feel like he's been let in on some ancient trade secret. Plus, this act of creation, this conjuring forth of ideas from his head, but at last in a controlled, satisfying way. It's bliss. It brings him back to that feeling he got staring at those first images in his picture book, the ones that captured his imagination, the idea of there being a world of possibility at his fingertips, not to fear, but to explore. Right now, he's drawing dogs, puppies. He thinks they're quite good, too. He doesn't know the concept of jobs or careers, but he feels the first inchoate rumblings of, if I could do this all the time when I grow up, I would be happy. He looks at his most recent picture, which was an attempt to accurately capture the dog he saw in the parking lot a couple of days ago. Golden brown, with huge, dense fur, floppy ears, and a big doggy grin. What is it about puppies? He wonders. He's too young for much analytic insight just yet, but even he understands there's something about Daddy here, and himself. Some alternative, some changing of the story they've been weaving together. Feeling a slight twinge of guilt, despite the fact that he's alone and no one can see what he's doing, the boy fumbles in his mind for what he's beginning to think of as the trigger and pulls. The dog on the page, a flurry of crayon circles and pencil scribbles, tilts its head at him, and a big pink tongue flops out of its mouth. A tongue he didn't draw. Another pull. The dog starts cavorting around on the page, bounding from one side of the sheet to the other. The boy giggles, not just at the dog, but with delight at what he's done, what he can do. It used to be this ability of his trigger, only happened at the worst times, but lately, being with Jess, who talks to him, who listens, has made the trigger feel smaller, realer, more controllable. Daddy always made him feel so bad and scared, which made the trigger happen without him even wanting, like flinching, which made the even worser things happen, and on and on and on. But now, the scary feelings shrinking a little. Pull. The dog barks, actual sound comes from the paper. The thin sheet rattles faintly with vibrations. I made this, he thinks, feeling proud, feeling whole. Then the dog starts to chew on the white space around it. Its little puppy teeth tear into the paper, tossing scraps up into the air, the real air. Stop! No! The stupid dog doesn't listen. It grabs hold of its paper and starts shaking its head back and forth. The page lifts up a little from the floor. Soon there's going to be a mess. There might even be a problem. No! Unsure what to do, the boy scribbles over the puppy and then guiltily crumples the page into a ball. He breathes for a few beats. Counts. 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 20. More guilt. A harsher kind of guilt floods into him. He's sorry for what he did. He hopes the puppy didn't feel anything. Maybe he needs to stop for the day, much as he loves drawing. Only trouble is, drawing served more than one purpose. Not only was it fun, it also took up a lot of his concentration. The whole time, he's barely felt Jess's absence, but he feels it now. He likes this place Jess took them to. It's quiet and pretty. It smells good. And all the fishes on the wall are funny. But he doesn't like being here alone. Being without Jess gives a unique kind of fear. There are all kinds of different fears, he's been learning. Sharp fear, the kind that usually follows hard noise. That's the kind of fear that makes you run, that tells you something is coming and you need to hide. But there's also soft fear. Soft fear wraps around you like a blanket. It doesn't make you run, and that makes sense because where would you run to? Soft fear creeps in from everywhere. You don't even know you're feeling it sometimes until it's all you can feel. He reminds himself that Jess is coming back, and very soon. He knows that's true. He knows it, which means she will. He just has to wear this soft fear a little while longer. He sits very still, holding his breath for a moment, listening. Not just with his ears, but his whole body. No, he realizes. His mouth goes dry, and he feels a tiny tremor in his tummy. No, something's not quite right. He gets up and tries to putter around the house a little, see if looking at things, the fish pictures, the furniture, makes this feeling go away. Outside in the trees, a bird gives a high, urgent chirp. Then another bird gives a low, menacing caw. A conversation is being had. The boy thinks he knows what they're saying. Something is here with us. He doesn't know how he knows it, but he feels it. It's not hard noise, it's hard quiet. Something is here, not in the house, but outside, hiding, watching. Someone. He's suddenly gripped by the desire to hide under one of the many beds, even if there are long-legged spiders waiting under there with him. The soft fear is turning sharp, and his stomach is starting to feel very, very heavy with the instinct to get small, get hidden. Something stops him from doing that, though. A nascent sort of understanding. The more he fears being found, the more likely he'll be found. He can't let that happen. Instead, he stiffens his spine and very, very slowly sneaks out onto the patio, heart hammering in his tiny chest. This feels very stupid, but also very brave, very grown up. Very Jess. Jess is brave. Jess has stared down all sorts of monsters and meanies. Jess only runs when she has to. The boy looks out through the porch screen. He's not so brave that he would step out onto the driveway. Thick trees form a wall all around them. More bird chatter, news being spread. Yes, someone is definitely out there. Eyes that don't belong peering back at him. The boy thinks he knows whose eyes they must be. Thud, thud. His heart goes. Thud, thud. He swallows, squeezes his fists, then speaks.
I know you're there. I know you're watching. But
an idea occurs to him.
You can't find me anymore. You'll never find us. I won't let you.
A word he remembers that nice woman Margie had used before giving him a special blanket. He tries that word out now, speaking it as clearly as he can, believing in it.
We're invisible to you
now.
Just you.
Pull. The birds all let loose a flurry of caws and chirps. He can imagine whoever's in the trees right now suddenly jolting in panic, in anger that the house he was looking at has disappeared, has gone invisible. After another beat, the boy feels satisfied and goes inside to continue waiting for Jess. He can be patient. Patience is in his blood. 43. I still can't believe it, the FBI agent says giddily as they slip into their opposite sides of the diner booth. I mean, the first clinic on my list, and there you are. It's like that scene at the end of Silence of the Lambs. Only you're not a serial killer. Anyway, I really appreciate your not running away. Jess wants to say something like, what was I supposed to do? Give you a chase? Start blasting the Beastie Boys, sabotage, and slide over the hood of a car? Dude all but ambushed her in the lobby of the health clinic while she was still processing everything the doctor said. Plus, not only did he identify himself as an FBI agent, which meant they've found her once again, but then he said the one thing that could get her to stop and listen. A sentence she hadn't realized she desperately needed to hear. I know what you're dealing with, and I'm here to help. This had been sotto voce in front of the clinic's reception desk. Afterward, he'd walked out into the parking lot with her where he'd asked if she knew of anywhere they could talk, even for just 10 minutes. She only knew of one other place around the parts, so here they are, Rose and Sal's. She wonders if Pepsi is here somewhere, eating a stack of pancakes, drinking coffee. He was right. It's a nice establishment. Definitely nicer than Poppy's. The view's better, too, looking out onto idyllic small-town Pennsylvania, rather than the concrete underbelly of an L.A. freeway. She doesn't think she'll be sampling much of Rose and Sal's cooking, though. In the complicated aftermath of finally getting her blood test, she'd been looking forward to eating something rich and greasy. Now she's not hungry at all. She clears her throat, tries to play it cool. I'm not confirming or denying I have any idea what you're talking about, she tells the beat-up man, who identified himself as Special Agent Michael Santos with an enthusiasm that made her think of a kid showing off his hall monitor badge. But what do you want? I want the same thing you want, Jess. Yeah? A recurring role on a multicam sitcom and flow from Progressive's bank account? He snorts. That's funny. You're funny. A waitress comes by with waters, asks if they know what they'd like. Santos orders 2 eggs over hard with bacon and some black coffee. He asks if they have any pie, and when the waitress offers cherry, he jumps at it. Jess says she's good with water for now. After the waitress leaves, Santos takes a sip from his glass and fixes his eyes on Jess.
You might like to know that cop you shot, he's going to live. You're still in big trouble for what you did, but thought you might like to know that.
She doesn't show her relief. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Right, I forgot. Just like how you have no idea you've committed felony kidnapping a half-dozen times over. Look, let's...
He leans forward on the table, keeping his voice low.
Can we just talk? Stop pretending I don't know what's going on, what you've been through, who you're hiding, what he's capable of?
She shrugs. You want to role play? We can role play, but it'll cost you extra. Though she's suddenly desperately thirsty, Jess picks up her glass and takes the gingerest of sips.
By the way,
Santos says,
I'm really sorry about your mom.
She almost spits the water out.
I know what it's like to lose a parent.
He continues.
She seemed like one heck of a woman, and she sure loved you.
He's trying to throw me, she thinks. He wants me off balance. He might seem junior league, but he's thought about how to manipulate me. She swallows, clears her throat, puts the glass down. You met her? She asks.
I did. Only briefly, but...
Were you there the night she died?
I was, and I'm so...
Well then, Jess says over him, you might want to know the last thing she said to me was to not trust you, specifically you, to get as far away from you as possible. Now he's the one who's thrown. Good.
Really?
Really.
That's sad to hear. I thought we left things... I made it clear as I could that I was there to help. I'm just trying to help you, Jess. Sincerely. What can I do to make you trust me?
Gosh, who doesn't love it when a man asks her that? He looks actually hurt, flummoxed. She takes another victorious sip of water, looks him up and down. His injuries. What happened that night? Can you tell me? He sighs, shifts in his seat, the plastic of the booth squeaking a little.
I'd come to speak with your mom, to tell her the same thing I'm telling you, that you're in trouble, but that I can help you, that I'm the only one on this case, specifically me, who wants to make sure you're not blamed for everything.
He holds her eye contact.
She believed me. She said she'd encourage you to come so we could all meet up and talk together. But then he showed up.
The wolf, said in a whisper, as if afraid of summoning. How did he find her?
Honestly, I don't know. He's ex-military. He's got skills. All I know is he was there, waiting, I guess. As soon as I saw him, I realized who he was. I tried to arrest him. I had him. But before I could get the cuffs on his other hand, he started to change, and he took me out.
He gestures generally to his injuries. He seems chastened, a welcome alternative to his cocky, playing at X-Files vibe. He looks at her with sincere eyes, made all the more effective by the dark smudges of bruising across his cheekbones.
Don't hate me when I say I know I'm lucky. Your mom wasn't. Your friend Marjorie wasn't. The people at your apartment complex weren't. I'm not a religious guy, so I think it's just dumb luck I'm still alive, but either way, Jess, I'm not going to waste it. I want to help end this. For you, for your mom, for everyone who's been hurt or worse so far.
Fuck. He's winning her over. What are you proposing, then? Why do you even want to talk to me? She wraps her hands around her glass of water to try to stop them from shaking.
The boy.
Santos says,
Take me to him. Let me take him back with me. Do that, and all this ends. No more running. No more death and destruction. No criminal charges.
Back? Back where?
Back to the people who made him this way. Back to the people who can cure him.
He promises her in whispered tones to tell her everything he knows.
Don't get too excited, though. He says, most of what I know doesn't fill a thimble.
He tells her about the boy's father's service, the medical experimentation, how something was passed on to the boy, but then the father decided he wouldn't let the boy be studied. Santos is right. It barely takes any time at all to tell. But throughout his brief overview, Jess finds herself growing increasingly uncomfortable. This feels too easy, too good to be true. She keeps hearing Cookie's voice in her head. Protect the boy. Get him as far away as you can. Still, there's the indisputable fact that Santos found her. Here, in a tiny town on the other side of the country. Where can she hide? This all sounds crazy, you know? She says to herself as much as to Santos.
I know. Believe me, I know.
You really think they can cure him?
I'm assuming you were with him when that thing happened with the stars last night, right?
She doesn't nod. He doesn't need her to.
No one has an interest in powers like his being out there.
And what about the dad? Is there a cure for him, too?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? She almost has to laugh. I mean, there's a shape-shifting super soldier running around murdering everybody to get his kid back. Remember? I saw what he did to the friggin' LAPD. What's your plan for him?
Huh,
he says.
Muses.
What? He shakes his head.
I just would have thought you understood.
Understood? The fuck is that supposed to mean? Do you have any idea what I've been dealing with the past few days? I understand plenty. He puts his hands up.
You're right. I'm sorry. You've been on the ground. This must have all been... To be honest, I didn't fully understand it until I saw him in the parking lot myself. That's when I started to put it all together.
What the hell are you talking about? Santos's eyes dart across her face, as if scanning for an answer.
You really think his father is a monster?
She has to stop herself from slamming the table, from shouting. Asshole! I know he's a monster. I've seen what he can do.
But haven't you also seen...
What?
Jess.
Pity now. Genuine goddamn pity.
His father's a normal human being, just like you or me.
She fully intends on a snappy retort, but her voice suddenly fails her.
The boy is the monster, Jess.
Santos repeats.
It's always been the boy.
Her mouth opens, closes, like a fish tasting air. She kinda wants to throw up. But, no, you said medical experiments. His dad...
There's zero evidence those experiments did anything to him. Made him a carrier, I guess. But that's it. If he'd gained any sort of abilities, we'd know, right? They're pretty hard to miss. Things only started happening after the boy ran away and his dad started chasing him.
It's so obvious, she doesn't know how to process it. Of course. It wasn't a magical boy and his shape-shifting father. Of course, it's only been the boy all along. She's seen his powers at work. Still, she fights it. But he told me. He said his daddy turns into things. It happens when he's angry.
Jess, he's 5 years old.
As if that explains everything.
It's not like he's doing this on purpose. When his daddy scares him,
It probably does seem like this is all Daddy's choice. But I saw him at your mom's apartment complex. The look on his face. He was begging not to change. I mean, for all we know, his dad is a decent guy who wants to stop this as much as we—
Don't you fucking dare start that. I'm not going to start sympathizing with him now. Not after everything he's—
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. You're right. He's definitely not innocent here either.
And the boy isn't a monster. He's just a little kid.
She has to swallow the bitter taste of insincerity. She means what she's saying, but she also knows she doesn't. Not entirely. I couldn't agree more. And listen to me. You've done a hell of a job trying to keep him safe and contained so far. Truly. That's why we need you. Monster or not, we need to keep that boy calm, unafraid. Only you can do that for us. After all you've been through, he trusts you. So please, work with me here. For his sake. For your sake. For the world's. Again, she thinks of those swirling stars. Those agonized galaxies. Suddenly, the waitress is there with Santos's food. Jess has to hold in a gasp. She almost forgot where they were. Santos thanks the waitress, then picks up his silverware. You don't mind, right? I'm starving. Can't think of the last time I ate. Jess realizes she's starving too. Her blood sugar has plummeted. She's shaking with full-body chills that something warm might allay, but she doesn't say anything. It's always been the boy. The boy made his father a monster. The big bad wolf. Even if his father was your garden-variety abusive asshole, there was nothing inhuman about him. That was all kiddo. Which means what happened to her mom was all him, too. To Margie? To everyone. Santos's silverware clinks and clatters. I meant what I said about you doing an amazing job so far, he tells her. I think about how hard it was for my mom after my dad died. What it must have been like for your mom. Taking care of a kid on your own is— but a kid like this. Jess nods, staring at his plate. He spears a bit of egg. You ever read The Lathe of Heaven? He asks. Ursula K. Le Guin? It rings a faint bell, in the way famous book titles do. She shakes her head. Great book. Classic sci-fi. I've been thinking about it a lot. It's about this guy whose dreams begin shaping reality. Whatever he dreams of starts to come true. So he goes to this doctor, basically like a therapist, and the therapist realizes, wait a minute, with your power and my smarts, we can work together, maybe make this world a better place. But the guy, the dreamer, can't control all the ramifications of his dreams. At one point, he tries to solve world hunger and winds up wiping out billions of people. He tries to dream up peace on Earth, and that causes aliens to enslave the planet. His therapist knows it can work with the right kind of prompts. He just needs to find the right one, but, well, never mind that. Now I'm rambling. The point is, that sort of power in the wrong hands, in the wrong scenarios, it's too awesome, it's too powerful, too— He swallows, puts his silverware down. Right now, he's 5, Jess. He's afraid of 5-year-old things. What happens when he gets older? I first learned about nuclear weapons when I was 9, and I couldn't sleep for a week. I was so scared. It would only take a second for him to accidentally nuke the world. And what happens when he begins having sexual fantasies about other people? Jess, what happens when he discovers cruelty? How do you protect? I don't know, she says. You and me both. He stares at her for a moment, scratches the back of his neck. You sure you don't want any food? It's really good. She stares at his plate, so much like the plates she served in a previous life. I think I need to use the restroom. He shoots a glance beyond her. She can see he's making a mental calculation, where the bathroom is, where the entrance to the diner is, whether he can keep an eye on her. And even though another diner restroom is the last place on earth she wants to be, a few moments later she finds herself inside the ladies at Rose and Sal's. Back in a bathroom once again. This one's so clean. She can't not be struck by how it's nothing like the hell pit that is Poppy's unisex. She stares at herself in the mirror. She looks ungodly. None of the physical injuries Santos has, but just as chewed up. Aged a decade at least. Sallow skin imprinted with worry lines, unwashed hair, chapped lips. What can she do? I think even if I run, he'll find me. Even if I leave him right now, he'll figure out how to track me back to the cabin. There might even be agents waiting there. Yes, and? For all her initial dislike of him, he's made some irrefutable points. Points she's been trying to articulate herself over the past few days. And yet, what she really keeps coming back to are two things, intertwined like snakes in a knot. One, I have to protect the boy. He's just a little kid and he trusts me. He needs me. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to him. Two, this has all been his fault. He killed my friend. He killed my mom. He prevented me from getting to a doctor. It's been him this whole time. Yes, and? Do I really have any allegiance to him? After all he's done? After all we've gone through? Because of him? Maybe she's fighting this solution because it feels too easy? Maybe she's too used to catastrophizing, and who could blame her? You spend enough time in the shit and every smell is suspect. But look at this bathroom. She's not in Poppy's anymore. These scenarios are different. Sometimes solutions come and they're anticlimactic. They're easy. Yes, and? He made his father the monster. It's not fair. It's not his fault. He's just a scared little kid. But what might he do to her? What happens when she inevitably loses her temper or snaps at him? She's barely holding it together as it is. How do you protect? Her half-baked plan of slow, gradual diffusing is madness. She can see that now. For all she knows, his dad had the same plan too. As for her idea that the boy could undo whatever pathogens might be in her own bloodstream, isn't that also crazy? Like that FBI agent's sci-fi story, it could have disastrous side effects. She'd have to phrase her prompt exactly right. Otherwise, who knows what the kid might do to her, make her immortal even, which, sure, sounds tempting at first until you're wandering around a dying planet with no friends or loved ones. Or maybe your body is still aging, but you just won't die. And holy fucking shit, imagine being 200 years old and longing for death. Complications versus simplicity. Risks versus obvious solutions. Doing this alone versus finally having some help. She steps out of the bathroom. From the hallway leading back to the dining area, she can see their booth, and she watches Santos. He's sitting there, a piece of bacon halfway to his lips, staring blankly into nowhere, frozen except for one hand, which rubs furiously at the back of his neck. She's struck by a wave of surreality. How is this her life? Run now. You can run now, and he might not be able to follow you in time. It's this thought that finally clinches her decision. Because running was what got her into this mess in the first place. and because her dad was a runner. The running stops now. When she slides into her side of the booth, Santos snaps back to attention. The bacon finishes its journey into his mouth. "So," he says, after he's done an acceptable amount of chewing, "what are you thinking?" 44. He hears a car crunching up, and he rushes out the front door to greet her. He's been so brave. He can't wait to show her how brave he's been. But bravery has also felt like a weight. He's eager to set it down at her feet. She holds it so much easier than he. He pulls up short on the patio as he notices it's not one car pulling into the drive, but two, Jess's and someone else. He doesn't like this. No, this is strange and unexpected. He hates unexpected. But he doesn't run. He's determined to be brave a little while longer. Whoever has just arrived is here with her. He trusts her. Despite all he's been through, he's still at the age where love and trust are inseparable, as unquestionable as gravity. Jess gets out of her car, and a man gets out of the other, a man with a face full of hurts. Jess makes a hand wave that tells the man to stop and wait. Then Jess comes forward, opening the porch screen door with a squawk and inviting the boy to step down onto the gravel of the driveway. He does so. She makes sure the screen door doesn't slam behind him. In the sunlight, he sees the tears streaking down her cheeks. She's been crying again. But he doesn't think she's been crying for the same reasons she's been crying a lot lately. She kneels down to his level and puts her hands on his shoulders. He waits for her to tell him what's going on. "So, kiddo," she says at last, sounding very, very, very sad, "I've got some good news." Silly Jess. She'd thought that by never getting married and never having children, she could avoid a conversation like this. Like the one Cookie had with little Jess when it was time to explain that Daddy didn't want to be around her anymore. The boy doesn't throw up like she did, but he wears an expression of disbelief and hurt and confusion Jess is sure is identical to her younger self's. It rips her heart into pieces. She explains that this man is a new friend and that he's here to help, that the boy needs to go with him to a new place, a safe place. "But," the boy says when she's finished, "I don't want to go with him. I want to stay with you." The FBI agent steps forward. "Hey, Pete," Santos says. That's his name? No look of recognition crosses the boy's face. He doesn't respond like the name means anything to him. Santos squats down, too. "Hey, my name's Special Agent Michael Santos. You can call me Mickey." The boy glares at him. "I know this is confusing, but I'm just here to help. I promise." "I don't want to go," the boy repeats, frustrated and angry. "I don't know you." "No, you don't." Santos tries to laugh it off, "But I'm not such a bad guy. Right, Jess?" Jess tries not to wear any sort of commentary on her face. He's here to help, kiddo. That's all. You're a real special kid, Pete," Santos interjects. "Real special. You know that, right?" The kid looks at both adults, not sure how to respond. Jess opens her mouth to take over, but Santos continues. "You can do things no one else can, and that's really cool. But it's also really dangerous, right? It's been causing all sorts of complications," the boy says. "Exactly, complications. So I'm going to take you where you won't have to worry about those complications anymore, where really smart people can help you,
where they can make it so there are no more complications, and you can just be, well, normal.
The boy cringes at that. So does Jess. He is normal.
Right, I'm just saying you won't have to worry anymore. Doesn't that sound nice?
Can Jess come with us?
The boy asks, suddenly hopeful. That's such a good question. It rips her heart into even smaller pieces. She hadn't thought to ask that yet. Your father's daughter, inner Jess seethes. Can I? She asks Santos. He immediately begins to flounder.
I don't know. I'll have to check with maybe not right away, but...
The boy saves him from further hemming by scurrying around Jess to hide behind her legs. Santos makes to retrieve him, and Jess holds up a hand. Wait, she tells Santos. Just wait. He's about to try anyway, and she stops him with a stern look and a low, serious tone. Don't make him more upset. Santos understands and takes a few steps back.
Yeah, Petey, he says, too loud. I bet we can make that happen. Of course we can make that happen.
He's lying. Jess stares at him. He stares back, offers her a work with me smile, like they're building a scene together. It's funny how quickly things develop, she thinks. Another thing you learn as an improviser. A good scene only takes a couple of lines to establish. Ideally, the first person to speak establishes the setting and relationship. The second person establishes the conflict, and you're off to the races. Now, she realizes, this scene has changed in just a few short sentences. Santos is trying to establish their relationship as co-conspirators, but the conflict is she very much doesn't want that role. One rule about scene building, though, you're not supposed to do it with questions. That makes your partner do all the hard work and can grind the scene to a halt. Jess is bursting with questions. But is that true? She asks. I mean, what's going to happen to me with all the stuff I know? All the stuff you told me? Am I going to have to be quarantined? Or killed? And where is the facility you're taking him to? Where is he going to be held? Are there people who care about his well-being, or are they just scientists? Will there be other people for him to play with? Santos stammers.
I don't know that stuff yet, but I'll find...
And wait! You keep saying how special he is. Are there other kids like him? Have there ever been other kids like him? If he's so special, how do they even know what to do with him? How do we even know that a cure is possible if... Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. I fucked up. Understanding turns her guts into lead. So obvious. She's made a terrible mistake. In her fatigue, in her grief and fear and desperation to find a solution to this nightmare. Santos seems to have noticed her tipping point, too. Jess, he says, oozing desperation, there are some little logistical things I don't know, but you just have to trust me, okay? Please. I want what's best for both of you. I'm not going to let anything bad happen. That's the whole reason I'm here. I'm so confused. I'm so stupid. Oh, God. Trust me. Trust me. Who's the hero in your story?
What?
He blinks at the non sequitur. That story you were telling me about, the one where the guy can dream stuff up, who's your hero when you think about it? Who do you side with? Who's right? Is it the guy with the powers who's scared of what he's doing? Or is it the doctor who's trying to manipulate him?
Jess,
he exhales.
I mean, the doctor is trying to make the world a better place. He's not... There are no heroes. That's not how classic sci-fi works, Jess.
He gives her a wheezy laugh, like she's being so unreasonable. Oh, fuck, what have I done? I'm so stupid. They're not really going to cure him, are they?
Jess, you're overthinking.
There's no interest in curing him. You're taking him to the same people who did whatever they did to his father because they want to study him. They want to train him. Cookie's voice. Get him far away. This is about the boy.
Jess.
They want to use him. Discovering all of this as she speaks, hearing it out loud. Yes, anding herself.
No,
He seems unsure, like he's putting this together too.
No.
He stamps his foot, cutting the thoughts off. He will not question his orders.
Jess, you're making all this worse. Look, you're scaring him. We're just going to take him to a new place with experts who are going to make sure nobody else gets hurt and that he's healthy and happy and...
They're going to turn him into a weapon, aren't they? They're going to try to change the world. She says it quietly. Not even to Santos, more to the air around them, but it has the effect of a slap in the face. She looks up at him, sees that he has the same suspicions.
Jess.
Trying to work up the energy to lie. She doesn't give Santos the time. She looks down at the boy. Run, she says. 45. He doesn't plan on pulling his gun, but it's out, in his hands, and pointing at the woman. This god-awful woman who's so close to ruining everything.
Jess,
he warns her. Stop. The boy has taken a few hesitant steps away, but now he's standing there transfixed, watching the adults argue. Run, she keeps telling the kid. Get away! Hurry! He's going to hurt you!
No! Santos roars. She's lying, kid.
Is she lying, though? His mind reels. He hasn't thought this through either. He's been so consumed with his tasks at hand, with proving himself. But what happens to the boy next isn't up to him. That's not his job. Keeping Jess safe is a bit of altruism on his part, but that's all. The rest of these questions are, well, beyond his pay grade. Who's the hero of your story? The boy flicks back and forth between them, legs bent and ready, but not moving, not yet. I don't want to run, he whines, then to Jess. If I run, he'll come find me, and he'll hurt you.
I will find you, kid, Santos growls. And I don't want to hurt her, so just don't listen to her. Listen to me. Get in the car. Everything is going to be okay.
He's lying, Jess says. You're not safe with him. Either he's lying to us, or they're lying to him, but remember how you feel about liars.
Nobody's lying, Santos shouts. Nobody is going to get hurt.
You're pointing a fucking gun at me, asshole, Jess yells. His arms twitch reflexively, wanting to bring the gun down, take that argument away from her. He doesn't allow it to happen. He keeps the gun steady. He will not relent. Alan wouldn't relent. Alan is counting on him to not relent. He will not be proven weak. He speaks deliberately. You're the one with the weapon, Jess. Don't make me act in self-defense. He regrets saying that immediately. He sees the subtle way Jess's eyes bulge. She hadn't considered this. Her upper hand.
No. Jess, don't.
He's got to disappear, she says to the boy. Santos's and Jess's voices begin to tumble over each other.
Jess, don't you dare. Jess, I'm warning you.
Get him out of here. Make it like he was...
I will fire. You have 3 seconds. 2.
Never here, like he never found us. It's the only way. The crescendo of their overlap is interrupted by the boy's screaming. He throws his hands over his ears, squeezes his eyes shut. You're not here, he shouts. You were never here.
You're not real, and you never were.
And then it happens. All of this in an instant. The feeling of a hand punching through his brain. No, not through his brain, through his life. Through time itself. Not a punch, not a fist, at any rate. A hand. Reaching, penetrating, grasping for purchase, for the best place to grab a hold of something. It speeds through his existence from this moment and beyond. Every moment he's ever lived, leafing through each page in his book of life. Not here, earlier. Earlier. Keep searching, keep looking for that perfect spot, that hand, that horrible hand, forcing its way down time's throat, making him choke and gag as it goes deeper, deeper, looking for a seam, a hook. Earlier, every moment. It has always been there because it's there now, and there already happened. It hadn't happened until this instant, but because of this instant, it has always existed. Once it happens, it will always be happening. It will never not have happened. Memory and future colliding, changing. At last, it finds what it's looking for. Deep in the earliest moments of what will eventually become Special Agent Michael Santos's life. Before consciousness, before shape, before form. A tangle of unrecognizable shapes and threads congealing in their red uterine laboratory. The hand grabs a hold of one of these threads like a worm, a vine. This thread will eventually grow into a nerve, into a spine, into a spot on the back of the neck of a fetus, an infant, a toddler, a child, an adolescent, a young man, an adult. The hand doesn't know this. It just knows it's found something it can really sink its nails into, a thread it can yank and unravel. It's thinking in its muscle memory way of an old sock it pulled apart and unraveled when it was 3 years old. It grabs a hold, loops its finger around the thread. It pulls. All this in an instant. Agent Michael Santos slaps at the back of his neck where that maddening, ghostly feeling has finally become all too tangible. Flesh explodes, unravels, from the spot, too fast, too powerful. It's like he's standing in a pressurized chamber and someone put a bullet hole through the wall right behind him. Or perhaps a better analogy is that it's like he's a whale. And that spot on his neck is a blowhole, only instead of spray he's exhaling, it's the entirety of his body. But these are just rhetorical devices, imperfect attempts to put into words the excruciating unknitting that spreads from the spot Santos has been rubbing for the past few days. He feels it all. Every moment of this endless instant, an agony louder and more profound than any neuron could dream to concoct. Each and every part of him experiences this chiral, expanding nothingness. A pitiless, ravenous vacuum only the bodies of dying astronauts lost and spinning in the soundless dark might understand. The hand covering the spot on his neck doesn't block anything. In fact, the hand itself joins the spray, corkscrewing, with a drum roll of snapping bones and wafts into burning leaves. The liquid in his veins bubbles and froths. His eyes, the sclera spiral up and outward, streaked with disassembled iris, the aqueous and vitreous humors, dancing in liquid grace. He's screaming, howling, shredding, shrieking, but his voice twists up into a mad helium helix and soon becomes inaudible. Layer by layer, his skin tearing off his muscles, dissolving in the air like flash paper, his muscles tearing off his bones splintering into marrow-streaked shards, the shards fragmenting into smaller and smaller flakes. The front of his chest cavity cracks into a vertical mouth as his back and spine contract inward, ribs like teeth in instant decay, perfectly solid viscera unzipping into cloud-like vapor, the blood vessels, the blood, the nerves stubbornly reporting their outrages until the very end, until his atoms have bubbled and twisted their way into non-existence. His skin is gone. His blood is gone. His screams are gone. For a few beats, there's the stench of burning metal, like scorched ozone, an acrid, painful odor, but then that's gone too. The last to go is something intangible, an energy, a sense that something living existed. Sweaty handprints smeared on the glass of reality. But even those fade and vanish as the world tells itself that he was never here. Never here. Never here. Never here. 46. In a small house in Carson City, Nevada, Emmeline Santos putters around, cleaning, dusting her photos. Duster in hand, she stops. A noise has surprised her. A squeak. She doesn't realize it came from her own mouth. She looks up from what she's doing. What just happened? Something just happened. A molasses-thick feeling of dread oozes through her heart, makes her chest heavy and baleful. But she can't put a finger on what the matter is. I was dusting this end table and... She looks back down. There's a framed photograph there. She bends to inspect it, heart fluttering madly, like a hummingbird. What? What? She screams at what she sees. Or perhaps what she doesn't? She screams until the neighbors, Joni and Andy, break the door down to find out what's the matter. I needed that door fixed, she thinks as she screams. Sometimes it sticks when it's humid. I was going to ask Mike to fix it. I was going to ask, who? Who? She doesn't stop screaming, even as dear old Joni and Andy try to physically restrain her. She doesn't stop screaming as they call for an ambulance. She doesn't stop screaming as she's taken to the hospital. She doesn't even stop screaming even after her voice finally gives up the ghost and the only sound that escapes her throat is a ragged whistle. She screams her silent scream as her ruined throat drips blood down her trachea and her larynx is rendered paralyzed. For the rest of her life, a miserably long life, that scream continues. For the few hours she sleeps, she whimpers and groans miserably, and when she wakes up, her screams resume through vocal cords completely shredded and still through a face twisted in uncomprehending misery. And no one, least of all she, knows why. 47. The two of them are silent for a long time. The world is silent, too. No birds chirp. Even the wind seems to be holding its breath, shocked by what it just witnessed. First to speak is the boy, whole minutes later, maybe even hours. What did I do? He doesn't ask as if he's forgotten. He asks with uncomprehending horror. Jess has a strange insight that, even if is now gone forever, even if the specifics of who it was begin to dissolve, the two of them will never really forget what they did to someone. Those screams, that smell. "I shouldn't have done that," the boy says. He brings his eyes up to meet hers. "Why did you make me do that?" Jess begins. "I didn't—" Those screams, that smell. He just unmade a person. She's dimly aware that her face is twisting, contorting in obvious disgust and loathing as she looks at the monster, the boy. She tries to fight it, but she's so horrified at what he's done that her expression must be showing. He just unmade a person with his mind. Why did you make me do that? The boy's tears begin to spill down his cheeks. His voice becomes thick. Why did you make me do that? She needs to comfort him. He's only a kid, she tries to remind herself. He's just as scared. He just unmade a person. Kid. Her head throbs. Knowledge of what they did. Memories start to conflict. She brought someone here. Who? Why? The details are achingly, maddeningly close, but her synapses won't connect them. The boy has punched messy holes in her memory, in reality itself. He's too powerful. How can you train that? How can you make that safe? Oh, God, how can you look that in the eye? What did I do? Why isn't anyone here to help me? I thought someone else was here to... Her thoughts are cut off as the kid begins to wail. A long, loud, fire truck siren of a sob. Huge tears burst from his eyes. I didn't want to do that. He stamps his feet, waves his hands in front of him. Snot balloons out of his nostrils. It's a tantrum, a garden variety tantrum, because he's just a monster, a child. She forces her terror, her revulsion down and goes to him. She hears placating words coming out of her mouth, barely audible against his maelstrom. She tries to rub his arms, his hair. He shoves her away. She tries to re-engage. He shoves her again. I didn't want to do that. The boy, who is only 5 years old, howls and sobs. That was bad. I did bad. You're bad, too. I hate you. No, Jess tries to say. No, it's okay. You're okay. It's not... A sudden cramp seizes Jess's body. Not an organ cramp, a stomach, a uterus. Her entire body is seized with agony. She can't breathe. She looks down, sees her hands. Her hands twist and break. Her nails darken and squeeze farther out of their beds. Thick, coarse hair stabs its way out of her skin. Comprehension, like a runaway bus, slams into her. Oh, God, no. You're bad, too. The boy manages through his tears. You're bad. She feels like she's being set on fire. The whole body cramps are so intense. He's turning me into the monster now. He's turning me into... Something begins shifting inside her skull, scratching, clawing on the inside, a second shape preparing to burst forth and be born. Her vision fades behind a veil of red. Please, she gasps. She won't have a human throat for much longer. Don't! I'm sorry! Don't do this! I'm not like him! Please! But her mind is shrieking. The man was right. Which man? Who? The boy is the monster, not the father, and now you're the monster too, like your father. Please, baby. she begs, falling to her knees. Please don't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You're not bad. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. You're not bad. You're not. The cramps suddenly let go. She falls forward onto the heels of her hands, her human hands. Her bones shift back into place. The thick hair covering her arms falls away. The straining, itching shape inside her skull recedes, dissolves. When she's able to see clearly, she sees the boy standing there, face in hands, shoulders shaking with sobs. I'm sorry, she wheezes. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Come here. It's okay. We're going to be okay. She holds her arms out for him. He shakes his head. I'm bad, he whispers, finally looking up at her. So small. So hurt. I did bad. I always do bad. Daddy was white. With that, he turns and runs into the trees. Wait! She calls after him. Her body is so disoriented by what it just experienced that it takes her precious seconds to find her footing. She staggers up and after him. Wait! Come back! A faint, furious voice responds from somewhere too deep among the trees. You can't see me now either! 48. The trees are faceless giants 100 feet tall, densely packed, impenetrable, but the boy is small enough to find himself lost within them. He stumbles his way through their unyielding trunks, leaves crunching underfoot, his tears blurring the greens and browns. He didn't want to be bad. He just wants to be good. That's all he's ever wanted. Why can't he just make that happen? For the first time, he thinks the words, I wish I was never born. He feels a faint tingle at the base of his neck. But then, in his memory, he hears high-pitched screams, the worst pain he's ever heard from that awful bad thing he just did, and he can't commit to the wish. Finally, he slumps against one of the trees, slides down into the dirt onto his butt. He folds his arms over his knees and weeps for as long as the tears will come. When they run out, he wipes his face and looks around. Trees stretch out in every direction. If he had the word, he would think of infinity. He can't have been sitting here for too long, and it was bright daylight when he ran away, but the trees are packed so tightly together that a twilight gloom falls over everything. He feels emptied. It reminds him of the time he got very sick when he was younger, a fever, vomiting, all of it. Perhaps that's why, with this emptiness, come memories of being cared for, of being held, rocked, caressed, fed, soothed, of the strong, sure hands that have been there for as long as he's had thought, of the deep and straining pain, need, want for those hands whenever they were taken away, whenever he didn't deserve them. He's not meant to be alone like this. He needs an adult, a caretaker. He's just a child. I want my daddy, he thinks. I miss Daddy. He's surprised at how brightly he feels this desire, how not complicated. That comes a few moments later when he remembers what Daddy can be like. But this time, even though the boy's body fills with terror, a strange part of him welcomes it. That's fine, this part of him thinks. Daddy will punish me, but I deserve to be punished because I'm bad. I've done such bad things. Daddy was right. And Daddy is the only one who can make him better. It will hurt, it will be scary, but it's the right thing to do. And maybe after the hurting, Daddy will love me again. He sniffles, looks around at the dizzyingly vast forest.
Daddy,
he says. It falls out of him like the sigh of the condemned on the scaffold. His heart thunders with fear. He closes his eyes. Come find me, Daddy. You can find me again. Come punish me. Come take me home. To Jess, the trees remind her of funhouse mirrors, each trunk a reflexive clone of the next, repeating and repeating and repeating into distorted eternity. On the heels of this image, an even more unexpected one, that movie, The Matrix, with its never-ending rows of CGI weaponry whooshing past its heroes. Having these references helps her wrap mental hands around the situation, but it also reminds her again of the instinctual nature of imagination, how immediately it works, how necessary it can be for processing what's going on around you, how impossible it is to turn off. I've got to get out of here. If she's being totally honest with herself, she's finally reached her breaking point. She wants to run away as far as she can get as much distance from this boy, this situation, as possible. She can still feel how her bones began to shift, how her skin began to burn. She can still remember that horrifying other shape scuttling inside her skull. The problem is, outer Jess went into action before her brain could catch up. She ran after the boy when he disappeared beyond the tree line, and now she can't find her way out again. The trees are everywhere, even behind her. She didn't go that far into the woods, but the woods swallowed her up all the same. He's doing this. He's the monster. What happens when he discovers cruelty? She stops, spins around, trying to ignore the panic scratching at the base of her spine, trying not to drown in the impossible distortion of the never-ending stretch of trees. He could be anywhere, doing anything. He could be preparing to do to her what he did to... Who? Who am I trying to remember? He could leave her lost in these woods forever. God, she just wants to get back to the cabin, maybe raid that liquor cabinet and drink this nightmare away. She closes her eyes. Stop. Don't panic. He's just a kid, not a monster. A scared, hurt, confused, ashamed little kid. Another thing she can't forget. He's the only one who can stop this, who can get her out of here. She has to find him, reason with him, without losing her calm. She never wants to feel that breaking, that burning ever again. One thing at a time, then. Find him, get out of these trees. But how? He said she couldn't see him anymore. So, play by his rules. Don't look. Listen. She holds her breath, focuses. Faintly, she hears sobbing. She runs toward it. The noise gets closer, so close that she starts to believe he's nearby, that maybe she'll actually be able to find him, and then... There he is, sitting against a tree, head in his arms, weeping. Was he upset enough that his invisibility wore off, or did he decide to take it back on purpose? Her heart gives an anxious lurch, knowing that when he looks up at her, his expression will tell her everything. If he looks at me with hate, I'm dead. If he looks at me with relief, it's neither. It's the purest fatigue she's ever seen. The boy wipes at his eyes, his nose. Go away, he says. She keeps her distance. I can't, kiddo. I'm stuck in these woods. You've got us stuck out here. You gotta let us out. I'm not doing anything. Petulant, frustrated. I'm just waiting. Yeah? What are you waiting for? He kicks at the ground with his heels. I'm tired.
I'm hungry. I'm scared. I hate this. I hate this.
I know.
I don't know what to do. I feel like everything broke. Like I'm all broke.
Yeah. She squats down. I know that feeling. Sometimes I think that's just what being alive feels like.
I hate it.
He looks at her, his face a tear-streaked portrait of misery. Hey, don't say that. As long as you're alive, you've still got...
What?
She shrugs. Hope? Time? A chance to turn things around.
I'm a bad kid,
he says, shaking his head.
I don't want to be bad. I don't want to hurt so many people, but that's all I do.
Now's your chance, she realizes, with sudden and urgent clarity. You can end this. Maybe he'll finally be receptive to making this all go away. Not true, kiddo. You do so much more than that. Hey, will you walk back to the cabin with me? I'll tell you everything I know about you, all the good stuff, and we can work on this together. Hope brightens his face for a moment. Then he clouds over again.
It's too hard, and I'm too bad.
It is hard, she agrees. But you know what? I think you can do hard things. I think you can do anything. Will you trust me? Just one more time? He looks at her again. This time really stares at her, trying to read something in her face.
You really think we can make things better?
She puts every ounce of effort into not showing how she really feels. I do, kiddo. 100%. And hey, if we need a little break, we can always play gin rummy. That makes him smile a little. She holds her arms out, and he gets up, goes to her, lets himself be hugged. In that embrace, feeling his tiny body close to hers, she actually does believe that there's a way out of this. Until the first low rumble slithers through the fallen leaves. She's not even really sure she felt it until the second one. The boy pulls away from her. His face has gone white.
Oh, no,
he says, as if just remembering something awful.
Oh, no.
What? What is that?
I did bad.
It's okay. We're going to figure all that out.
No, I did more bad than that.
He looks off into the trees, whining with fear. Her stomach drops a little. What do you mean, kiddo? What did you do? Keeping her voice soft, making sure it sounds curious and not totally fucking terrified. He tries to figure out how to tell her, wipes at his eyes with the backs of his hands.
Daddy always said when I did bad things, I need to be punished. He said I needed
discipline? He flinches at the word.
And I did bad, so I needed Daddy, and I also missed Daddy, and that's bad too, and so
This time, she hears it as well as feels it in the ground. Thud. Thud. Getting louder.
I'm sorry,
the boy says, grabbing her arm.
I'm sorry, Jess.
Thud. Thud. Like heavy machinery, or bass turned up high, or thud. Another stupid fucking movie reference fires off in her imagination, not The Matrix, but a different blockbuster she saw when she was very little, at the theater with her mom, maybe even her dad, too. The place had been packed, buzzing with excitement, and the dread had started from the very first scene. By the time they got to this scene, she'd had to run out to the lobby because she was hyperventilating so hard. Because thud, thud, the T-Rex was coming. Nobody had warned them,
Jurassic Park would be so goddamn scary. Even when she'd finally seen it years later and from the safety of her own tiny TV screen, when that monster finally burst through its wire fence, that ancient horror rendered unmistakably alive, it had lost none of its power. Thud. Thud. Closer, almost on top of them. But this isn't a T-Rex. This is something far, far worse. The boy is full-on hyperventilating with terror now. Jess might be too. Just you wait until your father gets home, she thinks. No one will be spared. Barely a few yards away, a wolf, at least 20 feet tall, bursts through the trees, looking straight at them. 49. The creature is so massive, Jess's mind can only process it in tiny snapshots. Fangs as big as her forearm, slick with gallons of dripping saliva. A snout like a pickup truck. Eyes the size of exercise balls, the color of rotten yolks. Hair as thick and rangy as moss. No, like the dangling scalps of stacked piles of dead women. She scoops the boy up in her arms and runs. A roar, like a bomb blast, follows them into the trees. The boy has begun to cry again. "I'm sorry," he keeps repeating. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." In her feverish mind, she wonders, is he saying that to me or to his father? "Make him go away," she manages in between labored breaths, trying her best not to trip over branches or slide on leaves while they run. "Make it so he can't find us anymore." "I'm scared," he responds in a whine. "I'm too scared." "Me too," she says. How can you keep your thoughts clear with something like this after you? Behind them, too close, another tree explodes as the thundering giant follows. She zigs and zags, running in circles, trying to lose the pursuing giant. The tree cover is thick enough that the effort of pushing through seems to slow the wolf down a bit, but those planet-shaped eyes, those radar dish ears, find them more often than not. Her lungs burn and her legs cramp. The kid gains another 5, 10, 15 pounds in her arms. She can't outrun it. Its legs are too large, the ground it can cover too vast. She knows she's going to soon run out of options. She darts in an unexpected, "Please, God," direction and finds a thick copse of trees. Remembering their time on the hotel roof, she acts quickly, setting the boy down and wiping his tears. "Okay, sweetie," she says in as steady a voice as her pounding adrenaline will allow. She points in a random direction away from the sound of heavy footfalls. "If you run that way, you'll find the cabin. Okay? Just head that way and you'll get there. Understand me?" The boy nods. "Calm yourself down. You can make all this go away. Tell your fear to go away. You can do this. Everything is okay. You are strong and you are good." Another roar. Another explosion of wood and leaves. The ground shakes as the wolf forces its way toward them. "Go, now! I'll be right behind you in just a few minutes. Believe that. Make sure you believe that." With another, more decisive nod, the tiny boy takes off running in the direction she pointed him in. She tries to find a landmark, something to help her orient herself and remember where he ran. "Will this work?" Inner Jess asks. "Who fucking knows?" Outer Jess responds. Through the veil of trees, she can just barely make out a horizontal line highlighted by traces of white. The lake. The kid ran toward the lake. Shit! Their cabin definitely isn't in that direction, and the lake won't provide them any cover. No time to worry about that now. She just has to hope the kid's powers come through one more time and he finds himself at the cabin. Not that any place is safe from... Another snarling, deafening roar. Not going to work, not going to... Shut up! Hoping the real kid is far enough away to not hear her now, she curls her arms around an imaginary child against her chest and starts reprimanding in a loud voice. "Stop crying!" she yells. "He's going to find us! Stop!" Still yelling, she takes off running in the opposite direction, deeper, deeper into the trees. 50. The wolf hears her and gives chase. 51. It's a decent enough plan, considering the lack of time to think about it. Get the monster deeper into the woods, lose it with her newfound agility and speed, then book it for home, where she'll have a little more time to help the boy make this nightmare stop. There's only one problem. She's just too tired already. She has to skid to a halt a few minutes later, legs watery, blood thundering in her ears. She only means to stop for as long as it takes to catch her breath again. While she gasps for air, she notices she's stopped a few yards away from a building. An abandoned, ramshackle cabin, like a half dozen of the other ones they'd passed on their walk around the area yesterday. Run down, broken windows, no front door, probably home to vagrants during the warmer months, or maybe some wildlife. Smaller than the semi-suburban-feeling home she and the boy are staying in. This building feels far more deserving of the term cabin. Still, shelter is shelter. Maybe she can hide in... The wall of the abandoned cabin suddenly speeds toward her. She only registers she's the one flying toward it an instant before impact. The world cuts to black. Stutters again into focus. Her back aches where she was swatted by something massive. The searing pain in her front is even worse. Broken ribs, no doubt. Air comes in thin, whistling gasps as she tries to breathe. Almost a blessing, really, that the abandoned cabin was here to stop her flight. Otherwise, she might have wound up skewered on a branch or decapitated by a tree limb. She staggers to her feet, the world still fading in and out behind black stars as the gigantic wolf rumbles toward her. The carrion stench of decay fills the world. The wolf blots out the afternoon sun, swallows Jess in its shadow. Still yards away from her, and yet so close. The doorless entryway to the cabin is just to her right. Ignoring the asphyxiating pain in her chest, she rolls in that direction, falling inside the dilapidated building just as claws the size of pickaxes slam down into the earth where she'd been standing. For a moment, she thinks she might find some safety inside the cabin, but then she notices the entire back wall of the building rotted away. No, not rotted, burst. Something exploded through the back of this cabin, and sunlight streams into the cabin as if to say, "No hiding in here, kiddo." It's in that sunlight that she notices certain items strewn on the floor: a bedroll, bags of dry food, a lantern, ragged shreds of clothing, the leather scraps of boots, all of it looking, despite the tattered remains, very new, very clean, very fresh. Someone had been staying here very recently. It comes to her in a flash. The boy's father. He'd found them, had been waiting for them here in an abandoned cabin by the lake somehow, and when the change overtook him, when the boy summoned him, his clothes were rendered into rags as the giant wolf exploded through the abandoned building. This place is no shelter. There is no shelter. Not from the wolf. Another roar, just outside. Her head rattles like the beverage cart in a turbulent plane. Should have had the kid make me immortal after all, she thinks wildly. Before she decides which direction to run once more, she notices something else on the floor. Beside the tattered clothes, a gun. Its handle is wrapped with tape. Something about it looks ugly and mercenary. She knows all too well, from Kelsey to the seeming entirety of the LAPD, that guns aren't going to stop this thing, But there's at least a semblance of protection in her hands now. Having seen 1,000 movies with 1,000 psychopaths taunting their recently armed victims, she knows to check for the safety. Doesn't mean she knows how to do it, so it takes her a few moments to identify the damn thing. She has to move carefully so as to not accidentally shoot herself in the face while she disengages the small toggle by the hammer. Once finished with this, though, her heart lurches. Not at any noise, but at the absence of it. It's too quiet. Suddenly, horribly quiet. She hurries out of the building. The monster is gone. The sounds of snapping trees telling her it's moving off to find the boy. It took her play and ran with it. No! Her chest is agony. Her breath whistles like a factory insisting it's quitting time. But it's not. She's got her own play to attempt. She frantically looks around, searching for a hint of the lake, spots it distantly through the trees, closes her eyes, and hobbles as quickly as she can in that direction, hoping whatever shortcut the boy's impossible geography provided still holds true for her. Believing in the boy's belief that she'll get to him first before the monster, no matter what form it takes or tricks it uses. Please, God. Please, God. Please, God. When she opens her eyes, she's limping through a clearing toward the circular driveway of their cabin. "Thank you," she manages in a wheeze. The boy is standing outside, hands clenched, face tight with concentration, mouth moving in recognizable shapes. He's counting, trying to calm himself. His eyes open at her approach. "Hey!" she gasps. It hurts so badly to speak, but she's too relieved. "Told you I'd be right behind you." A frustrated tear spills down his cheek. "I'm trying, Jess," he says, distraught. "I'm trying, but I can't make him go away. It's too—" More trees explode in the not-too-distance, and the boy flinches. "I know," she says, pulling up close to him. Thinking once again of the trick that worked on the hotel roof, she painfully kneels down to his level. It's too scary. But also, the trees are too thick for him to get here. Can't you tell? He considers, nods hesitatingly. When she turns around, the tree cover is even thicker than it was before. A good first step. She remembers something else. What he did when he stormed off. Can you make it so he can't see us? Make us invisible? Another hesitating nod. He closes his eyes and focuses. More roars and sounds of frustrated rage from inside the trees. The boy gives up, shaking his head. "I can't. I'm too scared." He's literally trembling with fright and effort. "It's okay," she assures him. "I know he's loud, but the trees are too thick, and he's too big. He can't get to us. It's okay." Unless he finds a different way to move through the trees, inner Jess pipes up. Plus, he can still smell us. He'll know where we are, even if we're Not helpful, she reprimands herself, grateful the kid can't hear her thoughts. He'll find a way, though. He always finds a way, a horrifying way. Jess does her best to ignore the doom thoughts. "It's okay. Let's get inside where it's quieter. You're doing so good. You're so brave, kiddo. I'm so proud of—" A strange noise makes her stop and listen. From inside the woods, no longer the fierce stomping and snapping of trees, something creakier, like a boat on the waves. She notices the kid's expression. His eyes have gone huge in uncomprehending surprise. She turns to follow his gaze. Has to blink to process what she's looking at. The trees are densely packed together, but not so much that she can't see the shadowy shape barreling through them, no longer pushing and shoving its way with difficulty, moving instead like... What? How? As the shape nears, it catches more light, and Jess is able to see more detail. "Oh my God," she manages. She's witnessed too much by now to doubt her eyes, but even so, this is a hard visual to believe. The giant wolf has sprouted hands and arms all over the surface of its body. Its snout points forward like the nose of a torpedo, and in a ghoulish corona are scores of grasping, pulling limbs, some huge, some small, some human, some animal, some insectile. The trees bend and bevel as it launches itself over, through, between them. Jess's body breaks out in chills at the unnatural, uncanny, undeniably organic sight. She wants to run, but she's hypnotized. The boy, too. The front of his pants has gone dark with urine. Either he had similar fears as her own, or her daddy really has figured out ways to change on his own now. The horror reaches them in no time, hanging above them at the edge of the tree line, looming like a storm cloud, a ponderous planet. Its massive head floats over them, dwarfing them. Jess manages to push the kid behind her. The movement sends hot white shards through her abdomen that almost take her already scant breath away. She can feel the boy trembling behind her and wonders, what happens now? Does it eat us both? Tear us both apart? Or only me? Does it scoop the kid up and run away? "Go away," she manages, sounding so laughably small. She gathers more strength. It's so hard to breathe, let alone yell. Her voice shakes with the effort, with the terror buzzing through her veins. "Go away! He doesn't want you here!" She doesn't actually expect that to work, but the wolf's head cocks a little, as if in consideration. The myriad hands holding it in the trees lower its body, and two large legs emerge to support itself on the ground. Another massive arm emerges. Before Jess can move, fingers wrap around her torso and she's being scooped up into the air. The pain is immense. The wolf isn't even holding her that tightly, but her body is so battered that being held like this is agonizing, as is the knowledge that it could crush the life out of her if it pleases. The boy screams below, powerless. The wolf brings Jess toward its face, the rumble of its throat like 1,000 idling engines, sick, fevered warmth radiating from all around it. Any moment now, it's going to pop her into its jaws, chew her to shreds. A deep, primordial, almost numbing fear pounds through her skull. She's about to see what her mother saw, what Margie saw. Hell, even her father. Everyone who has ever died. Come for her at last with no escape. The giant wolf's lips begin to curl backward, the fur around its maw sliding and parting like kelp around an emerging leviathan. A wall of clenched teeth the size of cellos, nicked and grooved, and something happening behind those teeth. Everything she's ever feared waiting for its big reveal. Death itself. In that impossibly slow second before the wolf opens its mouth, though, she realizes something. Her arms are free, like goddamn Fay Ray, and in one of her hands... The sight of the wolf creature burrowing past the trees had been so surreal she'd almost forgotten she was still holding onto a goddamn gun. She knows she can't kill it, but can she at least hurt it? Maybe give the boy a chance to run away? That's what Cookie did for her. Screw it. Jess raises the gun with both hands and points it at the yellow yolk of one of the wolf's giant eyes. Welcome home, motherfucker. In that instant, the wolf opens its mouth. Jess is so startled by what she sees inside, she squeezes the trigger by accident. Thankfully, her aim was true. The wolf's head snaps backward with the impact of the bullet. Almost simultaneously, the thing inside the wolf's mouth whips out and smacks into Jess, sending her flailing backward out of its grip. She hits the dirt, landing on her back. Her broken ribs howl. All her air is gone. The gun scatters from her hand somewhere across the driveway. As she gasps for breath, her ears ring with the gun's report. One other sound, too. The monster is reeling in pain. She succeeded in hurting it. Badly, sounds like. If she hadn't hit it precisely when she did, she would have been skewered by what she saw. What she thinks she saw, hiding behind its teeth. The wolf is leaning away now, paws clamped over its wounded eye, mouth open to the sky, so Jess can't see to confirm. But the image is burned in her brain. Inside the wolf's jaws, behind its serrated and gargantuan teeth, wet and coiled like a snake. Not quite a tongue, but something sharper, something almost needle-like. The boy runs to her. "Hurry!" he's urging. "Hurry!" The monster is still yowling in outrage, two paws covering its wounded eye. Jess wheezes to her feet, lets the boy lead her. She's in so much pain the world has gone gray. "There!" he says, pointing to the external garage. He tugs on her arm to lead her there, then stops. "Wait!" He lets go of her for just a moment, runs to the cabin porch, so perilously close to the stumbling legs of the giant, wounded wolf. She wants to stop him, but she's in too much agony, and he's clearly got a plan. Quick as he can, the boy springs up the 3 wooden steps leading to the screen door of the patio. He opens it up as wide as possible. It gives its telltale rusty shriek, and then he lets the door slam shut. Whack! "Kid, you're a fucking genius," she thinks as he hurries back to her. Even under its howling protestations, the monster no doubt heard the noise of the screen door. It'll think they've run into the cabin instead of hustling into the dark garage. The automatic roll-up door to the garage faces the driveway, but there's a small side door around the right flank of the building. That's where they go. Once inside, she cracks that side door open the tiniest amount to peer out and see what the monster does next. It has begun to regain itself, shaking its massive head, trying to rid itself of the pain in its eye. That was one hell of a good shot. She's 2 for 2 as a markswoman. She also doesn't know if it's her change of perspective or just plain old wishful thinking, but the wolf seems smaller somehow. No longer 20 feet tall, now maybe 15. Still bigger than the cabin, though, which is where the beast focuses its rage. It swipes a huge paw at the screening along the patio, flaying the thin wire with its claws. Then it works on lifting the entirety of the patio up from its foundation, tearing it to pieces, trying to get to the main body of the cabin. It's going to destroy the place looking for them. The cabin won't put up a fight for long. They've only got a little time before the wolf moves on to the garage next. Little pigs, little pigs. What can they do? What can they do? She quietly shuts the side door, leads the boy farther into the dark, cool garage. They have tools here, some power tools, shovels, fishing rods, propane tanks, all laughably small against a nightmare this size. "Are you okay?" a small voice asks her. She looks down and sees the boy is staring at a blood blossom on her chest, soaking through her shirt. "I was stabbed with something." The wound isn't deep. Thankfully, whatever got her didn't get a chance to go in too far, but I was stabbed with something real. I didn't just imagine it. "I'm fine," she wheezes, "just banged up. You?" The boy nods. He seems more present now that he has someone to take care of and to take care of him. Outside, the sounds of the wolf tearing apart the patio and cabin continue, loud and furious. huffing and puffing, and no one will be spared.
"We hurt him,"
Jess says.
"Did you see that?"
The boy nods again.
"You know what that means?"
The boy considers. She answers for him.
"That means he can be hurt, no matter how scary he is. You understand?"
Even in the darkness of the garage, though, she can see he's not fully convinced. The noises outside get louder. Roar, smash, bang.
"We have to do something, or he's going to check this place next. So I need you to breathe, okay? Just breathe. Get calm. Don't let the scariness win. Can you do that?"
He nods, trying, but the noises of destruction outside are too loud, too frantic. If the monster can do that to a building, imagine what it can do to a body.
"Breathe.
Make him go away. Make all this stop.
No, not like that. He might accidentally erase the world. I mean, him. Make him nice. Do you remember him being nice?"
She strokes the boy's hair as calmly as she can. His breaths come out in shudders. He's shivering, sweating, trying so hard to not focus on his fears. She's sweating too. The blood loss, the adrenaline, the absolute fucking insanity of it all.
"Puppies," she says. "Think of puppies." And
another outraged roar. What sounds like the roof of the cabin giving way. The boy gives a quiet scream, squeezes his eyes shut harder. This isn't going to work. She's not going to convince him to not be afraid, not of his daddy, not of this totem of primal terror. Her eyes cast around the garage. What helps me? She asks herself. How do I make my mind go blank? Only one answer comes to her, the same thing that apparently affected her dad the same way. Fear. Fear itself. Not helpful at all. Fear is what got them into this situation in the first place. There's got to be another... Then she sees something in the garage with them. It sparks an idea. An absolutely insane idea. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Inner Jess pipes up. But what other option is there, besides crouching and waiting for death? More of the cabin collapses outside. She can hear a sniffing, the wolf inspecting the wreckage. He'll move on to the garage soon. A house of stone this time, sure, but no bulwark against the wolf. We can't just make the fear go away, she tells herself. We've got to play with it. A feeling comes over her, similar to that feeling during a particularly focused performance. Use it. Run with it. React. Make him afraid. Oh no! She gasps, low but purposefully loud enough for the boy to hear. No, 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 no! His eyes pop open. What? He asks, not expecting something new to fear. Shh! She reprimands sharply, letting her eyes go wide. This isn't good, kiddo. Oh, I don't think we can stay here either. Oh no! Why, Jess? You're scaring me. Because, she replies, the bats. The bats? Fright, squeezing his throat. Shh! We have to be very, very quiet. Don't look up. Just look at me. You know what bats do, right? They sleep on the ceiling, and they have really sharp claws and teeth, and they hate noise and light. It makes them very, very mad. He shakes his head. She can see tears coursing down his cheeks in the dim light. He begs, Jess, no, I don't want them to. Please. Shh, don't wake them up. I think I can hear them. And she can, ever so faintly. Here's what we gotta do. Close your eyes and be very quiet, okay? Don't look until I tell you, promise? He nods miserably, puts his hands over his eyes. Jess hurries to the light switch and turns it on, flooding the garage in fluorescent white. He flinches.
"Jess!"
whispered in panic, peeking from behind his trembling hands.
"You said no light."
"Do you trust me?" He nods again. "Then trust me." He covers his eyes back up. She runs to the garage door, searching frantically, finds a chunky red button hidden among some cobwebs. Hands high, let 'em fly, she thinks, and presses it. The garage door makes a terrific groaning noise. It begins to roll upward on its tracks, as loud as the cabin's destruction.
"Jess!"
the boy whines in terror. She runs to the boy, covers his hands with her own, guides him away from the door. She can feel him shaking in terror, but she can also sense a restless stirring above her. Meanwhile, under the clamor of the garage door, she can hear the ruination outside stop. A massive thud as the wolf drops onto all fours again. The gallop of its paws as it speeds toward them, sniffing, snarling. No going back now. The wolf jams its head close to the rising door, blotting out the light like an eclipse. Its lips mirror the garage door's ascent, trundling upward, revealing teeth almost the size of the boy himself. Its face fills the entire garage opening, fills the world. Its growls are indistinguishable from the garage door's ancient motor. At last, the entirety of its face is revealed. Its snout, its nose, its teeth. 2 eyes, one yellow and furious, flashing with hunger and rage, the other bloodied and mangled by Jess's $1 million shot. "Now!" A voice like cookies urges Jess. "Look up!" she yells to the boy, moving his head to face the ceiling, taking her hands away. "Look at all those bats!" He does. Jess does, too. The dozens, hundreds of baseball caps are quivering and rustling. Their brims separate like mouths, revealing razor-sharp teeth. They're squealing undeniable now. "Look at them!" she calls again, but her voice is drowned out by the noise she was at once dreading and anticipating. "They're awake! They're angry!" The wolf lets out a tremendous, world-splitting roar. The stench is appalling, rot and decay, and the promise of ruined flesh. Her bones rattle inside their muscle from the force of the sound. She squeezes her eyes shut. If this is the end, at least she tried. Then, a shrieking, fluttering squall above her, a storm cloud of high-pitched outrage. She can't help it. She steals a glance at the ceiling, just as a multicolored gale swirls and sweeps past her. The ceiling of shame, she thinks wildly, remembering Pepsi's description of the cousins' tradition. They really do look like bats. And there they go, doing what any colony of bats would do in this situation. Attack the thing that's making all that noise. 52. The instant the bats take flight, something incredible happens. The boy becomes too fascinated to be afraid. Just moments earlier, he'd felt like something might be breaking inside him. Whatever invisible connections kept him tethered to reality, to the present moment, were ready to snap and leave him either catatonic or beyond control. Not that he understood any of that conceptually, but he absolutely felt the fraying, the overheating. It had all been too much in too short a time. That strange person whose very existence sparks and fades in the boy's memory like a dying light bulb, the smell of burning and the sounds of screaming. Seeing Jess begin to change into something horrible, running away into the endless woods, being chased out by the giant monster daddy who slithered through the trees to get them. Then for Jess to scare him even more with the news of bats in their hiding place. And then for her to open the big rolling door, letting Daddy find them. At some point during all this, he wet his pants. Normally, he hates that sensation more than almost anything.
This time he barely noticed when it happened. That's how frightening this has all been. But then, the shrieking, squeaking, colorful bats. So many of them, beautiful and wild and loud and mad. And their bright colors are even more striking against the dark fur covering the wolf's face. They fly at the wolf, at Daddy, and then Daddy also starts making high-pitched, squealy noises the boy recognizes unquestionably as pain. He never would have imagined noises like that coming out of something so huge and powerful. Wolf Daddy yelps and howls, wiping at his giant face with giant claws, unable to deter the swarm of angry, biting, and shredding attackers. One bat, with a red and white P on its front, takes a chunk out of the wolf's nose. Another bat, with a blue and orange M, chews on the wolf's gum line above a massive tooth that just can't seem to find any of the flying, flaying assailants, no matter how much the big mouth bites at the air. The wolf, yipping and wailing, backs away from the garage, rising to its full height. The bats follow, undeterred, furious. It's amazing to watch. The more the big wolf fights back, the angrier the bats become, and because they're so small, the wolf can't stop them. Every claw swipe, every chomp. They dance away and re-attack. Being big isn't such an asset after all. The boy steps forward toward the garage opening, too fascinated by what he's seeing to even remember to hide. The wolf's back slams into the remains of the cabin, and it stumbles and slides to the ground in a heavy whoomph. The wolf's face is all but gone, covered in squealing, chittering colors. The yips and moans of agony are almost enough to hurt the boy's heart. They don't sound like a big, giant monster anymore. They sound like a puppy being kicked. They sound like he does when he's scared. Somewhere behind him, he's aware Jess is shouting words at him. She's bent over double. He can tell she's in so much pain. But she's telling him to look. Really look. Look at your daddy. Look at how small he really is. Look how they don't have to be afraid of him. He can't hurt them. He's just a stupid, mean, regular old person. And yes, the boy understands what she means. For the first time ever, he really can believe that Daddy can be hurt, can feel pain. Those pathetic, heartbreaking yips and yowls. Daddy begins to shrink. And shrink. 15 feet, 12 feet, 10, 8, 6. The fur falls away, the tail, the claws, blown into the air like wisps of spiderweb. As the big wolf gets smaller, the hat bats lose interest and fly off in various directions. Some head back to the familiar safety of the garage, others into the trees, anywhere that promises darkness and quiet. All that remains on the driveway, curled and helpless and shivering and bloody, is a naked human man, moaning in misery. Pulverized and ragged. He lies there, wheezing and groaning. When he's able to, he gathers enough strength to sit up. Flaps of skin hang off his face and chest and shoulders. One eye is an outraged red lump. But it's not a scary image. Not yet, at least. For now, it's just heart-hurting. The boy stares at him. Waits to see what he does next. Daddy stares back. The two of them haven't actually looked at each other since that brief moment through the sliding glass door at Jess's apartment. For a long, long time, they just stare. Then a new noise comes from deep in Daddy's throat. Long, strained, like he might start throwing up. But instead of the contents of his stomach, what comes out is a cry. His face crumples. He puts his bloody hands over his bloody face, trying to hide, but it doesn't work, and maybe that's why he starts shaking his head back and forth. His sobs,
begin to form words.
"Don't,"
he's saying.
"don't look at me. I'm so sorry. This was all my fault. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry."
He tries to back away on his elbows, back toward the trees, wanting to hide. The boy won't let that happen. "Daddy!" he shouts, short and sharp like a bark. "Stop it!" Daddy freezes. More apologies on his lips. He regards his son, blood and tears glistening below his own remaining ice-blue eye. His son regards his father.
"I don't want to be scared of you anymore,"
he says through a clenched jaw. Then something inside takes over. The boy doesn't question it. He lets it happen. He breaks out into a run. 53. From where she's bent over in pain, Jess watches as the boy sprints toward his father. She's not sure what's happening. At first, she thinks the kid is going to try to tackle him, set upon him with his tiny fists while the man is at his weakest. Then she fully processes how the boy is saying, "Daddy," over and over again, and how the man is sobbing, full-on blubbering, apologies, begging for forgiveness, just as the two collide in a desperate hug. In a way, this is almost more horrifying than any of the hellish nightmares they've witnessed so far. How could the boy be so hungry for his father's affection? After everything? She knows the answer. Love. As talented as children can be when it comes to being afraid, there's really no comparison to how they love, is there? She was once like that, too. She used to love so much the pain was unbearable whenever it wasn't given back. Love is a shape-shifting monster, she thinks, dizzy and horrified and exhausted and devastated. A werewolf with a bottomless stomach. She wants to separate them, pull the boy away and get him far from the man who scared him so badly he literally became inhuman. But not only is she too weak to move, a part of her also knows this moment isn't for her to understand. Hell, they probably don't know much either. It's still for them, for father and son. The boy has just begun to see his father as a human being. There will be plenty of time for the man to show his true colors again, fuck everything up, get mad, get impatient, get self-pitying. If he truly is a monster, monsters don't change. But sometimes fathers do, right? Sometimes? She lets them have their tearful hug, hoping maybe something good can come of this. Maybe a seed of healing can be planted. They look so much alike, she realizes, especially when they cry. The man's big hands grab at the boy encircled in his arms. The boy's small hands do the same. They're both so desperate to hold on to the other. "I'm so sorry," the man keeps saying, trying to sit more upright. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Jess turns away, giving them some privacy, heart hurting in more ways than she can comprehend. Fatherhood's a bum deal. Our parents defined so many things, she thinks. Love, hate, fear, provider, abuser, abandoner, monster, mirror. They metamorphose. They mutate. They change. They are fairy tales with inscrutable illustrations. I miss my mom, she thinks, with every atom of her being. The boy and the man sob over each other, voices helixing like their shared DNA, each offering apologies and pleas for forgiveness, each saying, "I was bad. I didn't mean to be bad. I'm sorry I scared you." Bare minutes ago, they were the bitterest of enemies. No, not even enemies. Predator and prey. More definitions unmade, mutated. Frowning, Jess steps farther out into the light, limping, wheezing, hoping the temperate October sunshine brings her the smallest bit of clarity. She looks up into the trees, which witnessed all this impossible change. No answers there. Her head is full of questions, always questions. What now? Where do they go from here? Will anyone tell her what to do? Will anyone protect her? It takes her a moment to process the dread in the pit of her stomach. A moment longer to put a finger on why. Something about the way the father's voice has overtaken the boy's, in her own ears at least. The way she's really hearing what he's saying. I'm sorry for all the times I scared you. I'm sorry I couldn't figure out a way to stop all of this. I'm sorry we got here. I'm sorry this is the way it has to be. The way it has to be. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. How do you protect? Protect from what? What did he come here to do? Wait, Jess starts to say. Bang! When the gunshot roars out behind her, she jumps and whips around, but can't make sense of what she's seeing. The boy and the man are still in an embrace, faces warped by their sobs. But the rolling echo of the shot spreads out into the indifferent trees around them. A hard noise. The hardest she's ever heard. As natural and unmistakable as a wolf's howl. 54. Was it fate that he had landed so close to where his gun also lay on the asphalt? Luck? And if the latter, what kind of luck? Good or bad? He doesn't know. All he knows is that familiar feeling of hot metal in his hand, that acrid stench in his nostrils, and an agony unfathomable in his heart. Mission accomplished. He knew where to aim to make sure it was quick, painless, but the boy is still blinking, gasping, refusing to let go so easily. His boy. Never one to do the easy thing, never one to give up without a fight. Was it fate to have a boy like this? Luck? Good or bad? For the first time in his life, the man has to discard a weapon he's holding, throw it away. He's so horrified by what he's done with it, what he needed to do. His boy looks up at him. Does his baby understand why this happened? Does he hate him? A wail escapes the man. He wishes it would pull his guts out with it, leave his rotten insides steaming on the ground, no less than he deserves. He tries to wail again, but there's no breath, nothing inside him anymore to propel the grief that's boiling in his heart. His cheeks are soaked with blood and tears already, but this feeling is beyond tears now, a grief too white-hot for water. And yet his vision is blurred. He looks at the woman standing there in the driveway through a red, diaphanous curtain. She's frozen in shock, a hand trying to cover her mouth but stalled halfway in its journey. So much he wants to say. "I'm sorry," he says again for the 100th time, but his voice cracks with the pain, making everything else he wants to say unintelligible. I was just trying to protect him, he wants to add, and me, and everybody. He wants to make it clear that this is all his fault, all the ways he failed. How he should have remembered the boy was just a boy, no matter how powerful, just a kid, just a child. He wants to atone for every moment he lost his temper, all the times he yelled, thinking scaring the boy would shock him into mastering his abilities, the times he shook him or punched walls in frustration. He thought he could be the one to teach him, discipline him, change him. The boy was his blood, after all. Was it fate or luck that he was so wrong? Was it fate or luck that he was still willing to do what needed to be done to end this?
I couldn't think of any other way, he manages at last. I didn't want to do that, but I couldn't think of any other way.
55. Jess can't find her legs. She doesn't know if she's standing or sitting, kneeling, floating. No idea. She must be standing, because she's approaching the man and the boy, and she can hear unsteady, limping steps on the asphalt. The closer she gets, the more details she sees. The blood blossoming across the boy's back, the thin stream of gray smoke floating up from where the two bodies meet. The man, who at first seemed unable to speak, has now found his voice. He's babbling to her, to the kid, to the universe. Who fucking knows?
It wasn't his fault. He didn't want to be that way. I just got mad sometimes, and it scared him, and the more scared he got, the worse I got. He couldn't control it. I couldn't control it. I shouldn't have been his dad, but I was his dad. I didn't know what I was doing. Neither of us knew what we were doing.
I know. Jess finishes limping over to them. The man's clothes were, of course, torn away during his change into the monster. Now that she's this close, she can see his tattoos clearly. Most don't interest her, but on his left upper arm she notices a flower, decked with leaves and thorns. 2 names, in filigreed text next to the bloom. One, Shelley. The other, PJ. 2 more words underneath. Family, forever. Jess slowly lowers herself onto her knees. The ground is unkind, and her body is in agony, but she wants to see the boy one more time. The man shot him in the chest, a neat hole where his little heart used to beat, used to flutter in terror. The boy's eyes roll toward her, and then, as if needing that one final look, they glaze and become unfixed. She brushes his hair away from his forehead. The man continues keening, moaning, rocking his dead son.
I couldn't think of what else to do. It was all my fault.
I know, Jess repeats. What else can she say? There were so many questions that demanded answers, after all. Questions posed by faded, screaming memories. Questions posed by everything she'd witnessed.
He was too dangerous,
the weeping father continues, as if reading her mind.
He didn't mean to be. He wanted to be good. It wasn't fair, but it was all too dangerous. Wasn't it?
How do you protect? I don't know, she says. Maybe. Yeah. The gun is just a few feet away. She barely even needs to stand to reach it. The man has reverted back to apologizing to his son. He buries his head against the boy's broken, motionless chest, mixing their blood together. He was just so scared, Jess says, muses, as if she's putting the final pieces of a puzzle in place. All the time.
I know,
the man replies. He was so scared. Because of you.
I know.
His tears have begun to abate. He wipes at his face. He was so scared that you were going to hurt him. He nods, staring at his boy. And look what you did, Jess says. He was right. He was right to be scared of you. How do you protect? How do you forgive? She raises the gun. The man looks up. And is his expression grateful? She doesn't care. Funny how this gunshot doesn't sound anywhere as loud as the first. Part 4. Fairy Tale Endings. And what of the world? What will it become when you leave it? Nothing, Nothing at all like its present appearance. Arthur Rimbaud. Imaginary gardens with real toads in them. Marianne Moore. Jess stands there for a long, long time, staring down at the bodies in the driveway. Someone somewhere must have called the police. After the gunshots? The roaring, the massive lupine centipede burrowing through the trees. She can hear distant sirens, arriving far too late, but nice to hear all the same. If anything, at least she knows she'll soon be forced to stop standing here staring. Before they reach her, though, something catches her eye, and she does look up. Something barely visible among the trees. 2 dogs, just behind the tree line at the edge of the woods. One dog, small and young, the other, older, wary, protective. Its father, maybe. The puppy gives a yip, all but bouncing back and forth on its paws, looking right at her. Then the sirens grow too loud, and the dogs dart back into the trees. After a blink, it's like they were never there. Were they? She prays they were. She prays he was able to imagine one final scenario, before the hole in his chest robbed his brain of oxygen. She prays he managed to give himself the life he deserved. The gravel nearby crunches under approaching tires. The story she gives is simple enough. The boy was abused. She found him one night. His father showed up, tried to kill them both. They wound up on the run. His father followed them here, shot the boy. She managed to fight back and kill the father with his own gun. Almost impressive how mundane it sounds. Tale as old as time. Over to Nancy with the weather. There is the question of the cabin, though. How did one man manage to completely destroy most of the building? And what about all the felled trees? The reports of roaring? Did this guy bring Godzilla as a wingman or something? Jess is too tired to think of anything, so she just shrugs at the inquiring officer. The worst kind of scene partner. Before the officer can press the issue, a man and a woman in dark suits, so similar they might be purposefully matching, appear and take that officer aside. Jess watches the 2 suits talk to the officer for a few moments, then turns her attention back to the bodies in the driveway. They're being photographed, then eased into separate white bags. As the bags are zipped, Jess feels walls inside her mind go up. She doesn't move. More like the world dissolves around her and she's suddenly in a new location. Just like that, she's in a hospital, being examined and patched up. Being told she should be thankful that nasty puncture in the center of her chest didn't go too deep. Being told there's nothing that can really be done about the broken ribs other than taking it easy and getting some rest. 2 suits are with her in the examination room, which doesn't feel like it should be allowed, but they're very gentle and unobtrusive about it. The world dissolves. Just like that, she and the 2 suits are in an antiseptic, isolated office with a metal table in the center. She's being interrogated, but again, gently, unobtrusively. Although, would she know if it wasn't gentle? When you're this numb, being sucked under the tires of a Mack truck might feel gentle. 2 suits want to know the real story. It's okay, they assure her. You're safe now and this location is fully secure. Jess says she doesn't know what they mean. 2 suits tell her, again, it's okay, she can talk to them. They know about the boy and his father. They know about her road trip from hell. They know what she must have gone through. The only thing we don't know is why we didn't have an agent as point person on this. One suit says to the other, we normally would have had someone on the case. The other suit nods and shrugs, then looks troubled as if there's a memory dancing on the tip of her brain. Jess says she still doesn't remember. She's too tired. She's too numb. One suit says he understands she needs some rest. He's clearly not happy about it, but he understands. The other suit says they're going to put Jess on a plane in an hour, back to Los Angeles. But don't be too grateful. We're not done here. Not by a long shot, Suit 1 adds. This is the beginning of a real close friendship between the three of us. Jess shrugs, says okay, looking at scuff marks on the metal table, finding patterns in the polish. And just like that, she's on a plane, staring at a monitor on the back of a seat. The monitor shows the plane's flight path. It's all she wants to watch. She sips at a whiskey ginger, but it might as well be water. There's no numbing the already numb. And just like that, she's in a cab, staring at the concrete intestines of Los Angeles through the window. And just like that, she's in her living room, staring at the shattered glass door. It's X'd by crime scene tape, which flaps in the autumn breeze. Dark, ugly stains splash across the floor and walls, yet it's the dining room table she most refuses to look at. That's where he ate pizza. And there on the kitchen counter, his book, still sitting where she'd tossed it absent-mindedly. She opens it up, somehow knowing exactly which page to turn to. The Big Bad Wolf. An impossibly dark forest, freakish yellow birds perched in the trees, all of it right there. She just hadn't noticed. She can't stay here. And so, just like that, she's checking into a hotel. It was another long, expensive cab ride to get here, a couple of hours, but she wants to stay at this hotel. Specifically, this hotel, the same one her mom set her up with 1,000,000 years ago. No one recognizes her this time. That's fine with her. Maybe she'll finally treat herself to that massage tomorrow. The thought makes her laugh like a dead leaf scraping against the sidewalk. Is she staying in the same room? She doubts it. That floor is probably still a crime scene. It's really only been a few days after all. But the room rate is quite discounted. They must be hurting for guests. So much travel in a day has worked its magic. Her body is exhausted. Just like that, she's in the king-sized bed. Just like that, she's asleep. The walls hold steady. The walls hold steady. She's determined to keep it that way for as long as possible. A faint, pathetically small voice from the other side of the bricks. How do you live with what you've seen, with what you've done? How do you protect? The answer? More bricks, more mortar. Just keep running, keep building. These walls feel good. They feel right. She understands their simple brilliance now. That following morning, she orders a bottle of champagne. By lunch, she's ordered a bottle of vodka and a bottle of tequila. They're not cheap, but who said good masonry was? For want of a nail, the kingdom is lost, the old saying goes. In this case, what brings the walls down is a soft buzz. An email. She's gotten a deluge of emails already, and texts, and calls. 2 suits, her agent, her landlord, her manager at Poppy's, even one from Arnie, that boy she liked once upon a time. She ignores them all without a second thought. But this particular email she can't ignore. From the Pocono Now Urgent Care Clinic. Your results are ready. Her walls shake a little. Dust and grit spew from the seams. But they remain upright, so she feels cocky. She opens the email, thinking that if she speeds through it, barely stopping the scroll, grazing the text with quick disinterest, it'll be over and done with. Just a glance over the ramparts. Until, in her scrolling, she sees one word, written in red, like inexplicable bathroom graffiti. Positive. Her walls evaporate in an instant. She drops her phone and starts to tremble. Did I see? Did it really say? Nope. She scurries away, uses the room's landline to order room service. More alcohol. Soon enough, her walls are back up, leaning against reinforcements. She doesn't know how long she goes on like this, drinking, staring at the TV, flipping through channels, dimly hoping to find a certain public access show about coin collecting. She keeps shooting glances at her phone, face down on the bed. She knows she needs to actually read those results. She could have simply imagined that word. Or it could have been in relation to something harmless. Or it could just mean the presence of antibodies for something. Or it could just... She picks up her phone, then closes her eyes and throws it. In order to ensure she forgets where it landed, she orders another bottle of champagne. For want of a nail. Around 3 a.m, she wakes up from a terrible dream. She was trapped in a pool. Her floaties had come off and she was all alone, water in her mouth, water in her lungs. No one there to save her, except a low, steady snoring, coming from just over the pool ledge. No, not snoring. Growling. When she sputters awake, she's sopping wet. How did she get so... Sweat. An inordinate amount of sweat. That's all. Then the hangover hits. She stumbles blindly through the pitch-black hotel room, nauseous, freezing, bladder full, until she finds the bathroom, relieves herself, drinks some sink water, waits to see if her stomach will settle, peels off her wet clothes, and gets into the room's complimentary bathrobe, wrings out her hair. Her head is throbbing. The air feels mountainously thin. She can hardly breathe. All these physical miseries, so it takes some time before she realizes that growling is still audible. Somewhere in the darkness of the room. Low. Dreadful. Must be the hotel. A motor somewhere. A car in the parking lot. The boiler. She just wants to get back in bed, burrow into the warm covers and catch up with oblivion again. First, she stands there, waiting for her eyes to adjust a little. While she does this, she hears a voice in her head, her own voice. Plain and direct, no distracting abstractions, no character work. Why am I doing it this way? Why am I being so irresponsible? Why am I so afraid? Why am I so alone? She squeezes her eyes shut, feels a shiver run through her. When she opens them again, she can see a little better and makes her way to the bed. Crawls over it, ignoring the damp covers, trying to find some warmth under the blankets. She meets solid resistance. A different kind of warmth. A body. A man's voice in her ear. Because it's in your blood, Jess. The clearness of that voice, the caress of its breath, the tickle of someone else's hair against her skin. She flails backward, too terrified to scream, landing on the floor, injuries howling. She scuttles, gasping, to a corner. Someone in her bed. An invisible man. No, not quite invisible. Her eyes have adjusted enough that she can see the shape of the man lying on top of the covers. Not invisible. Made entirely of shadows. The shadow man crawls to the edge, stares down at her, despite not having any eyes.
That wasn't what they meant by think positive. Remember? He asks, despite not having a mouth. She knows exactly who he is. Dear old Tomcat. Dear old Dad. And somewhere, off in the shadows, the growling continues. But seriously, he continues, why are you doing it this way, kiddo? Why are you being such a coward? I'm not a coward, she responds, so quiet she's not sure it's out loud. I think it takes one to know one, kiddo. She wants to run, but feels pinned to the wall. Something about his voice. She can't quite place it. Doesn't matter. This isn't happening. This is all just a dream, right? Yeah, you'd think so, but... Her dad laughs. Sorry, kiddo, it's not. Stop calling me kiddo. But I was the one who called you that first. That came from me. I don't care. This is my dream. I set the rules. Already told you, kiddo. This isn't a dream, and you're a fucking coward. A soft tapping noise, a fingernail on glass. She looks over across the room. It's coming from the flat-screen TV on the bureau. The TV isn't on. The screen is black, but a cartoon weasel is there anyway, floating in the blackness, tapping on the inside of the display. He waves. Hi. Remember me? His garish colors practically glow inside the dead eye of the screen. A dream, she urges herself, trying to deepen her shallow breaths, even though a part of her knew somehow she wouldn't be done with these horrors. I'm still drunk, or this is part of the hangover. I'm fucked up either way. The weasel gives a shove against the glass, and the television topples over onto the floor in a loud, very real, very undreamlike clatter. They're gonna make you pay for that, her dad says. Sorry. Before she can respond, she hears fingernails on glass again. Less of a tapping, more of a scraping. She turns her head, and this time actually has to fight not to scream. One of the few preconditions the hotel gave her for her severely discounted room was that she was encouraged to keep her windows cracked open. Not that there was actually an issue with their carbon monoxide levels anymore, they'd assured her, but better safe than sorry. The windows are narrow and open up by swinging out along the middle of each casement. She'd only cracked the windows a little, and she'd definitely kept the curtains closed. Now the window is open all the way, as are the curtains, which billow in the breeze. Just a dream, just a dream, just a dream, please, oh God. Floating outside in the dark waters of midnight, curling coy fingertips against the open window pane, is the mauled corpse of her mother. Half her face is bone, wrapped sloppily in mangled, blood-wet skin. Gaping furrows in her chest reveal mangled and deflated organs that have been clawed or chewed. And in her arms, the urge to scream becomes the urge to sob. Cradled in Cookie's arms is the boy, sickly pale with a hint of green, eyes filmy, yet still avidly icily blue, a hole where his heart used to be. Jess clutches at the walls like that's the only thing keeping her from flying off the face of the world in abject terror. Sorry, kiddo, Cookie says with a sad smile. You know I hate to be the bearer of bad news, at least without a martini, but your father's right. Never thought you'd hear me say those words, huh? Jess squeezes her eyes shut, tries to count to 10, tries to believe when she opens her eyes these visions will be gone. Her father asks, Haven't you noticed by now? Just because something's impossible doesn't mean it's not real. In the darkness behind her eyelids, she's able to place what's so strange about his voice. That intonation, that rhythm, that yes, but attitude, a different pitch and timbre, but she knows the voice of inner Jess when she hears it.
Meanwhile, that ambient growling intensifies. Jess opens her eyes. The gang's still here. The cartoon weasel pops up from the fallen TV at the foot of the bed like a jack-in-the-box, giggling with delighted menace. He starts crawling toward her. He's going to prove he's real. Once he gets close enough, she does what she did the very first time and piston kicks him as hard as her injuries will allow. The weasel hoots and flies backward into the darkness of the room. Then, his hoots cut off with a sharp, surprised gurgle as something unseen tears him apart. The growling resumes, louder, unsatisfied. No denying what that means. Not even the throb of her headache can dull the razor-sharp realization. The wolf is here. "Has been for a while, Jess," the corpse of Cookie says. "Don't you understand what's going on? What you've done? What you're doing?" her faceless father adds. Jess is too busy frantically scanning the darkness. Where is it? How can she hide? How did it find her? "It's really bad news, kiddo," her mother says. "Maybe the worst news possible." "You can't run away from this," her father says. "You never could." "And you did it to yourself." Jess is about to try to deflect them with a breathless, pathetic joke, "Hey, nice to see you two getting along so well," or something, when the boy finally speaks. "You're just like me." Jess glitches, shakes her head. "What?" she manages, definitely out loud this time. "You're just like me," the boy repeats, his voice lower and meaner in death. "Remember?" "I don't... What are you talking about?" She feels his filmy, icy eyes on her. They're all staring, even the wolf in the darkness, waiting for her to get it. Get what? Then, a memory. In the car, after Cookie died, her conversation with the boy. "You're just like me." Her mouth goes dry. Her guts fill with lava. A new sheen of sweat envelops her. "That?" She gives a weak, disbelieving laugh. "That was just a stupid, offhand..." "You're just like me." "That didn't mean anything. I was just trying to help you feel..." "You're just like me." "No! That didn't mean anything." But she can see the boy's face in that memory. He had taken that information so seriously, so literally. In that one moment, in one tiny, insignificant fucking moment, "You're just like me." He had believed it to be true. And so, it became true. No. White-hot panic fizzles through her. She wants to move, wants to run, wants to tear her fucking skin off. No. Her dad is laughing. Her mom is laughing, delighted in Jess's realization. The boy is not laughing. He's staring at her with that too old, too serious expression he sometimes wore. "What's wrong, Jess?" he asks at last. "You don't want to be like me? You think I did?" This is impossible. It can't be true. It can't be. "Okay, then. Tell me." The boy's uncannily mature tone is almost more disturbing than his pallid skin and mortal wound. "If it's not true, what did you see in the wolf's mouth?" "Nothing," she stammers. "I just imagined..." That word. Pain flares in her chest. Her very real puncture wound. "I didn't know about needles," The boy continues. But the wolf did. And what about the bats? How would I know what bats even are? What they look like? I wouldn't have known any of that. You did. Kids know all sorts of things. How would I know what fireflies are, Jess? That shuts her up. Was that celestial display, that cosmic horror, the potential death of galaxies, was that her doing? Was she the danger that night? You were so close to bringing me back to life that night, too, Cookie says. Remember? You could just feel me scratching on the other side of the phone. Well, anyone looking out their hotel window right now is in for a shock. Scratch, scratch, baby. She gives a gravelly giggle. I don't even have my face on. I think you look great, her dad replies. You flirt. The world is spinning. Jess grabs at the hotel room carpet. The boy continues. Know what I think? I think maybe everything that happened after a certain point was all you. You wanted me dead, Jess. You knew, just like Daddy knew, that it would all be so much easier if I were dead, right? No, Jess says, her voice small and weak. This is unfair. It's not true. Aw, kiddo, Cookie says, the very portrait of sympathy. Of course it's unfair, but you know it's true. Her voice suddenly distorts. Because you're afraid. Hey, so here's an idea. Just stop being scared, Jess. The boy's dead eyes flash with rage, like silver dollars in the moonlight. His face contorts in anger. It's so easy. Just stop being so afraid. That's what you told me. I was just a little kid. You're all grown up. Should be easy for you. But grown-ups can't have these powers, she wants to argue. Our fears are too big, too shapeless. They're not as simple as a monster in the dark. Insecurity, anxiety, trauma, career, social pressures, money, love, politics, identity, health, hypochondria. How do you fight those fears? How do you... Her thoughts cut short as her finger begins to tingle. Uh-oh, Cookie warns, gleeful. Don't start worrying about that. The finger that had been pricked by the needle back in Poppy's bathroom. Her own dark fairy tale beginning. The boy is shrieking now. Take your own fucking advice, Jessa. Just stop being afraid. Jess brings her hand up to her eyes. A puckering mouth has opened up on the tip of her index finger. A nightmare she had once. Not a nightmare anymore. The mouth is smiling, dribbling infected fluid onto the floor. With every pulse beat, the word positive flashes in her mind. The mouth smiles wider, turns upside down, becomes a rotting canker that spreads and spreads. No! She says again for the 1,000th time, and for the 1,000th time her protest goes unheeded. No! I'm okay. I'm fucking okay. Dizzy, nauseous. I'm okay! But the jeering, taunting corpses remind her she's not. She saw the blood-red writing on the wall, and she was too scared to read more, so she gave it permission to be anything. The rot spreads down her finger into her palm, the stench, like maggoty meat, like milk left in the sun. But nothing in those test results would have been an imminent death sentence. Her rational adult brain knows this. But you have to believe it, baby. Her mother oozes false sympathy. And you can't really do that, can you? You don't have the muscle memory. Doesn't matter. She can prove it.
She throws herself onto the floor, casts around for her phone, doing her best to picture it in her hand, the one not rabidly curdling. To picture the email she received, positive for what? For herpes? For chlamydia? Hell, even for HIV, just for something treatable, something nameable. Where could the phone have landed? The room isn't that big. Shadows have added square footage by the dozens. It'll take a miracle for you to be okay, Cookie continues. And let's face it, you've never been someone who attracts miracles. The good kinds, at least. Her dad agrees. You couldn't even keep a father around. You know this. That's why the wolf is going to feast tonight, kiddo. Jess has to prop herself on her elbow now. Sweat plasters her hair to her skull. The growling is so loud, warning her she's in the wolf's house. She's going to wind up like that cartoon weasel, torn to shreds. Hotel security will get a phone call in a few minutes that some woman is screaming and what sounds like an animal is attacking her, and they'll break in and find her mauled corpse splattered all over the room like somebody set off a confetti bomb of flesh. Might be preferable to dying from the nameless terror boiling through her bloodstream, though. At last, her good hand pats something rectangular and plastic. She pulls her phone from the shadows, desperate, but when it comes time to look at the screen, to read her test results, she hesitates once more. What if they are really bad? Just stop being afraid, the boy screams in furious mockery, crawling over Cookie like an insect. So easy to stop being afraid. So easy to stop being afraid. It's too much, too loud, too cruel. She can't think. She needs to think. She knows what she needs. Jess closes her eyes, squeezes them, feels something inside pull. And just like that, she's not in her hotel room anymore. She blinks. Looks around. She's on her knees, head still ringing, chest still aching, stomach still clenched in nausea. But it's quieter here, safer. The safest place she's ever been, in fact. The only place she's ever been able to believe she'll be okay. She's backstage. Not any specific backstage. She can make out details from several different performance spaces, but they're more or less the same. The same disgusting couch, the same tiny fridge, the same grime-spotted mirror and walls covered in promotional stickers and graffiti. Am I really here? Did I just physically transport myself somewhere? That'd be impossible, of course. But she can smell watery beer, humid wood under layers of paint, good smells. Even the sulphury haze of nervous pre-show shits wafting through the backstage bathroom's pressboard door. The smell of a performance about to begin. Of troubles about to be momentarily forgotten. The smell of potential. Along one side of the room is a heavy, musty curtain, currently closed. Its vertical folds aligned like trees in a dense forest. The growling, the taunts and jeers of the dead. Jess can still hear them, but they're fainter now, coming from the other side of that curtain. A rambunctious audience, but no longer so overwhelming. She's been here before. Another sound. Plip, plip. Her inflamed, ulcerous hand and forearm leaking flesh onto the floor. The rot has slowed but not stopped. She can't stay here forever, whether she's actually here or not, but she's bought herself a tiny bit of time to think. To what? Her phone is still in her good hand. She has to check her results before the show can go on. She knows this. But the fear of what happens next is still so strong. It gets stronger in the dark, a voice says to her side. Jess turns to look. It's coming from the grimy backstage mirror. A child,
standing inside the glass, wearing red overalls and a yellow sweater. Little Jess, only her eyes are a startling icy blue.
You'd think monsters eat people,
Little Jess continues.
but I think they really feed off of darkness. That's what makes them bigger.
Kid logic. But she's not wrong, is she? Just look. Believe that things can be okay, and look. I can't, Jess begs her reflection. I'd be the worst fucking person in the world to have this power. I can't stop thinking about all the things that'll go wrong. Please.
It only takes a second,
Little Jess says. Unlike the dead boy, she makes it sound so sincere, so easy. Just a second of belief, untainted by experience. Is that possible? To live in this world and not scare yourself to death? To feel turbulence and not imagine the plane going down? To experience hope as a grown-up with the same clarity a child feels terror? How do you not call forth the things that will devour you and give them teeth? How do you protect? Especially when the danger is you. Then Jess remembers where she is. She remembers the cardinal rule of improv. One venue even had it written in ironically homey cross-stitch above the stage door. She sees it now on the wall above the mirror. Never say no. Okay, she exhales, somehow both defeated and resolute. Fine. Yes. And what if she looks and her test results aren't so bad? What if life goes on? Can she believe that's possible? Yes. And then what if that actually proves all this is real, that her thoughts can reshape reality, that she does have the boy's powers? What if she simply imagines herself as someone who isn't afraid? What if she believes herself to be fearless? She could do anything then. Yes. And so what if this is only the beginning? What if she becomes a new Jess, unstoppable, able to undo everything that's happened, able to unbelieve all this pain, not just for herself, but for everyone? She could do it. It would only take a moment. She could change the world, this painful, frightful, complicated world. A bone-deep tremor of dread at that. A tiny, terrified voice deep inside. No, stop, remember the lathe. She doesn't know what that means, though. If she did once, that memory has faded away. She shoves the voice aside. Just another heckler. She only needs to believe this is possible, for a single moment. No need to fear the consequences. What's the point of fear anyway? Yes! Desperate now. Stop. And what if she believes this world can be changed? No more absent fathers, no more dead children, murdered mothers, no more dreams that don't come true, no more casting directors who forget you and restaurant managers who don't. A world without pain, a world without fear. Is it possible? I could make it possible if... Don't! Stop! I just stop believing in fear. She hears the howling, demented sound of her audience, whether she's still in her dark hotel room or some imaginary venue, so loud, so eager for her to succumb to their noise. She squeezes her eyes shut. She feels something pull. A curtain opening. Her diseased skin sloughs away, all of it, and the audience is silent now. The house has been cleared. Or is that the entire world? Emptied. Erased. Simplified. Nothing to lose and nothing to be lost. Only took a moment. She steps onto the empty stage. Something new. something fearless. Yes. And home at last. Afterword. On Fathers and Shapeshifters. A couple of months after I turned 23, I started having massive panic attacks. I'm talking wild, intrusive thought spirals, insomnia, heart palpitations. I couldn't keep food down, which led to even more thought spirals, all of it coming pretty much out of the blue. I'd just moved to New York City from my home state of Arizona, the culmination of a lifelong plan. And I wasn't intimidated by New York. I'd been raised by a New Yorker, indoctrinated by a New Yorker. I'd studied the maps. I'd pored over the guides. I'd made a notebook. But there was one thing I couldn't have prepared for. I'd never experienced winter. The cold. Worse, the darkness. My physical body had spent the past quarter-century soaking up sunlight and heat for 360 days out of the year and had no idea what was happening when my first New York winter descended. Add to that, no money, no financial support system, a job in a bookstore basement, McDonald's for basically every meal, relationship issues, and other bog-standard quarter-life crises, and, for a horrendously long stretch of months, I sincerely thought I was losing my mind. Then, I booked a theater gig that took me back to Arizona, and within literal hours of getting the amount of sunlight I was used to, my symptoms began to abate. Seasonal affective disorder. Don't let the cute acronym fool you. This started a years-long process of getting these cyclical predispositions under control. Now, thankfully, I've reached a point where, beyond my general and abiding hatred of the season, I barely feel winter anymore. Once I'd named the monster, its power shrank. Except, then I had a conversation with my mom that complicated things. This was years later. I was telling her about just how bad those bad times had gotten, and she replied, almost offhandedly, "Oh, yeah. Your dad went through that same thing at that age." I was stunned. He did? Oh, yeah, massive panic attacks. He couldn't even leave the house some days. Huh, I remember saying. Well, that would have been useful information to have while I thought I was going actually insane. Genetics, man. You can run, but you can't hide. What was your dad like? Was he tough, stern, kind, a big softy? Was he scary, intimidating, conservative, liberal, religious, secular? Did he flirt with waitresses and flight attendants? Was he a sports fanatic, a silent monolith, a teller of horrible jokes? Was he a ghost, an idea, a memory, an empty space? I don't know what's normal. The older I get, the less fathomable a concept like normal becomes. But for me, my dad was all of these things, sometimes a multiplicity at once. Before I go on, though, let me make something clear. My dad isn't a character in this book. He wasn't a terror. He wasn't abusive. He wasn't an alcoholic. He didn't abandon me, though if you'd asked either of us about that at different periods in our lives, we would have said differently. Despite some superficial details, like our shared love of gin rummy and black licorice, there are very few specific references to my dad in this story. But my dad is everywhere in this book, because my dad was a shapeshifter. He's raised in a tiny town in the suburbs of Chicago by a father who's an alcoholic sheriff's deputy and a mother who's likely an undiagnosed manic depressive. He's a troublemaker and is eventually given the choice: enlist in the military or you can't graduate high school. He enlists and, when told he can either be a cook or a medic, he chooses the latter. By sheer luck, despite it being the height of the Vietnam War, he's sent to Turkey. There, he discovers he enjoys medicine, and, after he's honorably discharged, he enrolls in an experimental program at Duke University, creating a brand new medical position, the physician assistant. My dad's in the third ever class of PAs. They don't even offer a degree for it yet. He spends the next several years traveling the country like a frontier missionary, trying to get a deeply antagonistic medical culture to admit this new role into their entrenched hierarchies. There's so much resistance at first, he's physically threatened and chased out of buildings. Skip past the personal stuff. He gets married, has a kid, gets divorced, gets married again, has 2 more kids, one of which is me, gets divorced, gets married a third time. He lives in Illinois, in D.C., in North Carolina, in Arizona, where the rest of this story plays out. It's a decade or so later now. PAs are finally an accepted thing, in no small part thanks to his efforts, and he's the PA for the thoracic and cardiovascular surgery team at the Arizona Mayo Clinic. He's the guy who massages your heart to keep it beating during surgery. By the mid to late 90s, academia and politics come calling. He gets a university deanship, helps establish more medical programs. He's appointed executive director of the Arizona Medical Board, their first ever PA in charge. How the tables have turned. He officially gets his BS and then his PhD in medical ethics. By the mid-2000s, my dad is 60 years old. He's lived a full life, had a capital C career in medicine. He's also overweight. He's diabetic. He's comfortable behind a computer screen. So he does what any normal person that age and disposition would do. He enlists in boot camp and joins the Phoenix Police Department. He's, fucking obviously, the oldest new recruit by, 3 entire decades. The physical demands are punishing. He drops over 100 pounds, most of them sweat out in the mountains during early morning drills, when it's only 85 in the shade. To my knowledge, the man had never exercised a day in his adult life before all this. He graduates the academy, becomes a beat cop, patrolling, at times, the sketchy neighborhood where my mom had to raise me and my brother on her own. How's that for poetic? A few years after that, he takes his detective's exam and serves another 4 years as a detective in the Crimes Against Children unit. 4 years. In a department with an incredibly high turnover rate due to its profoundly upsetting nature. Then, finally, he retires. Sort of. The last name Cassidy might have clued you that he wasn't born Jewish. However, my mom, who was born very Jewish, wouldn't marry him unless he converted. He did. No easy task. But after their divorce, he drifted away from observance. Once he retires from the force, though, he finds himself more and more compelled to reconnect with his Judaism. He becomes actively involved with a small local synagogue, leading services, writing Divrei Torah. He even articulates a desire to go to school again, maybe become a rabbi. Hey, what's one more identity change, right? He doesn't get the chance. Lymphoma finds him first, and barely a year later, he's gone. In between radiation and chemo treatments, he tells me, I feel like an old man for the first time in my life. So I suppose he did get to try out one more identity after all. Still, a doctor, a teacher, a scholar, a politician, a cop, an amateur religious leader, enough life for several lifetimes. My dad was brilliant and funny and fascinating. He was restless, inquisitive, passionate. He was also, for much of my life, mostly a complete stranger. My parents split up when I was around 5. Until I graduated high school, I saw my dad for one overnight visit every 2 weeks. probably around 20 hours total, twice a month. And for most of those visits, the prevailing atmosphere was a polite, curious distance. Not uncomfortable, but definitely not very familial. Cautious. Even awkward. We connected most when he would let me practice guitar in his office while he worked. He was fascinated by my growth as a musician. I think he loved witnessing other people learn. But he was also, and I think he'd be the first to admit this, terrible with kids. They made him deeply uncomfortable. They're loud, messy, irrational, all things he had little patience for. All things I was in spades growing up. My earliest memories of him are his rage. My mom used to tell me how, when I was really young, any time my dad came into the room, I would just start screaming in terror at the sight of him. Obviously, once I got a little older, I stopped feeling/responding that way. But I'm sure deep down, there's a part that never forgets. And it wasn't until writing these very words that I thought about his side of that equation, too. God, I bet he never forgot that either. Toward the end of his life, however, we did start to get closer. Not that we knew it was the end of his life. We'd talk on the phone a few times a year, sharing interests, avoiding certain topics. I'm a New York liberal loudmouth. Guess my opinions on policing. During his religious reawakening, my wife and I even had him officiate our tiny wedding, held in the backyard of my mom's nursing home, since she wasn't really mobile by that point. Most of all, there were 3 specific visits where we started to dig deep, where I started to meet the human being underneath all the dad baggage. He opened up about the lives he'd lived, the shapes he'd taken. He told me about regrets, about sins. Some I knew, some I didn't. Some painful, some astonishing, some hilarious, some infuriating. I won't go into them here, but I will say I made sure to ask him, hey, so why the hell does someone become a cop at 60 damn years of age anyway? What he told me resonated deeply. Because, he said, he'd realized it was his last chance to maybe get to understand his father, the sheriff's deputy. His father had been a shapeshifter too, a drunk, a terror, a mystery that needed solving. And my dad wanted a chance to meet, or at least see better, the human underneath. I felt that. I also use work to process my feelings, to get as close as I can to things I want to understand. I mean, hello. Then I had to ask, okay, but Dad, a child crimes detective? You? How did that happen? And why? He looked me straight in the eye and said, because I know I wasn't a good father either. Knowledge of behavior you can't alter is the heaviest kind of knowledge, isn't it? Knowing you're a shapeshifter. It gets hard to remember what shape is really you in the end. Maybe the true horror of the werewolf is that the change is never permanent. Maybe the true beauty of the butterfly is that it is. There's one final detail I want to share from the story of my dad. It's the real reason I started writing this afterward. It's what I think about most often now that he's gone. The thing about Barry is he was one hell of a raconteur. He loved holding court and was damn good at it, especially when the subject matter was of questionable taste. Once he became a cop, his batshit anecdote portfolio exploded with material. However, there was one event he never talked about, and given what he was okay with sharing, this spoke volumes. It's whatever made him retire from child crimes. Whatever he witnessed. Whatever he stopped, or perhaps failed to stop. I imagine every person in this unit has one. He never shared those details with me, but he did tell me what happened the day after. So it's the day after the incident, and my Barry still can't shake it. Not too far back of his mind, he can sense another change coming on. A new shape is forming. But there's still a job to do in the meantime, right? Other crimes to solve. His task this day is to go interview a rabbi as a fact witness for some other case. They have a fruitful conversation about whatever needs to be discussed. Barry is, as always, his charming self, good-humored, quick-witted, but also eminently professional. However, toward the end of the interview, the rabbi says, "Do you mind if I ask, you look like something's bothering you. Would you like to put on some tefillin and say a quick prayer?" Barry immediately says yes. The rabbi wraps his head and arm, his mind and his body, and they say a prayer together. And Barry, who again is there as a police detective on the job, surprises himself by breaking down sobbing. He even weeps years later as he tells this story to his son. That night, Barry has a dream. In his dream, he's holding an infant. This infant is as close to death as a living being can be. He knows this look. He's witnessed it countless times over his various lives, from operating tables to bedsides to street corners. He stares at this dying thing, so new to being alive, so close to slipping away. And he says out loud, in the dream, and in the retelling to his son, "This is my soul." The next morning, Barry wakes up and puts in his notice for retirement from the force. When you're raised by a single parent, you take their influences as a given. I see my mom everywhere, in my tastes, in my daily habits. Hell, I even see her in the mirror. Under all this scruff, I'm her spitting image. I look nothing like my dad. He was hefty and bald and had these owl-like eyebrows with occasional internal cowlicks sticking up in the middle of them. For the longest time, I could only see him in the tendencies I'd made it my life's project to control. My restlessness, my insistence in pursuing a half-dozen careers at once, even, yes, sometimes my anger. It took a long time before I started seeing him in the best of me, too. It took a long time. But he's there. In every flutter of anxiety when the weather gets cold and I remember I can't take sunlight for granted. And he's there in my pathological need to learn things, to know more. That includes self-knowledge and the impulse to write afterwards like these. I'm intensely proud of him, of the lives he lived, of the mysteries he left. Also, since I turned 40, there's this single damn hair in the middle of my left eyebrow that keeps insisting on sticking up. Genetics, man. You can run, but... In a way, this book forms a sort of trilogy with Mary and Nestlings. All three books document my attempt at processing a series of losses in my life. As such, I don't know that I'll feel as compelled to write another afterword like this for a while. I mean, famous last words. The next book I'm writing is also really personal, albeit in a different way. Regardless, you've been beyond kind to read this far. Hearing from readers who've appreciated these afterwords has been a profound experience. Thank you for sharing with me your own thoughts and losses. I'm never not grateful, even if I'm slow to respond to mail or social media posts, something my next book also addresses. The last thing I want to say here is, every time I write one of these, I try to figure out some sort of grand unifying thesis to build toward. If I had one for this afterword, it would be a plea. My dad lived an incredible, fascinating life. My mom did, too. I've barely done justice to either of their experiences, and I straight up begged each of them to write it all down. Neither did, and it killed me to think of the details and dramas and lessons and triumphs I'll never be able to recover. So I'm asking you, yes, you, most likely a total stranger to me. Please, tell your stories. Share your transformations. Don't leave it up to some weirdo who's going to try to capture your essence with a horror novel about big bad wolves and Roger Rabbit. I wanted to share so much of my dad with you in the hopes that you could feel about his dream the same way I do. I look at that dream as my birthright, one to distribute, not to hoard. I come back to it again and again as a reminder, an exhortation, a blessing. My father held his imperfect, fragile soul in his hands. He did his best to keep it alive. He shared it with those who needed it. That's the best any of us can do. Until the next one, thanks as ever for being here with me. Nat Cassidy, New York City, April 20.